got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa (CDD).
Rest isn't laziness, it's your body's reset button. Hello, my name is Emmanuel Olise and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Today, let's discuss one of the most underrated health boosters, sleep. You can eat right and exercise daily, but without good sleep, your body never truly recovers. Number 1, sleep is cellular repair. During deep sleep, your body heals, builds muscles, and restores energy. It's also when your brain clears out toxins and strengthens memory. 2, stick to a schedule. Go to bed and wake up at the same time every day, even on weekends. Your body thrives on rhythm. 3, create a sleep sanctuary. Dim lights, cool temperature, and 0 screens before bed. Your bedroom should tell your body it's time to rest. 4, avoid late caffeine and heavy meals. They interfere with deep sleep stages. Opt for herbal tea or light snacks instead. In summary, sleep isn't optional, it's essential medicine. Protect it like you would any prescription. I'm Emmanuel Olise and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Sleep well, your body's counting on it.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city, it is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced a golden era marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun near Ile-Ife revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakon and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Ooni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shape the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself: agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high-demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Welcome to Words of Our Fathers. Today, we'll be looking at a proverb. When the music changes, so does the dancing. What does this mean? It means that we must change. There must be change. Change is necessary in society. For companies, for individuals, for communities, for firms, for organizations, for the country itself. In the business world, there's something called diversification, where a company decides to either change a brand or go into other brands or go into other areas of manufacturing. For an individual, there's a need to change, the need to train, the need to develop one for the future. For communities, there's need for change. You need to build roads, you need to have water supply, you need to have electricity. One cannot just sit down and fold exams thinking something will fall from the skies. We must endeavor to change. We must endeavor to initiate, create. So as we begin today, let us consider change. Let us consider new initiatives that will make life better for our people. The words of our fathers are words of wisdom. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
My name is Becky Elijah. I'm from UBA, so keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Esther Ashimi, keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Helen Otongwa. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Okpeyemi Temiyemi. I am an entertainer. I am representing Egypt, as you can see. So keep watching SOUQ News.
Hi, my name is Nenna Okavi. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Tom Aldo. Keep watching SOUQ News.
I'm Elizabeth from POS Services UBA. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hi, my name is Kelechi Agu. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Today is an important day in the lives of every woman all over the world. Celebration of International Women's Day is really quite welcome, because a lot of women have made immense contributions to the human society, and they must be commended and encouraged, and they should be given access to quality education, health facilities, food, and so many other wonderful things to make life easier for them and for their children, because they are the actual ones that the lives of our children revolve around. Must make life comfortable for every woman, and we should remember the efforts and sacrifices made by leaders who have fought over the years for gender equality. Gender equality we have heard so much about. It's been preached in every nook and corner of the world. But is it actually taking effect in the lives of our people? Quality of life. Where do we start from? One always wonders whether women are receiving the kind of quality of life that we deserve. Young women are still being treated as slaves in different parts of the world. Perhaps we don't consider them the category of women when you think of young girls and young women who have been used as slaves in different homes as housemaids, but they also deserve to be given good quality of life. Some young girls are still being pushed around, and people still consider them not to be equal to members of their gender, even in the homes where they live and work very hard to maintain. So we pray that as women celebrate today, as we all come together to celebrate Women's Day, we should be aware that we also have to make our own contributions. Women also have to play their own role in improving the quality of life of people that are being put in our care, so that life will be made easier for everyone. You expect other young children to take care of your own children, and yet you don't really believe that they deserve good quality of life. So it is with this that we all want to speak to ourselves directly, whether we are actually playing our own role. Even as women, do we really believe in gender equality? If so, how do we put it into practice? What have we done to help our fellow human beings to achieve their goals in life? Some people still believe that young girls should be at the rung of the ladder. So we must remember that those who have made their marks in the different fields in the past are those that were given the opportunity. So please let us find within ourselves, deep in our hearts, the roles that we ourselves have played. If we have reached the top of the ladder, do we kick that ladder off so that others don't climb and get to the same level with us? To embrace honesty and integrity, we must do something. And this is the day that has been set aside for all women all over the world, whether you are in Nigeria or in Ghana or in China. We should really continue to play our own role. Many singers have made songs about women being top of the ladder or in different areas as teachers and doctors. But it's very difficult for a woman to compose a song about a woman getting there. It's only men. If we go back into the records, you will discover that it's only men, and I can mention one or two of the names without promoting the music of the bands or whoever it is that have done their own little bits. It's men that sing the praises of women. Women hardly sing the praises of one another. There's hardly anywhere, except at Christmas, of course, when it's a universal and a religious thing that everyone should sing the praise of the child that is born at that time by a woman. So that is the best time that you hear a woman sing about, the progress that should be made by women, the encouragement that they should be given. So let us play our own role in our own little corner and make sure that life gets better and better. Year in, year out. We shall come back again to celebrate, this time again next year. Happy International Women's Day.
For surviving, it's Gary. The way Gary has helped me in this life. Gary, if you have like 100 naira, you can still drink Gary. If you have 100 naira, if you take pure water, you are just drinking water. But everybody will borrow you one thing or the other. But Gary is the cheapest, I think.
Well, it's fair for me because I think fuel is one of the things that drives the economy, everywhere. So, for the economy to move, for productions to take place, for movements or transportation to take place.
Fuel, because I use fuel every day. It's food now.
Football boots, because I'm a footballer and it's very cost and it's hard to see money nowadays as a footballer.
Food, because if people chop, there's no any problem.
unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Every headline tells a story, but the real value lies beneath it. Hello and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape, where we go beyond the news to uncover what happened, why it matters, who wins, who loses, and what comes next. I am Olumide Shokoya. Of course, I'm not the only one doing this. I have Dr. Idahosa Samanzi. Good morning. Thank God it's Friday.
Good morning, Olumide. Good morning, Nigerians. Wherever you are watching us from, say blessed morning today. And thank God this is Friday.
Yes. Thank God it's Friday, and I can see you're prepared for Friday. I like your cap also.
Thank you so very much.
It gives you that Yoruba, vibe.
We are here. They say when you are in Rome, you behave like a Roman. Yeah.
All right, let's give you a scoop of what is happening in the business landscape. The Nigerian stock added another value of about 192 billion naira in a single day. Is investor confidence growing despite economic uncertainty? Now, the Bank of Industry is raising 250 billion naira through a bond issue. What does this mean for businesses seeking long-term financing? Now, as geopolitical tensions reshape global oil trade, India is buying more Nigerian crude. Could this open new opportunities for Nigeria's energy sector? Nigeria and Canada have signed a landmark agreement for direct scheduled flight. How will this transform trade, tourism, and business between both countries? Also, manufacturers are calling on the Central Bank of Nigeria to slash interest rates below 20%. Is high borrowing costs slowing Nigeria's industrial growth? And poultry farmers want an egg powder factory to tackle waste and improve profitability. Could this processing be the missing link in Nigeria's agricultural value chain? This is SOUQ Business Landscape. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Let's start off with the first story. The Nigerian equities market closed higher on Thursday as renewed buying interest in banking, energy, and consumer goods stocks added 192 billion naira to investor wealth, despite losses across market segments. The Nigerian Exchange All-Share Index gained 297.10 points, representing 0.12% increase, to close at 245,000. Now, recorded previous trading session. Now, market analysts say the positive performance reflects sustained investor confidence in fundamentally strong stocks. They expect market sentiment to remain influenced by corporate earnings, macroeconomic development, and continued interest in blue-chip equities. Doctor, we discussed this yesterday that, the stock market, is booming. And yesterday it added another 192 billion naira in a single day. Thanks to the blue-chip companies. I mean, we have Nestle, we have the Dangotes, we have the banks. We also have the insurance doing quite well. Which other sector do you think needs to come into this wealth creation?
Well, I think generally things are picking up in Nigeria, and what is happening in the markets show evidences that the reform that the current regime has put in place, that they are producing results. And we cannot be tired to say that because of the naysayers who are out there saying we cannot see. We cannot see what is happening. That 198 billion you are talking about is money that came into people's pockets or their portfolio, as the case may be. And majority of these people are Nigerians who are smiling some to the bank based on dividend payoff, or those who also look at their portfolio and they can smile because there's a future that looks a lot bright. And I think it is also very important because this is also coming as at the time that SEC chairman and the CEO of Nigerian Exchange paid a courtesy visit to Mr. President yesterday to update him with real data of things that are happening around our economy. And some of the figures that the CEO of Nigerian Exchange put on the ground was the fact that in 2003, when Mr. President was coming in, the value of the listing of all the Nigerian companies in the exchange was just 30 trillion naira. And as of today, that value in 3 years had moved from 30 trillion to 160 trillion. And he said, based on the things that they're doing currently and that's on the work, that hopefully by the end of this year, that figure will get to 230 trillion. And he said, all-share index, when President came in, was 50,000. Today, that also has risen to above 200,000. That even when they got to 100,000, people were wondering because they couldn't calculate anymore. But they have grown in leaps and bounds. And then, of course, and he said they may not be able to put hand on the numbers.
Yes.
That in this same period of time, between 500 to 900,000 people have become new millionaires trading in the market. And that, I think those are things that speaks to itself. I told somebody yesterday, a certain investor in Lagos here invested about, in 2020, 700 million to buy 3 million shares of a certain energy that was listed at that time. And by the time he was selling last year, he sold just 1 million of the units that he had in that particular stock, and he sold it for 4 billion. Total investment was 700 million to buy 3 million units. But selling 1 million units, 3 years after, he made over 4 billion. And so that tells you the level and the gravity of the profitability that is in that space. So, and I think they also made a lot of demand on the president, which for me, they are also very important because they're all related to the issues that you are raising. The first is the fact that they want the president to see that more of government assets are privatized and listed. They mention specific government-owned JVs like the LLG.
Okay.
That Mr. President should allow these things come into the market so that Nigerians can also participate in this and help raise capital for some of all this. And then, of course, they talk about government also look a second time at the capital gain tax and see how they can take these things away. And once that happens, so that investors, foreign investors, will not be taking their money elsewhere where there are no capital gain tax. Of course, the president said he was going to look into those things with his team. But why am I putting all this picture? That wealth can be made, can be created if the right things are done. So it just needs for us to put in place what people call the enabling environment or an ecosystem through which people can participate. And I think this is quite very, very, very important as of today. And okay, another issue that, of course, the CEO also raised yesterday was the fact that this infrastructure that government is doing, that Nigerian capital market can also push it, which is very important. How do we put, for example, the Sokoto-Badagry Highway, the Green Line in Lagos? Let them be listed so that our citizens are investing in this project. They are getting return when these things are properly told. We can build more infrastructures from what is coming from this thing. And I think that was what Dubai did with their project SOUQ. So they call it the Clean Road Project. They build a very beautiful clean road and then put toll on it. And the money that is made from that is used to build other toll. So I think it's something that we can actually copy. So beyond just the few that are there right now, which again is what the finance minister pushed back to the capital market yesterday, that we need to do more. That in Africa, South Africa, that is the regional leader, has about $1 trillion in terms of their value of the listings in their market, and Nigeria can do more. And if we are consistent in the things we are doing in the next 10 years, a whole lot can happen. So we just need the right environment. We need good government support in terms of policy, and less regulation to allow for flexibility. Because at the end of the day, you can't forget that your elementary class in commerce. The sole reason for entrepreneurship, or sole proprietorship, or whether it's partnership, or whether it is corporation, as we are told in early commerce or economies, is to make profit.
Right,
and once profits are guaranteed, then you will see a lot of these other businesses do well.
All right, so what is sustaining this investor confidence? Even though some people say there is market uncertainty, what is driving people to invest more? Because much of this is coming from corporate earnings. It's influenced by corporate earnings.
Yeah, of course. They listed 4 drivers yesterday that actually are the heart of this. The CEO said the signing into law of the Investment and Security Act 2025 was a game changer for them. And that, of course, opened up the market space, created the needed transparency that, of course, a lot of people could now begin to look at this side. The second driver he listed was the foreign exchange policy of Mr. President. That also ensure that people can bring in dollar and take dollar out of the market without hassle. And then, of course, there are no specific windows created for anybody. People are able to do their business as the market forces will determine. Then he talks about the banking reform.
Recapitalization?
Yes, the recapitalization of the bank, which, of course, according to him, was a big blow that changed the entire narrative within the banking sector. That when the CBN governor came and said, oh, banks should do, everybody thought that that was not possible. But in less than 3 years, we have seen that it was possible. And they were able to raise, according to him, well over 4 trillion. And I said the things that are on the pipeline, they also see that before the year end, they're also able to raise an additional 1 trillion. So, and the beauty of this was the fact that majority of these participants are Nigerians. So they're also playing in there. So that was also one factor. And then the final driver, the fourth driver, was the role of technology. That NGS had made it possible for people to trade from their phone, which has democratized the space. And I think these are the real things that are driving this sector. And a lot of people are participating.
Do you see this momentum sustaining? Do you think we would have this upward or bullish market continue throughout the rest of the year?
I think it's sustainable as long as people understand that wealth are created by investment. I like the counsel that the finance minister gave yesterday in that meeting, that we still have a number of Nigerians who still are looking at Ponzi schemes, some of them at betting and the rest of it. And Mr. President was saying that we should actually take the enlightenment to the classrooms so that people are taught how to make money. And I think that has been missing in our curriculum. They call it financial literacy. And I think it's a hard time that those who are designing our curriculum should be able to get people to understand how to make wealth and where those avenues are. And if that are done, and I think the momentum will be sustained, because number one, we have a very active population that is an average of 19 years. So if we have such a population that are growing and we are raising more young people, then the chances that these young people are going to grow into building wealth is also very high. And so reaching that $1 trillion mark is fixable. And I think we just continue on this trajectory of doing what is right and see whatever will become an exuberance on the way of investment, Nigeria must find a way to take it away. And I think that was the area where the chairman, the CEO of Nigerian Exchange was asking that we should revisit the issue of capital gain tax, because what investor will do is that they find a way to evade tax. Because when you evade, it's not illegal. It's avoidance as a problem. So how do we stop people from evading taxes? To create an atmosphere where these people will be able to say, okay, well, these people are not targeting my capital or targeting my earnings. So all those things, I think the government needs to still do more in terms of creating the right ecosystem so that this fund can remain.
All right, away from the corporate world, if we move into the informal sector, a lot of people like short-term investments. That's why we have all these Ponzi schemes here and there. So how do we convince, how do we encourage people, especially in the informal sectors, the entrepreneurs, the young startups, to put their money into stock, long investments, and they will reap the benefit rather than short-term Ponzi schemes and all that?
I don't think that's again what the president spoke to yesterday while meeting with the capital market operators, so to tell them that, look, we need to take that financial education to the grassroots. I was telling a lady yesterday, even after graduating from the university, I didn't understand what the stock market looked like. So I gave him an analysis, how I was having a conversation with my own elder brother who had been working before that time. And then he was telling me that, look, that it doesn't work. Because not many people have knowledge of that thing. But I was able to push him at that time to tell him, I said, look, we don't need too much money from you. Just take 2,000 every month. There's one lady who was working in one of the insurance company here at Broad Street, that he will be coming to your office at the end of the month just to take 2,000. And I was telling the lady, so because of the trust and confidence, he decided to give out that 2,000 because I don't mind whether it was missing or lost. But something happened. As he was putting that money, he was monitoring to see that this thing was actually adding value. And I told him he has done that because that was at the height when the market was really very good, between 2004 and 2008. So he put some money, and then some few money came into him. And then he said, bro, I went to buy a Mercedes-Benz 190, which was raining at that time, from the market. And that was, for me, it was a huge kind of motivation. And then went ahead and even went ahead to go to do qualification for a stockbroker training. Wow. To tell you, because he sees the value and the opportunity. And today he's certified as a stockbroker. And I can tell that even within Lagos, he has been able to get his own properties through this market. So people just need to be enlightened. People need to be enlightened. And that enlightenment is what is missing. And once people understand how these things work, the nitty-gritty of its working, then, of course, participation will become better. Because even those smaller businesses we're talking, informal businesses, they can actually also go to the market. If they are done well in 5 years, they can be listed and raise capital from the market rather than go to the bank to borrow, which is the beauty. So all these are avenues that we have to explore to be able to create wealth. The truth of the matter is that no matter how good a government is, government cannot make everybody wealthy. They can give you palliative, but palliative cannot sustain anybody. So what is important is that all of us must be determined in our heart to build wealth, and it is possible.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that. Let's move on to the next story. The Bank of Industry, through BOI, financing SPV PLC, has opened subscription for its inaugural series 1 fixed rate bond, valued at up to 250 billion naira under its $1 billion multi-currency instrument program. The offer, which opened on August 5th and closes on August 11, is being arranged by Chapel Hill Durham as the lead issuing house. Now, the 5-year bond carries a yield range of 17.35% to 17.50% and will be listed on the FMDQ Securities Exchange. Now, the bond is expected to raise long-term capital to finance businesses across Nigeria's priority sectors, supporting industrial growth, job creation, and broader economic development. So, Doctor, how attractive is 17.35 and 17.50% yield? Is it attractive enough?
Absolutely. And I know that this also will be oversubscribed. You just imagine that you are going to put your money in there and say in 5 years, and you are going to get 17%. When you compound that, you know what it is in 5 years. So that's massive.
Okay.
You can't find that anywhere else in the world except in the Nigerian market. And so it's attractive. Okay. It's 70%. That's huge. That's huge. And, you know, you are buying a bond. Yes. And so they're not telling you that next year the thing is going to come down. No. It's fixed. This rate is going to be there for as long as that 5 years is. So you can just go to put your money there and go to sleep in 5 years. And it has grown by 70%. So that's massive. You can imagine if you have 10 million there and 70% in 5 years. So that gives you like about 1.7 million.
Compared to fixed deposit that offer maybe 10%?
Yeah, far less,
something.
Far less, that's some money that you can use to do something else in 5 years. You can actually plan toward it. So the point is that this is an opportunity again for many Nigerians to participate. Get into this bond, take advantage of it. And I think it's even, it should be elapsing on Tuesday, I guess, on the 11th. It started on Friday, on the 5th. Yes. So a lot of people need to take advantage of it because the window is closing. Yes. And if you buy into it, of course, you're going to make well. But the other side of it is the beneficiary. So again, you know, yesterday I was talking about raising capital for business. Yes. That a lot of people are not looking toward the Bank of Industry.
Yes.
Here again now you see their innovativeness in terms of creating this bond. And this money is not going to be warehoused. The money is going to be given to SMEs, corporate bodies who are needing more money to run. And so they're also helping you to create wealth. I think there's limitless opportunity. There is limitless opportunity. And you remember that our vision is actually to help people see these opportunities and then key into it and make wealth for themselves. We are not hopeless. Our case in Nigeria is not bad. We should not listen to the voice of people who want power. We should open our eyes to the opportunities that are in the market and take advantage of every of this opportunity to create more wealth. We need young Nigerians to be solution-minded because that's the only way wealth can come. They are leaving school. They are not looking for who is going to pay them salary. They should pay attention close to their environment. Okay. What is the problem in the environment? What solution can I proffer to solve this problem? And once you can articulate that concept and put it in a note, and you throw it at the doorstep of the Bank of Industry, if they plug the numbers and they are adding up, they will give you money to run. So young Nigerians must understand that there are a lot of opportunity because we have not maximized our potential yet. We are still scratching the surface. And so we must look at our society. What are the problems in our society? How can we create and generate solutions for this problem? Because it's only when we create solutions that, of course, wealth will flow in. So this should be the mindset. Looking at quick wins, shortcuts to wealth is not any way to go. Crime is not paying, and people should avoid crime and come to participate in this broader space where economy is becoming very attractive to people who are outside. So we don't need to sleep and allow foreigners to take this opportunity. We ourselves must be active participants, and at the end of the day, we will all be good for it.
All right, so one last question. What impact would this have on industrial growth? And also, how does this compare to treasury bills and federal government bonds?
Well, the issue in terms of impact, you just imagine that there's an injection of 250 billion into the SME space. The number of new entrepreneurs that will be helped, the number of businesses that are going to benefit, and how this is going to compound into creating opportunity for those who are looking for jobs. So the impact will be massive, to be massive. So which means, of course, again, BOI, because there's a whole lot that people are putting on their table, they are able to finance some of these ventures that are promising. So to that extent, that's an impact. What's the difference between what government is selling?
Federal government bonds?
The rates are almost the same. The rates are almost the same, and I think the difference here is because you're dealing with a banker who is also investing and making profits. The security is there. And as government bonds also are almost trading at the same rate. So the value almost the same. And so the windows are there, but you don't have that window right now for government treasury bill, but at least you have the bond in the BOI.
Should more institutions, open up or give offers for these bonds? I mean, we're having BOI. Should other government institutions,
Oh, yes, that is to be encouraged, that other institutions must also follow suit. And I think it was the finance minister who was talking about that yesterday, that the corporate bodies that are doing well, that they should also give room for more Nigeria to participate. You see, what you see most of these days is that some people are eating and then they try to close the door from other people to eat. You have people offering commercial papers. You're having people who are not going to IPOs and they are doing private placements to give room for the people who already are within the space to open up. And I think that was the counsel that the finance minister gave to the NGS yesterday, that they must also encourage corporations and corporate bodies to open their doors through IPOs so that millions and millions of Nigeria who are working hard on a daily basis to earn a living can also be putting something away into these IPOs, and it become a source of passive income for them to augment whatever thing they currently make where they are working. I think for me, to that extent, it is positive, and I think we should encourage people to be more productive, which is what can actually make people wealthy.
All right, let's move on to the third story. India's state-owned Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited has purchased 4 million barrels of Nigerian crude oil as refiners seek alternative supplies following the United States-Iran crisis and disruptions to the Middle Eastern oil shipment. The company acquired the crude through 2 separate tenders, with the latest transaction involving 1 million barrels of each Nigeria's Forcados and Bongo crude grade purchased from Shell, yes. Now, the increased demand highlights Nigeria's growing importance as an alternative crude supplier to Asian markets. Industry analysts say the shift could support Nigerian oil export and strengthen trade opportunities as global energy supply chains adjust to geopolitical tensions. We were still talking about this yesterday, and you talked about market competition, open up the market. If U.S. is doing whatever they're doing, Nigeria can also, go into the market and, find new buyers, find people. And this is one of them. India is coming into it. Do you think that, this would also raise our oil export earnings? This would also open new markets for us?
Yeah, of course. Like I said yesterday, my village people will say, nobody can lay claim to the bus stop. Belongs to everybody.
Yes.
So I think that is what it is. In an era of geopolitics, where people are even talking about multipolarism in terms of international relations, there's no one nation that can claim extremely to be more important than any other person. And now nations have options. And because there are options, nobody can condition in his room how the market should look like. Yes. So that reminds me of Thomas Hobbes' theory of the state, where he talked about the state itself. Society was a very hostile place where competition was cutthroat and men were killing themselves. And at a certain point in time, when this nastiness and brutishness and shortness of life became something of concern to people, they came around to a table and decided to set up a Leviathan to administer their affairs and handed all over the power to them so that it can moderate the competitions between the state. Of course, if you're a student of international relations, you know that's actually where the theory of what they call deterrence actually came from, what they call, where you get to a point, they call it mutual assured destruction. If you have weapon, I have weapon, and we are killing ourselves, and we know that we have capacity to end our lives at the same time, we will drop our weapons, and then we will negotiate. And I think that's where the world is today. We have gotten to that level.
Who's going to drop their weapon? U.S., Iran?
No, there's no weapon. This is an economic conversation right now.
Okay.
So, U.S. can't feel too superior. If you remember, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago that the Secretary of Commerce had to go to China to go and appeal to China and say, look, you are supporting your market. Too much of subsidy, take it away so that we don't become a unipolar economy. And of course, EU also went at the same time to go and appeal to China. Because the things you must understand is the fact that humans, as we are, the instinct for survival, you can't take it away. And that's why they say even if goats cannot bite you, when you push the goat to the wall, chances are that it will fight back to bite. So this is where it is. And those who are the superpower must understand that, look, nobody is an island. Take, for example, the thing that is driving technology globally today, the microchips or semiconductors.
Semiconductors, yes.
Taiwan, that small island, dominates the market with over 56% of the production capacity of semiconductor that goes around the world. That's not in America. Yes. That's in Asia. A very tiny island. So what that means is that in a world of innovation and creativity, options are available. And so those who are the leaders of the first world must also understand that in the quest for survival, sometimes our loyalty to them will have to be questioned at a certain point.
All right, so with this new deal, do you think that Nigeria could become a more strategic supplier to Asia?
Yeah, but again, it's for us to be able to ramp up our capacity to produce more crude, which is fundamental. The issue now is not who to buy. The issue is our capacity to produce more crude, because there are willing buyers. The market is ready.
Yes.
So let our hands be on the deck, taking away the bottlenecks in the upstream sector of the Nigerian oil and gas. And then we don't mix this opportunity. I remember when the president was talking during his campaign in 2023, he was having a conversation with some business people, and I said, look at it. It's not that anybody is praying for war to happen. The Ukraine-Russia war would have been an opportunity for Nigeria to earn big selling gas to Europe. But we have missed that opportunity because there was no investment in that direction. And I like that, of course, the federal government has signed some deal to see how to pipe gas from Nigeria through Morocco to Europe, which, of course, I feel that had to be delivered so that we can benefit from the global market. Nigeria has a lot of potential. And I think we have spoken so much of the potential for too long. Now is for us to kickstart that engine of growth so that we can have the good life that all of us are craving for.
All right, so how do we bring in more drillers? I know you've said it so many times that it's not easy to set up a company to drill, and it takes years of planning. How do we speed up? How do we encourage more people to come in, drill, sell to other? I mean, yes, we don't have a problem of buyers anymore now. It's just to get more people into this particular sector.
Well, I think there are a few things that government must have to do. First, the security in this environment where drillings are happening need to be ramped up. We must ensure that business people who come to do business in Nigeria, they are safe and secure. First, that's important. We need guarantees from government for people who are putting money down. And government must be able to guarantee investors who bring their money or local people who are putting their money in that, of course, there's safety for those investments. That's quite very important. But much more important is a deliberate effort by the Nigerian government, by way of policy, to ensure that our institutions are producing the right manpower that is required for this industry to prosper. Not just paper qualification. The right skill set that's needed so that when investors are bringing money, they don't also have to import people. We have to have an army of hands-on, experience, or people who don't need too much of training to hit the ground running if they get employment. So that symbiotic relationship between the oil and gas sector and the Nigerian academic space and research institutions needs to be strengthened so that we can have competent manpower who will play in that sector. I think if those things are put in place, we're going to get a lot of attraction. Because it's one thing for you to want to put your money, but by the time you are calculating what you are going to pay expatriate to bring them in, because you may not have the requisite skill at home, that of course can trigger your cost of production. And so once your costs and inputs are high, then prices become high extremely. And then of course in a global space where people are having a lot of more assets than you are, you may not be competitive. So Nigeria must create a competitive environment or ecosystem where people who are putting money down can be assured that they can maximize profits.
So how do we upgrade our academic system? Should government focus on tertiary institutions, research institutes, polytechnics? You know, you said it yesterday that someone who studied mechanical engineering doesn't even know, how to handle a car or something. So what should the government do at this point if we need to invest in human power?
Yeah, but I think funding is required for technical education in Nigeria, so that there's what they call I'm looking for the right word now, such that we can invest in equipment.
Okay.
We can invest in technology for this university. That's how China grew. They call it reverse engineering. All these courses that you are doing, electrical electronics, they should be broken down into pieces.
Should some be scrapped?
Not necessarily scrapped. We should have a department, for example, in Nigerian University, rather than studying complete electronic, that department studies only telephone.
Okay.
Yes. You have departments that study just camera. Not all the broad electronics, because you look at the way technology has evolved over the year. You cannot teach everybody so much. So we need to break these conventional courses into smaller courses so that people can major in something. So it's not that I have a certificate in electronics engineering. No. Yours may just be a phone technology. And then they have access to study the telephone for 4 years. Look at its evolution. Look at how the system works. And then you now have graduates who are able to design a model of a phone that they cannot take to an industry at the end of their sojourn in the ivory tower. And then this can be commercialized and we can move this outside. So I think it's their policy issue in the first place. So we are not studying, somebody is a mechanical engineering. What aspect of mechanical engineering? So these are the things that we need to look into. And I think that those are in those space, in the research space, in the academic space, must have to have this conversation so that we can have a homegrown solution to our problem. So that when people go to the university, for example, and they want to take a project or they want to do a dissertation or a thesis, these people must be given a local problem to solve. So we don't just end up copying from one textbook and put on the other and then go and submit and decide you have graduated, you have done a project. So people must be given local problems to solve. So as people are providing solutions to those local problems, you will find that at the end of the day, we may not even be needing too much of consultancy services in government. It's for us to be able to review these things that the people are doing and see how we can commercialize them and make them something that are commercially viable. And that's quite very important. I like the way the United Arab Emirates does with their civil service. They tell you and say, look, anything that can make your work better, you must suggest at least 1, 2 times every year. Show us how it works. Show us what capital requirement that is involved. tell us what it has had before, and what are we adding to it to make it different from where it has worked before. Now, this had helped them to reduce the cost of consultancy service from big consultants. And now they are finding their solutions locally. I think there are models that we can adopt as a nation and see how we can make our educational system more robust. That when people go through it, they are coming out with hands-on skills that industry would need, and they would not need to either be retraining them or be looking for expatriates to do those work.
Thank you very much, Doctor. We're due for a break. We'll be back after this breather.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Nigeria and Canada have signed an expanded air transport agreement that would allow direct scheduled flight between both countries for the first time in a move aimed at boosting trade, tourism, investment, and educational exchanges. Now, the agreement was signed at the Canadian High Commission in Abuja and marks a major expansion of the bilateral air service framework. Government officials say it will improve connectivity between both countries and strengthen economic cooperation. Now, the federal government says the pact will reduce travel time and logistic cost for passengers and cargo operators while creating new opportunities for businesses, airlines, and investors in both countries. Doctor, this is a very good flight agreement, new flight deal, direct flight from here straight to Canada. How would the passengers benefit from this? Do we expect to see affordable airfares, good flight services? And what's your expectation?
I don't think it's affordability that's really the issue.
Well, you've always said that the rich, only the rich fly.
No, it's not the only way. Depending
the poor man don't fly.
It depends on the distance that you're going. For you to even secure your ticket to be able to go to Canada, you don't need to be a small man, so you have small money. But I think the convenience that it offers is the BOT.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can fly 13 hours straight from Nigeria and then you're in Canada. So it reduced travel time. I remember the last time I went to Canada, I had to travel for like 21 hours because there were layovers. So all those things can quite be inconveniencing for travelers. So if Nigerian can move from here, then you can program your 13 hours and then you get to your destination. It makes a whole lot of sense. Then you don't need too many of stopovers, or then you have to wait for a flight. And sometimes people have to spend huge period of time, maybe 6 hours, 10 hours, to connect a flight from another destination to get to where you are going. All those inconveniences are taken off. And I think that's good for the passenger. And it's also important for us to say that Canada has also become one of our travel destinations. So you have so many Nigerians who are traveling to Canada, or a lot of them who are currently resident in Canada. So, of course, family and friends will need to visit Canada, and then that again will generate a lot of traffic for that route. So for Nigerians who are living in Canada and they want to come for Dirty December, they don't need to be traveling anti-clockwise to come here. They can get a straight flight, and then here they are in Nigeria. And when they are going back, it's also very convenient. So I think, for me, it's a beautiful thing to happen. That, again, would be like a spur for the airline industry in Nigeria. Local operators also must be thinking how to take advantage of these advantages for multiple destination flight that's happening in Nigeria today. So it will just be the foreign airlines that are benefiting, that our local participants must be able to put resources together. One person may not be able to do it, but 3 or 4 people can come together to invest in that route and make it really lucrative. But again, beyond the fact that we are also giving this bilateral arrangement for direct flight, I think Nigeria needs to do a little step further with the embassy in Nigeria to also facilitate visa issuance to eligible travelers. It's very important that when we see people who don't have criminal record, we'll have people who at least have a means of livelihood that they are not willing to abandon. Visa should avail, because that exchange between the two countries is where the profitability will actually come from. Because if you have a direct flight that is traveling over 13 hours and the aircraft is not full, that will be a loss to the air operator. So I think that that understanding also we will need to get. And that again will mean that our security people are doing things right. People are properly profiled, and we know who are genuine and those who are not genuine. We know those who are willing to travel and come back, and those who are not unduly seeking asylum. So these are the issues that we also need to put in place so that there will be effective travel, because it's only when passengers are on the route that, of course, this agreement will become a benefit, whether to Nigerians or to investors.
All right, so What opportunities would this create for airlines? Would it boost trade and investment, tourism, hospitality? What should we be expecting?
Yeah, I just have run through some of all those things. Because what happens is that if there's a direct flight, the convenience is there, and nobody is going to be thinking, oh, do I need to sleep somewhere before I travel? So you can choose that destination, understanding that you have a direct flight, that you sit at the comfort of one flight to your destination. So the confidence is offered is an opportunity. But like I've said a while ago, is the fact that we need to go a little step further with the embassies of this country that we're having direct flights to. We've signed that agreement with Brazil recently. We have signed that agreement now with Canada. Now, if we have this bilateral agreement that we can operate direct flights, the fuel, I don't mean the aviation fuel.
Yes.
The driver for the success
of this
is the fact that there are opportunities for people who intend to travel, whether for holiday, for tourism, for intellectual exchanges, are not overburdened in terms of visa approvals. So once you have that in place, you will have the required passengers to make that route lucrative.
Okay. Do we get to see Canadians coming into Nigeria, investing in Nigeria with this new, since there's a direct flight, they don't have to, no hassle, nothing? Do you think more Canadians will be, open to come and do business?
Yeah, of course. What it means is that we're having Nigerians in Canada, and if the right people are allowed to travel, for example, who are business people or civil servants, they will travel to Canada to market their country. Because some of the things that happens right now in terms of this Jackpot syndrome,
yes,
is there are a lot of Nigerians who are seeking asylum in Canada. We cannot take that away. They are using all manners of NGO to escape trouble here. And so that does not paint a good picture of your country outside. That people have to look for illegal routes to get into your country because they have the need to travel. So the point is that if the right people are traveling, business people are not overstressed to get the visas to travel, then of course you have these people who can go to Canada, interface with Canadians, also showcasing the opportunities that are inherent. And then of course that win-win can be created. So beyond the agreement to operate direct flight, we must go a little step further to ensure that there are not cumbersome processes to obtain travel documents to go to Canada.
All right. Thank you very much, Doctor. Let's move on to the next story for today. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, that's MAN, has urged the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to reduce monetary policy rate to below 20%, arguing that the current 26.5% benchmark has made borrowing too expensive and is slowing manufacturing growth. Now, the association also called on the Apex Bank to prioritize manufacturers in foreign exchange allocations in order to improve access to production input and reduce operating costs across the sector. MAN further urged the federal government to fully implement the Nigerian First policy by ensuring ministries, departments, and agencies procure at least 80% of their local goods from local manufacturers. A move, it says, would strengthen domestic production, create jobs, and boost economic growth. I know yesterday we were still talking about the lending rates, 26.5%. And what MAN is saying is they just want it below 20%. And you said, it's good to keep it at 26%, because of the macroeconomics happening in the country and to make the economy stable. But MAN is also saying that bring it down to below 20%. And they are also calling that this Nigeria First policy that has been, inaugurated since should be effected. At least 80% of procurement should be done from local manufacturers. What's your thought on this?
Well, I think we sympathize with man because we have to find ourselves in this kind of environment. But again, in terms of economic management, and I don't think that drastic, like I mentioned yesterday, drastically cutting the interest rate will help the stability that we're trying to build in the economy. And I think with time, the forces of market will address some of these challenges.
What forces do you mean?
A lot of forces. Before now, many banks, I hear governors say this, and ex-governors. In short, I think it was the last media chat that Wigwe said that sometimes they had to even kneel down before assistant branch managers to be able to get money to run their states. And because they're giving loans to state because they know definitely allocation is coming. And of course, they tell you, maintain account with us. And as your allocation is ending, they are able to take your money out at their will. Now, if you observe that most states are no longer borrowing from commercial bank, as it were. So what that means, like I've always argued, there's this old adage that necessity is the mother of invention.
Yes.
So the banks must now be looking for ways and means to create wealth for their investors. And what that will mean is that they must also be looking for avenue to put money out there to the manufacturing, to the agri sector, and other sectors that are begging for investment. And then they can also make profit, which eventually they will pass on to their investor through dividend at the end of the trading year. So I feel that all these things will self-regulate. Okay. So what is required, in my view, is that we don't distort the reform process. We must allow the process to run its full course and then allow the free hand of the market to regulate some of all these things. Because when you put legislation in there, what you're trying to do is to protect your local industry. And in most of the cases, we also realize that these local industries are not capitalized enough. They are not liquid enough to be able to do some of the things that can make us very competitive. So the government, through policy, especially the CBN, must ensure that whether they are local investors or they are foreign investors, they have a level playing field where everybody can think about taking advantage. Take, for example, Nigerian First policy. I don't think it's a bad policy, but the issue is that that increases cost for us. Because if the cost of production for you is very high locally, you are going to charge that price. We have seen that work in the area of agriculture before now. When, of course, Mr. President, the former president, God bless his soul, placed a ban on 41 items from getting forests to trade. What happened? The prices of rice, beans, were on the rooftop. Because, like they say, it's as you buy, that's how you sell. So if the farmer is investing so much money to produce that bag of rice, he can't sell below the cost price.
Yes.
There must be a margin on it. So by the time this government came in and saw that the price of rice had gotten to about 100 or 110, beans had gotten to about 100 and 120. So what did they do? They decided to open the window so that people can bring in input. What happened? It drove the price of rice down by almost 50%. So that gives you an idea of what happened when you're saying that, oh, yes, we want to grow our local industry, but we also must make those industries to be competitive. That's very important. But if they have to be competitive, I agree with man that they need a lower interest rate. Because you cannot be competing with a man in China who is having maybe 5% interest rate, or a man who is coming from Japan that's having like -2 or -5 interest rates below 0 to be able to compete effectively with those kind of people. So yes, but I think the forces of the market, the forces of demand and supply, has a way of mediating all this, and then we get to a new equilibrium.
Okay, Doctor, if you say the forces of demand and supply, we also know that in Nigeria, people would go for cheaper things, the most affordable things. And just like you rightly said, some of these things produced locally are quite expensive. So what should the government do? How would they come in to make this thing? Because for Nigerians to be able to patronize locally made stuffs, of course, it has to be competitive. You have to be able to, I mean, if you go to a co-market now and you want to buy a pair of shoes, they'll tell you this one is from Turkey, this one is Nigerian made, this one is this one is that, and they have different prices. So what can the government do? If the government will not touch the interest rate, what can they touch to make it maybe less affordable for manufacturers this time around to be able to produce at low or minimal cost?
Yeah, that's what we say. If, for example, you have a cost-push inflation, what that means is that you have to look for a way to remove more money from the people's hand. But we have not gotten to where we need to be thinking of putting more money because there's still more money in people's hand. So managing that sensitivity is quite important for the CBN. Yes, we understand that these local people need to get or secure loans that are cheap. But beyond the loan, there are other factors that we must also put into account. Most of the concentrate for the manufacturing company, we still import them. What are we going to do so that we can be able to produce some of these inputs locally without necessarily have to import them? That also will drive competitiveness on the one hand. Innovation and creativity. How do we innovate in such a way that we have cheaper technologies compared to what those guys have out there? So all these things are the sum total that will come together to see investment in your research, R&D, investment in your educational system. Then, of course, create the right incentive, policy-wise, to create guarantee for some of these producers or manufacturers. And to that extent, we can get a lot of advantage. Don't forget that, again, that some of our machinery today, they are duty-free. So zero duty on them. And that's also to help create competitiveness so that these local people can transform their operations by getting machine at almost duty-free. So some of all these measures need to be sustained. But then, of course, people must be ready to key into these windows that are open to drive development and growth.
Now, let's look at the Buy Nigeria. Why do you think governments are not keying into this Buy Nigeria first policy? What can be done? Should it be mandated? Should it be directed? Should the ministry's department be directed that, okay, from henceforth, 70, 50% of your procurement must come from local manufacturers? Or what can be actually done?
Well, I think the Made Nigeria First policy is a good policy, no doubt about it. It's designed to protect your local industry.
Yes.
But how that makes the industry very competitive is where we need to emphasize. Because, like I have always told you, the Bible is my worldview. And it shapes and conditions the way I think. No country makes so much money trading with itself. The bulk of the money comes from exports.
Okay.
And that's why the preacher in Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 1, admonishes, when you read from the NIV translation, that you should ship your grains abroad. After a while, return will come to you. So while we are protecting locals to be able to produce for our economy, the ultimate target is to see that this enter into international market, and at the international market, they are competitive. So we need to organically grow our industries without necessarily have to overprotect them.
5 more minutes.
That will make them not to be able to be competitive on the outside.
But, you know, it's by protecting them they are able to scale up, expand, and also export outside.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Measures can be put in to protect them. But if we make it the grand focus, it's okay, let's just focus on our local producers. I tell you, it will backfire on the economy.
Really?
I assure you, because there's a lot of poverty around. And because of that level of poverty, if you leave this thing in the hand of people for too long, people will cry. That's why I made mention of rice and beans importation. Yes. That's currently happening. Because we have allowed our farmers to produce this, and people thought that they were making money, but while they were selling twice what the foreigners were selling, they were still not making money. So what then should we do? Like I said yesterday, allow them to coexist side by side. Give them some headroom by reducing, for example, clearance costs, shipment costs, and the rest of it. If government have money, they can build more rail to enhance transposition of humans, goods, and services from one place to the other. Then that gives you a lot of competitive advantage. It gives you a lot of competitive advantage. So I think those are the areas where policies come in. And then we review our processes to ensure that manufacturers are not bleeding too much.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Let's move on to the last story for today. Now, poultry farmers in Lagos State have urged the state government to fast-track the establishment of an egg powder factory to reduce losses caused by unsold eggs and improve the profitability of poultry businesses. Now, the appeal was made during the annual summit of the Poultry Association of Nigeria, Lagos State chapter, held in Alausa. Now, the association also trained farmers on the use of modern technology to boost productivity and strengthen poultry value chain. Now, farmers say the proposed processing facility would help preserve surplus egg production, minimize waste support, food security, while improving incomes across the poultry industry. Doctor, I mean, this is quite an appeal that they are making because sometimes, you know, they could experience surplus, you know, produce of eggs and all that, and they are calling on the state government to come to their aid. I remember, I think, was it during the COVID-19 or thereabout, there was too much eggs and some had to, some were some got spoiled rather, and they were selling, they had to sell out at ridiculous prices. Do you think the government, or what can the government also do in this particular area?
Yeah, I think there's so much that we're expecting government to do. Government intervene by way of policy to regulate an industry. And I say, as we speak right now, maize is not something you can export freely from Nigeria. Because the same Poultry Farmers Association has argued that the corn that is in the country is not even enough for us to use, and rather than be shipping them outside. So somehow we're not allowing our corn to fly because we don't even have enough of it. So, when you look at what the requests are, it's not far from the first conversation we had when I talked about rice and its yield. Because these are what is important. Yesterday, I made an allusion to how China had the conversation on how to deal with the human capital input into the cost of production, because they found out that labor was a critical determinant of the cost of goods and services. What did they do? They innovated, key into the emergent artificial intelligence, humanoids, robotic technology, and ensure that robots are manning their factory.
Yes.
So, they don't need extra energy. They won't ask you for higher salary increase. What happens is that if you need more, you press the machine, you roll them out. If the market is resisting it, you off the machine, everything stops. So you are able to regulate it. And these people are not going to come back to you tomorrow and say, cost of living has increased. We want you to increase our salary. So by use of humanoids and robotic technology, you are able to deal with some of all these issues. So what else can be done? And that's where I speak about innovation. There must be synergy between the town and the gown. The university system, the manufacturing system must synergize. We want to see Nigerian local companies setting up chairs in relevant faculties or departments in Nigerian universities to pioneer cheap technology that can enable us to be competitive. We may not be able to invest in those high-end technology that Europeans are using, but we can innovate a system that also can be automated and reduce cost inputs into production. So all those things have to be exploited. But for the general head of the economy, I think we have to live with some cautious optimism so that the things that we are trying to build don't shipwreck in a matter of days. So those balances are needed. But I think that if the market forces are empowered, if competition and not control is facilitated, the hands of the market by the agents of demand and supply is likely to set new equilibrium.
All right, I know you said earlier on that we always expect too much from a lot from the government. What other institutions can come into this playing field and maybe build them out? I know they could also seek funds from BOI. They could also go into a partnership. You know, all in all, this is just to protect their market. They are saying that they don't want surplus eggs that would go into damage or something.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. They can also channel some part of their resources and invest in the value chain. Take, for example, cold storage facility in Nigeria is still weak.
Yes.
We need a whole lot of that so that when mangoes are ripening in their season, we are not allowing them to rot away. So we need private people to invest in these areas so that manufacturers and the rest of it can take advantage of those facilities. That's what is needed. That, synergy between government institutions and private institutions is highly requisite for a prospering economy. And therefore, we must focus our intention on those areas to build these synergies, to see that these manufacturers are having chairs in universities that are researching the things they need to make their factory work better, that can be sourced locally, but help them in the longer run to be globally competitive.
Do you see us exporting eggs in the future?
Well, I think if it's done very well, we can. And people bringing in fishes into our country. So why can't we ship egg to them if they don't have it? So, but I think a lot needs to be done in the area of agriculture. We need the right policy, no doubt about that. But we also need the interest of the people to be able to participate in that sector. So that if a child goes to study agriculture, for example, in Abeokuta, that child is not coming out to say, oh, I'm looking for work in GT Bank. No. He's coming out to put to use the skills and the knowledge that he or she has acquired over the space of 4 or 5 years in the university. And I think that's where we should be. And if we can do all of that, we can see real vibrant local manufacturing. So yes, interest rate is one component, but there are other components that needs to be worked on through research and technology that can really give leverage to these manufacturers and make them really productive in the real sense in the Nigerian economy.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor, for your inputs this morning. Thank you for your contributions on SBL.
My pleasure.
All right, that's it for SOUQ Business Landscape for today. From the capital markets to manufacturing, agriculture, aviation, energy, every headline tells a story. But understanding it means it drives better decision. I am Olumide Shokoya. Thank you for watching SOUQ Business Landscape. Stay informed, stay ahead, and join us next week as we continue to connect the dots behind the business stories shaping Nigeria and the world. Have a productive day.
On the 7th day, by 7 a.m., a particular player that wears number 7 is on a 7 a.m. flight back to his country because he couldn't make it to his 7th World Cup.
Yes, Messi is the GOAT because he has won everything and he has also won the World Cup. Not that Ronaldo is not good. Ronaldo is an awesome player, but Messi is the GOAT. When he has been in comparison, Messi is better than Ronaldo because he has won everything. And including the World Cup that Ronaldo has always craved for. But now that Ronaldo is out of the World Cup, then Messi is the GOAT.
Yes, now obviously it's over now because he can't even try to say he wants to come back to he wants to come to next World Cup again. So I think it's over. No, all those Ronaldo fans just shish for now. You understand what I'm saying? So it's over. Messi is the GOAT. He's the one of the one player. He has completed all his football career since when he accomplished the World Cup. Sure, you understand? So he has all the title, all the needful things player has to have in football. So Messi is the best of all time.
Well, it's not a question of does that mean if Messi is the GOAT. It's just a validation of the fact that Messi is the GOAT. Because it is only legends that are still left in the World Cup. The babies are out. You know, and just like I said, on the 7th day, by 7 a.m., a particular player that wears number 7 is on a 7 a.m. flight back to his country because he couldn't make it to his 7th World Cup. So that's period. The real legends are in the game, so thank you.
Got him!
Yes, now Messi is good now. I've been Ronaldo fans now, but Ronaldo don't live here now.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, Celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison. People such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Lee University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million. a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Towards the end of last year again, somebody called me from the presidency and said, Ara, what did you do to Abike Dabiru? And I said, I don't understand. In public, I went down on my knees. I said, Ma, Emma Bim. Not because I'm wrong, but because more call me, more beko. I am well raised. More be me, utura me be. And because of what I stand for. This is something really painful till date for me. When you sleep with somebody, they can access you. You've given them a code to your realm, to your spirit man, to your soul man, and they can do and undo with you. Why do you think some girls will be like, Afitoba Swayami, Afitoba Gwayami? Why do you think they talk those kind of things? Because it's a portal, yes, that you access. Once you give somebody that access, they can summon you, they can do anything to you. I have fallen many times because I laid with the wrong person. Is it true what they all are saying to me? And I'm like, what's going on? What's everybody saying? Tell Oga now. Tell him what you told me. I'm looking at, what did I tell you? You told us he wanted to rape you.
They say the biggest risk in life is to never take a risk. And guess what we're talking about today? We're talking about setups. Setups by people that are close to you or people that are far away from you and how you can run away from it. But don't worry. My name is Swift. They call me Sugar Mommy. And today I'm not alone. I have 3 very beautiful women, intelligent, gorgeous, and amazing. Let me not waste time. Let me start with them. So, you know, like, they tell you that there's always one by your right-hand side that determines everything that goes down in the world. She's looking very serious, like an accountant about to count my money. Now, how are you doing?
I'm good, very well. I would love to count your money and have you forget that I was doing that. So please, tell me when I can come.
Okay. All right. And close to me, you know, they tell you that you always keep the babies close to you, the beautiful ones that you don't want anybody to spoil so that they can be right by your side. I have the absolutely gorgeous.
What if I'm the one doing the spoiling?
Oh my God. You are. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
And so I'm about to do a drum roll thing. Today we decided to, you know, shake it up a little. And we brought somebody to you that started playing drums at the age of 5. She's not just beautiful, she's gorgeous. She has survived in a world where men conquered, and she conquered and she stood out. We are talking about the absolutely amazing Ara. She's in the building!
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you for joining us today.
So before we start, I'm so sorry, I have to do this. How did you know you were interested in drum?
You know, literally.
Yes.
Let me say that if you check my first official baby picture, it was my younger brother that pointed my attention to that, actually called my attention to that. My first baby picture, I had my hand like this. There was like, sis, do you realize you came into the world with your drum? It didn't occur to me, literally. So, but I started playing at the age of 5. And it's been an amazing journey. So I would say the drum chose me.
I was going to ask, is it just talking drums or you play any type of drums?
Okay, so I play well over 7 traditional drums. But the talking drum, because it was a soul preserve of men for centuries, and I am the first woman to play it. So I'm the first female master of the talking drum. But I play other traditional drums that females probably allowed to play, because there's still some traditional drums that females cannot play till date.
Wow. We just got schooled, ladies. All right, talking about schooling, so we're talking about setups. And we're going to talk about setups when they come from people that are close to you. Those people you've eaten together. You've told your secrets. This is the guy. This is what we did. And then the person now decides to set you up in the middle of all of that. So and let's start with our guest first. Let's shake her up a little. Okay. You've been in the industry for a bit, and they tell you that sometimes females are the biggest enemies to other females. It's sad, but that's the reality. Sometimes it's men too. They can gossip and be quite petty. Have you ever had a setup that shook you?
I've been in the industry for 38 years, and I can tell you that I've had 2 of those experiences that literally shook me. Do you want me to share both?
Please.
Go ahead. I want the tea.
Okay, so the first one was in 1994. I was in Ilorin, performing with a band at the time. We were working in the studio. So the owner of the studio was somebody I became very close to. My boyfriend at the time was in the UK. So he was living in the UK. So I, got close to him because, then there was no social media and all of that. So I felt like, okay, when he was traveling back, I wrote a letter, Egbon, please help me drop this mail when you get over there and all of that. Somehow, I think his girlfriend got jealous and thought there was a thing going on between us, but there was nothing.
Wait, did you say ex-boyfriend or your boyfriend?
At the time, my boyfriend.
So which means he had another girlfriend outside the country?
No, the person she gave the letter to deliver.
Oh, the person I gave the letter to was the owner of the studio where we were recording. His girlfriend thought I had a thing with him. My boyfriend was in the UK, and he was living in the UK, but he came home once in a while. So it was about going back on this trip, and I decided, please, could you help me drop this letter over the post over there? That was 1994, thereabout. So I don't know what happened, the band members, I don't know what they told her. So this day I walked into the studio and they told me I was being summoned. I got in there. I've never told this story anywhere else.
Wow, okay.
I was being summoned and I got in, and the owner of the studio, that had become like a big brother to me, called me by my other name, stage name at the time, Tracy. That was my stage name at the time. He said, is it true what they all are saying to me? And I'm like, what's going on? What's everybody saying? Tell Oga now, tell him what you told me. And I'm looking at, what did I tell you? You told us he wanted to rape you.
Jesus Christ.
I couldn't believe my ears. I was shocked. Like, I looked at everybody. They all said I said so. I felt like the ground should just open. Let me just enter. I went on my knees. I started crying. I'm like, Egbon, never. How would I say such a thing? I couldn't even imagine it. You're like my brother, So it was like, but how can everybody be lying against you? And I'm like, I didn't. So that day, I was walked out of the studio, never to return. I don't know if they found out what happened later, but years later, I met one of them who, met me in a very high place. That was in recent times, and I didn't even know him.
Wow.
And he said they should call me. I was working with the Oni as his cultural ambassador in Ife, and they came to, because I was in charge of the guests, and stuff like that. So, and said, do you remember me? I said, sorry, who are you?
That's the place I want to be.
Even if I remembered, I would have said that.
Honestly, I didn't even remember. Honestly, I didn't. Then he now reintroduced himself. I was like, wow. So I hugged him and all that. But then, I'm not one to carry
grudges. You are so nice.
So, but I just let it go. But then, that was where it ended. So that was a major one for me. First time ever that such a thing will happen to me.
So you never saw the man again?
No, I never.
And I can imagine how your career took a different turn, because at that point you were walked out of your own band.
Yes.
Where your band members were your family.
Yes. No, I wasn't the owner of the band. I was a band member.
Yeah.
Yes. So that happened. Well, I think I've had 3 actually.
Okay, now drop the second one first.
Oh, this other one.
Okay.
Wow, should I be saying this?
Yes.
Are you gonna get sued? My one is the first one.
Because if you're not gonna get sued, I'm interested in the tea. I don't judge.
Okay. As in the man, like I always, these are things that anger me more. It's that you know me to a point. I feel like you will know what I would say or what I won't say or how I would behave.
So who was the orchestrator of this gossip?
So I got to know was the girlfriend.
Oh.
She paid everybody.
Oh, that's some Godfather.
Did they get married at the end of the day?
Yes, I think they did.
Oh my God. You know, the extent that some ladies could actually go to get a man who will likely treat her terribly.
You said that's when I see women fight heavy for their men. I'm like, you know what, go ahead.
Congratulations to you and yours.
So now let's talk about the second one because I'm really interested.
I'm going to have to mention names.
Please do. I like names.
But we won't get sued.
Okay.
Okay.
And it's the first time I'm talking about it too. And this is most recent.
Okay.
In 2017 or 18, I can't remember now, I came up with this idea of Black History Month in Africa. So what I wanted to do was, hey, why are we going as far as, you know, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, everybody? We have our own, heroes in Nigeria. The Malcolm Nkrumah, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, Anthony Enahoro, a lot of them like that. So why don't we have our own version of Black History Month and stuff like that? So I wanted to start that. So I had to team up with somebody who reached out to me and said, Ara, I have something similar. Let's work together. You know, so we call him Ambassador Rotimi.
Okay.
You know, so he was the one that had access to the main person,
in charge of
Auntie Abike Dabiri. So he had access to her. Now, my first set of designers as Ara, one of them was Auntie Fumi Ajila Regalia.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and of course, you know, they're very close, Auntie Abike and Regalia. Now, what happened was, to cut a long story short, he had access to Auntie Abike through our office to host that event. So he called me, he was excited, came to my house, Ara, now I have this, so I have pictures, I have everything. And he said, let's do this. Now we can do, let's join forces. I'm like, okay, what do we do? I wrote to Samia Nkrumah in Ghana. She responded.
Wow.
I wrote to a couple of other people. Then he was now like, you know what, let's blow this up. Why don't we bring Martin Luther King family?
In Nigeria?
Yes.
Into Nigeria.
To Nigeria for that, for the maiden edition as well. So what I did was, I cracked my head. Well, who do I know that I will call? So I called a friend of mine. He's late now. He's known as Bishop Entertainment. He passed away recently. I said, Bishop, I need to have access to this family. He said, don't worry, I got you. I know who to call. And then he called a few people, and we got in touch with them, with his first son. So, but because of some arrangements, demands on us, we couldn't meet up those demands. But there were about 6 that were coming. His nephew, his brother's wife, Dr. Naomi King. She's passed on now.
Yes.
Yes. His nephew, Dr. Faris, I think, yeah. And a couple of businessmen from the US. Anyway, we had a meeting. I was introduced to someone else here in Nigeria who was coordinating for us from over there. So a lot of things went on. Now, on the long run, we brought them to Nigeria. But we didn't bring Junior.
Okay.
Because we couldn't meet certain demands.
Yes.
And the time was short. So we brought Dr. Naomi King, I brought Dr. Faris and everyone. This is something really painful till date for me.
Okay.
This is something that made me shed tears. Even this year. This is the biggest setup ever because till now I don't even know what happened. So these people came. They went to Abuja. Now, we couldn't get funding. It was Auntie Abike that helped us get funding from one of the banks. And the money was deposited in my account. We bought business class tickets, like 4 or 5, and some economic tickets. Of course, we ran out of funding. I'm cutting it short because it's a whole lot of story. So, because I told this guy, he said, you cannot run this thing by yourself.
Yes.
This maiden edition, let's ride on Auntie's back. So that by the time we do the second edition,
partners would have come.
Thank you. So he tried to do it initially, and when we got to a stage, not a dime came in. I said, better go back to Auntie. She's the only one that can help. And you are the one that have the access to speak with her. So, and that was all we did. And in one day, she got us a very good amount. And we started work. But we got stuck halfway. So much so that when they went to the villa to take pictures with the president, Buhari at the time, I couldn't go because there was no money for ticket and everything. We were actually running into debts. Now, I got a call from this man and said, see, this is what is being said here by this woman.
Okay.
It's sensitive. So he put Dr. Faris, Martin Luther King's nephew, on the phone to speak with me. And they said to me, I'm censoring a lot of things because, and they said to me, we know what is being said is not true. He told me, we know what's going on because you were not the one that promised us to come to Nigeria. We got a letter from presidency and said, come. Now, Martin Luther King Jr. got to know about this. He saw the pictures they had with President Buhari.
And he felt, why was I?
And he felt like,
where was I?
Where was I? So he tweeted and said, we are not part of this.
Wow.
We don't know, these are not the representatives of
my
the
father or
yes.
anybody.
Hell broke loose. And this is where the setup came in. And she then said to me, and I have every proof, I have all my receipts. She said, how much were you paid to destroy my career?
I can't imagine.
I didn't even know where that came from. I was like, career bit about, I don't even understand what's going on here. So, it was terrible, it was tough. Till today, I don't know who said that to her. 6 years ago, let me tell you how much that thing affected a lot of things. Certain people came to Nigeria to do some things from the States. Of course, they will go to our office.
Yes.
And one of them called me and said, oh, do you know this person? I said, oh, she's a fantastic person. She's like a big sister to me. She said, okay, we didn't say anything. They had a meeting with me before they went to Abuja. So when they got there, of course, they had that meeting. But let me not jump the gun, because when this whole thing was going like that, I was offended. So I reached out to her and said, Auntie, this is what I heard. And this is not true. How? So she said all kinds of things, and she said a lot of things. So I now sent a message to her because of the things she said. I said, if there be a God in Israel, I'll be vindicated.
Yes.
Because I don't know anything about what you're saying. So they all had to come to Lagos. We had a press conference. And while we were at the venue of the press conference, I saw somebody that has really touched my life. There are a few people in this country that God has used for me that did not toy with my dignity. I can mention their names if you want me to mention their names. If it's okay to mention their names. Dr. Muiz Banire. Now, Dr. Muiz Banire is somebody that we met at an event. I tried to see him pushing projects. I never got to meet him. So city people had an event. They wanted me to perform. They couldn't pay. I said, okay, you know what? I'll come for free, but I'll come as your MC.
Okay.
So I went. It was Tony Payne and I that hosted the event.
Okay.
So coincidentally, Dr. Muiz Banire was there. Of course, we have to give out awards. That was about the time my song with Two-Face was gaining grounds. And they were saying I was dating Two-Face. I'm like, I'm not dating Two-Face. Yes, we kissed in the video and all of that.
We even kissed. It's okay.
We kissed, So, that was my first attempt at being an MC, and it was such beautiful. Now, Dr. Muiz Banire was one of the people that were called to help us present awards.
Yes.
I said, Your Excellency, Honorable Commissioner, today you are going to work for me. He said, yes, ma. I said, I've been to your office countless times.
I couldn't see you.
I couldn't see you. But today, see the way God works. Sir, could you stand over here for me now? I'll hand him the work plans. So rather than him presenting just one or two, I made him present like 5. He said, sir, you're working for me today and you will not receive salary. So, we're just laughing and having fun. After that, I had to go to another event. So before I came back, he had given Tony Payne his number to give me.
You can contact him.
So I contacted him and said, come and see me in the office. And I got there and he said, tell me about what you're doing. I love your courage and everything. I told him, he said, and he got up, he said, sorry, I misjudged you. And he reintroduced himself and said, do you know about the governor of Osun State at the time, Governor Rauf Aregbesola? I said, I know of him, sir. I said, I want you to meet him. And that day, he gave me 1 million naira. Personally, made sure I saw Governor Rauf Aregbesola. On that day, he was very ill. As a matter of fact, the people around him, the politicians there were making jest of him, like, how much has she paid you? For you. So he insisted. And I saw Governor Rauf, and I got my first major contract in my entire career without anybody asking me any...
Without them touching you.
Without
hug me.
Without hug. Honestly, without come and jepek. Without come and that was what the color of your bra. I just want to know the color. Without any of those things. So that man, I hold him in highest. That second person is Governor Rafael Beshola. As a matter of fact, the 3 times I've sat with him to discuss, he won't even look at you. He's talking, he's right. Oh yeah, okay. Go and meet the accountant general. Wow. Okay, go on. That another person is Remo Shagoniru. As a matter of fact, I owe him.
Wow.
You know, then there's this Jamie, the district solicitors. So these are men that can boldly say, if I see them anywhere, I will honor them. I will respect them. Okay. So he walked into that venue of the meeting with Auntie Abike.
Yes.
She had called the TVC and all of that. So the moment I walked in, I had a dream a day before. I was warned in my dream that I should never get angry, that something's going to happen. So as I walked into the venue, I saw her. I walked straight to her. I said, Auntie, these things you said about me. She said, Ara, that's not what we came here for. Let's just sort this whole thing out here right now, okay? I remember that dream. So I cooled down. We sat down, getting ready to get the interview. The King family were there, all of us. And then Dr. Moise walks in. I excused myself. These are people, I will never ignore him. So I got up, I said, sir, I greeted him. By the time I came back, the person sitting next to me said, why did you get up? The moment you got up, this is what was said by this same person. So I was livid with anger, but I remember the dream that I was warned.
Don't get angry.
Don't get angry. Now, let me go back to the people who came from America. There were 2 groups now. So let me just take one of them. 6 years later, I just realized that they went cold on me. They never came back. Nothing happened. Then 6 years later, we reconnected. They just called me up again. So, you know, they just called me up again and said, I would like to still do this thing with you. You know, blah, 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 blah. I said,
wow. After 6 years?
After 6 years, what happened? So they now said, well, this is it. So we now got talking. We're not talking about life experiences like this. Then I now mentioned that incident, that one of the most painful was this, where he now said, remember I called you from that office that day? There was a reason why I asked you, how close are you to this person? It was because of what was said. You know, that was the reason why, to a large extent, they backed off. But now they see that it was all wrong accusations. So that setup, let me go to the last part of the setup, where just towards the end of last year again, somebody called me from the presidency and said, Ara, what did you do to Abike Dabiri? And I said, I don't understand. They did not like the way she was talking about me, that I should find a way. And I said, do you know I've apologized to her? I said, I apologized, not because I was wrong, but because for who I am a vessel. I am not permitted to do some things. I reached out to Auntie Fumi Ajila. I reached out to them to say, see what's happening. And I swear I know nothing about this. We met at an event. In public, I went down on my knees. I said, Emma Pino. Not because I'm wrong, but because more call me, more beko. I am well raised. More be me, mutura me be, and because of what I stand for. You know, I sent her a message. I think the first time she said some really harsh words to me and, you know, sent that message, I responded. That was the day I said, if there be a God in Israel, if there be a God in heaven, I'll be vindicated. But the following day, I said, okay, let me reach out. I said, Auntie, I don't know who is feeding you this, but it's all wrong. I apologize because you are my elder, because in our culture,
yes.
I said, not because I'm wrong. I apologize because you are my elder, but please do your findings. I don't know anything
about this.
So when this last person reached out to me again, my parents are late now, both of them. They are the most precious to me, even in death. And I said, God forgive me for what I'm about to do, because you're not supposed to swear by anything. Let your yes be yes, let your no be no. I said, but these people brought me into the world. I swore by their graves. Said, I know nothing about what I've been accused. And the way she's been speaking about me, blocking, you know, places. So that setup, I don't know who did it though. I really don't know. But my mind is telling me somebody.
Yes.
But I won't mention the person because I don't have facts.
Yeah.
I don't have a proof, to that person. So when you're being set up for something that you literally, the way I just console myself is I look at the story of Joseph. So when he was being set up by his brothers, an onlooker will have thought, it's done for. But when you're a vessel, when you're a chosen one, God, does some things in a way that is beyond human understanding. So, I mean, let me end.
So they just ruined that beautiful relationship.
Yes. I don't know who. Like, for real, I don't know who.
Antoinette?
I really want to know what goes through people's minds when they're trying to... Because, don't we have enough problems in this world that you literally sit down, spend your time conspiring?
Orchestrated that wanted a benefit from her.
Yes.
So the person used you to do whatever that is.
Absolutely.
But I always say, I like to think for myself. That's my thing. I like to, okay, this is noisy, but let me stay away and just actually hear what's going on. And if I am close to someone, I go off who they are. If you tell me like, there's some things that someone will say, oh, Sugar said, I'll be like, Sugar doesn't sound like that.
Yeah.
Sugar doesn't sound like that. But that doesn't mean I won't take the information in. I'll take it in and just keep it somewhere. But in my head, Sugar doesn't sound like that. But if it is something similar to what I've heard Sugar say, I'll be like, maybe. But that doesn't mean I will castigate Sugar. I just put, like, I'm one of those people that believe keep your enemies close, but your friend, you know that line? So I just keep you there. Let me see how far this weirdness is going to get. That's why anytime people are like, oh, if you set me up, it'd be weird, because I'll be like, wow.
But I need to come back to you. There was a segment you made. We need to bring you back. And you talked about the drums you play. You said you play 7. But you said that there are some drums women are not allowed to play. I wanted you to go a bit deeper, because somebody that is listening to that conversation is like, okay, there are certain drums women cannot play. Why? Yes.
Yes. There are some, like, what we call the oro drums. Women cannot play oro drums.
Okay, true.
Why? Because women are not supposed to come out
Come out during Oro. It's a festival women are not allowed to be.
Women are not allowed
Why?
to. Wow, okay.
I don't know anything about that one. That's all I know.
This one is a feminist.
I know. Also, there are some drums that are made from human skin. Women are not allowed to play them.
Why are the drums made from human skin?
I think that should be more of tradition than cultural for me. Because that shouldn't be a culture. That I don't want to make that a cultural thing. So I think it's a tradition. I don't know, but I tell you, there are drums that are made from human skin.
I have so many questions, actually. Who are the human skins? Did they give up their lives?
She doesn't know. She's not one of the people that makes the drum.
Because, like, how? No, because
I want to say something, but I
No, let's be cautious here, because this is traditional. There's a thin line. I don't want us to cross. I don't want us to cross that line.
We can't. We actually can't.
But coming back to tradition, I want to ask you. There was a time that you got appointments. You've been getting government appointments, and basically in the industry, people, when they see female that is doing well, we're gonna. Who are you chopping? Mama. So you see when Ara is on stage, the way she's shaking.
Yeah.
I
know.
So how do you work with this kind of rumors? Because sometimes even your friends, even family, they make some. How do you walk around them?
Okay, let me clear you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have friends and I don't have friends. I'm a very private, public person. The version of me on stage is totally different. I am my own friend. I enjoy my own space. I enjoy my own time. As a matter of fact, I don't visit people. I don't know how to visit. There are a few people who have tried to be friends with me. They realize that they, we're the one always saying, let's come. In fact, they've never been to my house.
Wow.
I managed to go to 2 people's house in how many years? In over 20-something years. Right, so I live in my world, my cocoon, my kingdom. So it's difficult for me. I don't like parties.
Okay.
So God bless my mom's soul. It got to a stage, she would say, just leave her alone. Just understand, don't get offended. Even family functions, they don't call me because they know I won't go. So when people have parties, they call me like, I find it ridiculous that I have to travel from Lagos to Ibadan for a party. I don't know how to do it. But if you say, come and perform. Yes, I will get on that stage, burn that stage, disappear. But if I have to network, that's the most difficult part for me again. Because getting off the stage and then mingling, sharing, I don't know how to do it. So for people who don't know me, they'll be like, oh, she's cold, oh, she's snobbish, oh, she's proud. No, I'm not. You know, as a young child, they used to call me Mary. There was no name they didn't call me. I remember a particular PTA they had when I just got to GS1 or GS3 or something. And they called my PTA. The teachers were fed up. And they said, who came to represent her? And my mom said, she was. And they were like, when you tell her to stop, that's when she starts. When you tell her to start, that's when she stops. When you tell her to, my mom was like, oh, okay, so what exactly? She can't stop talking when you tell her to stop talking. So my mom is like, okay, she's talking to human beings. She said, thank God. At home, it's goats that she will call together and start playing drum and teaching them how to sing. So she said, let her talk, please. So I don't listen. I've been told I'm dating, I was told I was dating the owner of Ife for the longest time. There's all kinds of things. I've never dated him.
Okay.
There are some governors that I've been linked to. There are some...
Because me, I've heard 1 or 2 G's. That's why I said...
So you will say it. There are some ministers. But the thing is,
yes,
there was a time I was celibate for 6.5 years.
Wow.
Whoa.
How did you cope?
Thank you. My kind of person, right? There's more to me, and it's very deep. What led to that was for a very personal reason, which became a spiritual reason. And when I decided to date Bujegba, I fell into wrong hands again.
Wow.
So I pulled back, and decided to just go. I've been on that journey again, going to 3 years. I don't have a boyfriend anywhere. Quote me.
Wow.
I don't have a sugar daddy anywhere. I don't even do all of those things.
So you don't used to collect small sugar?
I don't. My best time, you know where you can find me?
Yes.
You find me by the sea. You find me in the cinema alone when I pick days where it's not crowded. Because I don't do crowd. Because I'm very sensitive when it comes to picking on energies. Right. So there are some things that can't be explained. If I try to explain them, then go say, waiting she be.
Yes.
You're doing too much.
You're doing too, you understand? But that does not say that I don't get feelings, so trust me.
Thank you for mentioning
I know I get.
Okay.
Because and that does not mean I don't catch feelings. I do.
Okay.
But because I have learned over time the kind of person I am, I have learned my lessons. I have gotten my fingers burnt. So and like I said, I enjoy my own space. So I know that God is taking me somewhere. I have not yet attained that ultimate self that He wants me to attain. When I get there, the right person will come. Yeah. So right now, I'm not looking and I'm not searching because I will attract him naturally.
You just broke somebody's heart that is watching. In fact, some boys in the studio, as you said it,
there's nothing wrong with it breaking. Right? There's nothing.
They'll be fine.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine.
So you raised the point. I wonder, Noya, can you stay 5 years without?
Well, considering yes, I think it's possible.
Helping, without.
No, because I wanted to bring it in. That what toys do you use?
I don't.
Oh my God.
Never. I don't. You see, let me tell you what this is spiritually. Now, for me,
yes,
spiritually, sex, I hope I'm allowed to call it that.
Yes. Yeah.
Sex is literally putting your life plan in somebody's hands. It's not just enjoyment.
And this is something people do for fun.
It's not. You don't give somebody the PIN to your ATM or the password to your email. When you sleep with somebody, they can access you. You've given them a code to your realm, to your spirit man, to your soul man, and they can do and undo with you. Why do you think some girls will be like, Afitoba swayami, Afitoba guayami? Why do you think they talk those kind of things? It's deep. Some people will say, ni guaya, she doggy. Sorry. You still entered. Because it's a portal.
Yes.
That you access. Once you give somebody that access, they can summon you, they can do anything to you. I have fallen many times because I laid with the wrong person. And I didn't realize myself. What Yoruba would say, koiti didi, to who I am. Then I suffered it. Like when I say suffered it, I really suffered it. I mean suffered it until I realized. I ignored the dreams I was being shown because I'm gifted with my dreams, sleep. My dream world is very active. So I ignored those things and I suffered. And I don't want to suffer. So when that konji level came, there was a day I cried. I was crying. And I went on my knees. I was crying. I was calling God. Although I was speaking Yoruba.
Yes.
I was telling him, I said, shanu me. Because one, I don't want to just go anywhere. And I don't believe in, let's just chop each other. I don't believe in it. If I'm with you, it's 110%.
Wow.
I cannot look here or there. I don't.
You don't mix hamala,
I don't.
egusi, cucumber.
God forbid. Carrots. No. God forbid.
She doesn't want a salad.
The last person I dated is based in the UK. Was based in the UK. Still there. Each time he came home, that's it. The moment he leaves, he might not come back another 6 months. That's it. Nothing. I've dated somebody that was away for 3 years. That's it. So for my kind of person, knowing who I am, I'm a very passionate lover and I give everything. And the spiritual aspect is more important for me. There are some people, if we're speaking Yoruba now, it's difficult. It's easy for me to actually, be able to name those kind of people. You don't sleep around. You cannot. You dare not. So you have to sempe.
I can imagine. So at this point, continue to our conversation. I want to talk about forgiving people who have messed with you.
Before we go into the forgiving,
yes.
You did say that when someone is like spiritually connected to you, they can mess. Does it work the other way around?
Yes.
Okay.
When somebody
and does it affect demand?
Like, can you
retaliate? Summon him?
Okay, now it depends on what realm you're operating from. My realm, you're not allowed to not forgive. You cannot hold anybody in unforgiveness. It's a no. So for the people who set me up, I can only cry. And my tears, they have meaning. I can't hold them in unforgiveness. The moment they have said, oh, sorry, for me, I'd rather walk away than argue. I'd rather walk away than cause a scene but am I walking away? Is it that I go and cry? I let it out. There are days that I'm so messed up in my head by what people are doing and everything. I just pick my key. I drive. I put the music loud and I do it in the night. And I'm screaming. I'm crying. I'm screaming. I'll just drive round, screaming, crying, calling him because it's all I got. So I'll call him, cry my heart out to him. Because if I go to the beach now, somebody will see me and say, okay, we saw her voting. So,
but it's allowed. It's your tradition. It's fine.
Okay.
You have to get to a point that we as Africans, we need to embrace our culture.
I've heard you. I don't have the strength. That's why you see me. I don't get into what's it called, social media banter. All those people have come for me on social media, like on 1 or 2 occasions about one thing. Instead, I try to talk them out of it. If I see that they're still going mad, I'm like, God bless you. Bye. Because my religion is love. I don't practice Islam, Christianity, or anything. My religion is love. And there's no way you practice love as a religion that you will not show it. That's the only religion you cannot be what you are not.
Yeah.
So, and what is love? God is love. Is everything. Love is patient. Love doesn't hate, is not jealous. It's not, look at all that, the qualities, characteristics of love. That's my religion. That's what I practice. Last week, I was at VFS because I'm going for an event outside the country in a couple of days. And there was this guy, I think his card, he came from another country and he couldn't, get anything done. They told him he had to go. You can imagine. So I walked up to him, left my group. I'm like, what? May I help you? What? He said, oh, he's from Mali. They don't have the embassy of the country was going to in his country. He had to fly down, blah, blah, blah. So there's his 3 cards declined. I said, how much is it? They mentioned the amount. I said, okay. I went to the counter. I said, can I pay for him? And they said, well, if your card, I said, okay, let's go. So I paid, and I gave him my account details for him to pay the following day. And said, oh, your dollar card, your dollar account. I said, yeah, it's fine. So after we finished the process, I said, my name is So-so, my name is Lola. I told him my name. And I said, do you know why I helped you? I said, my religion is love, and I practice what I preach. I said, I only need one favor from you. And he said, please go ahead. I said, the next Nigerian you meet that needs help, please pay it forward.
Oh,
help that Nigerian.
You're such a good ambassador. I love you already. Oh my God.
So I said, pay it forward. That's all I ask of you. And he was like, thank you. And I promised to do that. So if we all could be like that. I remember I was in China some years ago, and I got lost in train station and I couldn't understand whatever. So this man and his son walked up to me. Obviously they spoke English and said, do you need help? I said, yes. So they helped me. I was able to get on my train. 5 years later, I was at ShopRite here, and I saw this Chinese man walked into the store. I wanted to get a watch from one of the watch stores, and he had a problem with his card. They needed him to do some card, pay something. I said, how much is it? They told me. I said, don't worry, I paid for you. He said, you pay? I said, yes, I'll pay. And I said, I was in your country 5 years ago. A father and son helped me, so I'm paying it forward. You are the one to benefit it. And he just did this. So that's my religion. That's what I practice for humanity. So,
please, where will you be in ShopRite next time?
We go turn up.
How are you going to change your nationality?
So coming back to you, Antoinette, can you forgive someone that has set you up serious? Because I know in your life people have set you up. People have come for you.
Let me answer for her. No, she won't. But please go ahead. I was just joking.
Well, see, the thing about me is I don't really notice things around me enough to know when somebody's setting me up. So if you're setting me up to hurt me, you'll be disappointed, because I really live in my own world. I'll be like, oh, that person did that, really? And I find out years later, somebody will tell me, oh, this person did this about you or said this about you. I'm like, oh, wow, tell me more. Tell me more. What did they say?
That sounds very
I'll even be giving them more things to say about me.
That's I've been trying to think of when someone tried to set me up. What happened was I didn't know. I didn't know. Then it was in uni. Then all of us were young, and I had this friend from home, but she got into uni before me, and she started dating someone we knew from the house, and I knew the person was a horrible person. So I was like, really, girl, that's your choice. And then because he knew all of us, so he started sending me messages. I wonder, me in my innocent way, oh, see what your boyfriend is doing now. And she was like, oh, really? And there went. I did not know she had gone to tell the other girls, because I didn't know them. We all met in uni. She had told them stuff about me I did not know anything about. I mean, my nice way, I still used to come around, say hi. Then some months later, one of them was like, wow, she didn't know I was like this. That this person said once, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. I did not know this was going on. And she told me everything, and I was surprised. Wow. Because I did not know. I was still coming to the room. I was still, just playing around because I did not know.
So that means that the setups, they have not been the ones that are life damaging. Because they are life damaging setups.
Yeah, exactly.
You
so,
must know.
Except if you're trying to take money from me, now that one will annoy me. But she's like a man. Quiet.
I'll help you. Right. You can keep him.
So when I found out, I was like, wow, I'll top this one.
So coming back to you talked about performances. That you don't go to a party, but if it's performances, do you play with your performance fee? Are you the kind of artist that I can just call you and be like, your performance fee is 10 million, please, we have 7 million, or what can you do for us? Or you are the kind that says, you see, this is my drum, if I knock it, if it's not 10 million, the drum cannot be knocked. We want to know.
Okay, so for 25 years, I recently celebrated 25 years as a first female master of the talking drum. Life is in phases. My career has been in phases. I had to domisiwaju. I had to pay my dues. There were shows I played for free. There are some shows that you saw on TV. When I say high profile, I didn't get a dime for. Yes. So there are so many of those kind of things I have done. But you see the day, which was 16th of April, 2026, that I celebrated 25 years. Then on April 22nd was officially the first day that I played the talking drum before the world. It ends there. I will never. Now it's time for my reward. I'm 51 already, and
by the way, you don't look it.
Thank you.
You don't even look 35.
Thank you.
I actually thought she was 35.
Thank you. So I'm 51. I clocked 51 this year, and I want to leave a legacy. I want to live the soft life. I want to live my life, and it's time to get my reward, and I'm getting it now. So for me, for anybody to call me now and say, Ara, just come and play. They shouldn't try with me, not anymore, because I've really done that. So if anyone wants me to perform right now, you can't call Mama Angelique Kijo. Say, just come and dance that dance for us.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
You can't even call my big bros, Femi Kuti, say, just come and play saxophone. So why would you call the first female talking drummer Ara? Shebi Kokolu. Shebi is just for you to play that drum. You know, that's over. I don't do that anymore.
I just want to say, back in the days, I remembered you for something. One thing stuck was your hair.
My long braids.
Extreme long hair.
Yes.
Because my mom used to complain a lot. I thought it was cool. Because is that the change, or like you're just chilling? Or this is you off work?
Yeah, this is me off work, one. Then two, when your hair now has apartments, half plot, quarter plot.
I love you.
You have no choice but to adapt.
You have no choice.
Yes, because Ghana weaving does that.
My own was not even Ghana weaving, you know, braids.
Yeah.
Those twists, those Cotonou boys, twist from under. And all the way, you know those days of Amina attachment?
Yes.
Where you stretch it, you put in hot water. So by the first time I did it, I had to go to Benin. And it's usually done by like 7 boys. So dragging me here for 14 good hours. You understand? So the only thing that can make me carry that hair now is if there's this benchmark of what they have to pay before I will sit down for that long braid. Now I have like, you know, makeshift, two
wigs.
Different hairs. I don't do wigs or hair. I mean, I don't do wigs on stage.
Okay.
So if I have to do wigs on stage, you see that this type of wig, but then it has to be accessorized, cowries, beads, and stuff. But I do that sometimes. But now I carry my natural hair.
So yeah, talking about cowries, I notice you always cowries. It's one of the beautiful things about you. Is there a spiritual thing? Is there something that calls with your talking drum or your personality that is attracted to cowries?
No, don't come.
No, but like I actually really like it, and I personally want to
ask the question. I grew up in Benin. That's the reason why.
My Benin people. Well, that's a topic for another day. But let me just say that this, I don't know if you know, used to be a currency back in the days.
Yeah.
And in Yoruba, it's Ajay. Ajay is wealth. And in Yoruba, you know, we have a lot of orishas. So we have Ajay, Oshun, Olokun, Shango, Ogun, Oya, Obatala, you know, and then we have our Ifa, Orunmila, Baba Ifa, and all of that stuff. So I am not into the tradition. I am not into the tradition. But I cannot be where I am today without paying homage to my ancestors, because they're all my ancestors. So the drum that I play has a god, a deity, Anyagalu. And you have to pay homage to it from time to time, to him or her, because they said is a she, was a she or was a he. So, but
you could say they, gender neutral.
Like they.
Yeah.
You know, like they, right? So it's, I love the sea. I'm a daughter of the sea. So I love anything that will make me connect. That's why I said when I'm really mad, when I am upset, and I don't want to shout, I just pick my key and go to the sea and sit down. See, it re-energizes me. And I can sit down and just cry. Play in the water, run in the water, get my energy back, and I go back home, and I'm good. So it's deep. I don't really want to talk about it on this platform, because by the time I hear... She said this. No, you don't talk up now. No worry. No worry, I grow. Very close to Benin. I went to Ekpoma. Wow. So I feel start. Me, I even start.
No, don't worry.
Me, I start.
No, a lot of respect.
You know, so you be sugar mommy.
So I wanted to ask you, a lot of people are going into movies. We see, and with somebody that you have so much culture, we've seen the Yorubas take the lead at this point in time when it comes to our home videos. Yes. There was a time the home videos were wishy-washy, but right now we are seeing storylines. We are seeing storylines that are backed up with tradition. Sure. Are we seeing you doing any of this? Are we seeing you doing collaborations soon?
In 2012, I produced a movie titled Oshofunke.
Wow.
It's on YouTube.
Okay.
And why I went into the movie was to project and promote the culture and tourism potentials of the state of Osun at the time. That was why I met Governor Rauf Aregbesola. Wow. That was what it was about. Okay. So I did that movie. I featured Ricardo Agbo, Babawande, Femi Jacobs, Uncle Yemi Shodimo. This my sister is in America now, Doris Simon, a couple of other, people, very interesting. Yes, as a matter of fact, my own story, because there is more to her.
Yes.
My journey. Yes. So definitely, the time will come that I want to work on that movie. But in respect of other collaborating with people, yes, I think I did 2 movies even before I became Mara. There was this movie I was Uncle Jide Kusoko's nurse, In the Name of the Father. Wow. There was this producer, Francis, something, he's late now. That was his movie. That was my first main movie that I featured in. I was a nurse. I played Uncle Jide Kusoko's nurse. Then I did another Yoruba movie for a friend of mine, Omo Baba Oba. I played the role of an old woman. But my movie that I produced was Oshofunke. Wow, by Ara. So I can act too.
Yeah, so we jump because the reason why we're asking, because all of us do want to act, so that when you're producing the next movie, share colors.
And if you need a writer, I can always step in.
You do?
Yeah, I do write.
No, I say what you do.
No, say what you do.
I
You do what?
I would act.
You would act. Okay. I already know she would act.
Yes, definitely. But guess what? You know, this way you're having fun, you need to go. It's annoying, it's upsetting, we feel bad. But at this point in time, I'm going to do something. I want to open the floor for Noye and Antoinette. Is there any personal thing you want to ask? Just look at Jenny.
I'm going first. Can I send you my account number?
Please do.
Straight up. Okay, thank you. I'll do that.
But maybe my phone will have screen problem at the time it comes and I don't know what.
Oh my God. She already on the counter before I could even send it. Wow.
That's not the comeback of it.
Sorry. I don't have much questions to ask her because it was just the hair, because I was very fascinated by that as a child.
Okay.
But yeah, I love the fact that you were the first talking. She was a big deal when I was a child, so to me she was
a big deal.
I like anything.
In my chest, you were like, because it was new.
She was different from all the other women.
She was really different from everybody. She was new. I remember I'd never seen you on stage, but from TV, you had this courage that was electrifying. I loved it then.
Thank you.
The hairstyle
it's still the same.
Yeah.
When you see me on stage now, it's still the same.
Okay, I do have a question finally.
Okay.
Are you going to be accepting any apprentice, protege, maybe a young lady that could carry on your legacy?
Or have you ever done that before?
Oh yeah, there are well over 1,000 girls who play the talking drum today.
Ooh.
I may not have directly tutored them, but Ara definitely inspired every girl you see playing the talking drum or bata today was inspired by Ara. So definitely.
So my own question for you is, how do you stay looking so beautiful? Honestly, I met you about 15 years ago on stage. You were fantastic. You literally have not changed. Do you have like a beauty routine? Is that something you do?
Skincare routine.
Yes. And is
I
there
think it's
an
because
advice?
she's single.
No, wait, hold on.
I think it's because she's single.
But hold on. And is there an advice you have for women out there? Because there's so many women that, you know, they've grown with you, they've admired you, they've seen you, they've loved you. Is there anything you have to take? Is there a kind of peace of mind? Is that something you do that, you know, oh, it keeps you glowing?
First thing first, know that you came with nothing. You will go with nothing. Secondly, put him first. The universe, the creator of the universe, is everything. Thirdly, whatever you cannot control, don't bother. Don't be anxious. Right? Fourth, identify who you are. Who are you? You need to know who you are. Because if you don't know who you are, it's like you want to cook a soup, you don't know the recipe. What are you cooking? Or you want to go somewhere, you don't have the map. Where are you going? Who are you? Ask yourself, not who people say you are. So identify you and walk with you through him. Right? Know that everything that has a beginning must have an end. We all are going to expire at some point. We are spirits having the human experience. And one day we would leave this costume that we call skin. And our true self, which is our soul, will go wherever you think your religious belief. But I have a contrary belief because I have had a near-death experience. And I know what I saw and I know what I was told. Right? So for women, when it comes to men matter, it's deep. Let's leave that topic for another day. You know, it's deep because I know we have to go. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's really fantastic having you. And we're going to beg you to come back again. Yes.
I willingly come back. People didn't talk about my new project.
Oh my God, please. No, we can't run away. We can't run
talk
away
about
without,
my new project,
please
my
forgive
new
us.
single.
We can't run away
titled
without.
One Drum.
Who produced it? How did the song come? Just the next 1 minute.
Okay, so
yes.
One Drum was written by me, arranged by me, and it's being produced by Wole Oni.
Okay.
The one drum is a song for humanity. What is the one drum that you think we all share?
Our heart.
Thank you.
Heart.
That's what the song is about. The drum in me is the drum in you. One heart, one beat, one world, one drum connects us all. So let's be kind to each other. Let's show love. So that's my new project.
How can people get to that project? Do they Google your name? What?
On Spotify, Ara.
Yes.
No, it's not on that.
You have songs on Spotify already, right?
Yes, Ara.
I'm going to follow you right after this.
We're all going to follow you. So guys, ensure that you follow Ara on that, you know,
Thank
because
you.
one heart, we're all
one heart.
One heart, one drum.
Thank you.
We're doing it together.
Right?
All right.
Yeah,
So before we go, everyone just look at the camera and say bye.
Bye. Bye.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out,
watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
I was in Nigeria up until SS1 third term, SS2, and after that I moved to France where I did my A levels, and then after that I moved to England where I did my undergrad, and then my masters I did in America. And European culture is European culture, right? For me, it's actually quite interesting because I learned so much more about Africa outside Africa, right? Because in the education I had in secondary school, there wasn't really much focus on our history or the greatness that Africa was. It almost seemed more like propaganda history, that our history pretty much just started slightly before colonization, and everything else we've become is either our journey to independence and carrying on the system that we're left with, right? Fortunately, schooling abroad brought this Afrocentric idea into my consciousness. Books about researchers that showed our history that goes all the way back to ancient Egypt, Timbuktu, the Great Empire of Mali, learn about people like Mansa Musa, connecting migrations from what is present-day Nigeria in the southwest up until the Nile Valley, and the different movements, migration patterns that happen between those two civilizations, right? Aside that, the governance, giving one a higher expectation of what one should expect from government, giving one a higher expectation of what democracy should be or what it should look like, because you can't really operate outside of what you've been exposed to. You know, when the mind has been expanded, it cannot go back to its former size, right? And experiencing what quality education is like, experiencing what good governance is like, experiencing a health system that works, a health system that is checking on people before they get sick, because they know that on the long run, that will keep the cost of healthcare coverage lower. Preventative medicine as opposed to constantly solving problems as they're happening. Understanding the value of data-driven policy, and how all these come together to create a system that works and that people can thrive in. Understanding the value of people paying taxes, right? And the services they get in return of those taxes. I think these are some of the things that I got from my exposure schooling abroad. And then when I moved back to Nigeria, I did my NYC, and then I started working. I worked in some architecture firms while also running mine and getting some projects, and then went into business. And then when I wanted to go into politics, after leading a GMO campaign alongside other notable patriotic Nigerians, I decided that, you know, experiencing leading a 2,000-man march on the Senate and understanding how they responded to us, which to my opinion did not show people that actually prioritize the well-being of their people, I felt that it's important to go into politics. Okay, so I ran for student council president in high school and won. So politics that way, yeah, you can say since I was 19, having an idea, having the manifesto and selling that idea, understanding problems and proffering solutions and implementation strategies. Yeah, so I can say 18, 19. When I came back and after the GMO, for those that don't know, genetic modified foods, we led a 2-year campaign against the Ministry of Agriculture that was chaired at the time by Akinwumi Adesina. to prevent the adoption of genetic modified foods in Nigeria. And that process, engaging on politicians and our representatives, I felt that Nigerians deserve better. And I'm not one to just complain and point fingers or tweet on social media. I believe if you engage in something, you need to see it all the way. So I ran for local government chairman. But before that, I actually went to Unilag and got a master's in research and public policy. Now, I had some very brilliant professors, without a doubt, some very, very brilliant professors. People like Professor Jikutu, people like Professor Logbenla, Onoha, a number of very brilliant people. But at the same time, in relation to the level of organization, there's still a way to go, you know. And I think this also comes down to funding our universities properly, ensuring that our professors are well paid, ensuring that we have enough professors, because a lot of our professors, they are taking so many classes with so many students and they have to bring in their A game to all of these things. We need to prioritize education a lot more in this country, you know. Nigerians are some of the most brilliant human beings in this world. Brilliant, and I'm talking, I just named 3 different countries that have operated in terms of education. And then there are some other 4 countries that have done work in and I currently have interest in. And Nigerians are there and they are doing wonderful things, right? So we're an intelligent group of people. What we need are the structures and organization that create an enabling environment for us to thrive. I mean, think about what it takes to be successful in this country today. Think about what it takes to be successful in Lagos. Now, imagine a government that puts everything in place and is more like a partner than, you know, this person that's just trying to take from me, right? You would experience an exponential increase in wealth. I think that a person that values education must have had a very good education. If you don't value education, it's a reflection of your own education. I can't think of somebody that's experienced good education that will not prioritize education, because you will know the power of education. And this goes to show when we talk about how it's okay for someone with a NEPA certificate to be our president, and we see the ruin that it brought Nigeria to, or a person that's using lawyers to hide the certificates, right? It will reflect in the quality of your education. So I feel that we need to start demanding more from people that aspire to lead us. Go and look at the quality of education that the leaders of America got. They either went to Yale or Harvard or recently Princeton, Ivy League schools. The top of us have to lead. This idea that you can just pick anybody to lead you to where? This person is like this with you. Where is he leading you to? What vision is this person bringing that is outstanding? Your leader should be outstanding. He cannot be, or she cannot be part of the flock. You understand? They must be outstanding, either in their strength of character. So you look at America when they want to select their president, George Washington. Why? Because when there was war, the man stood in front. He was a leader. Intelligence, he was a leader. These were people that were inventors. Benjamin Franklin. These were people that were inventing things. They were not just thought leaders. They were on ground. They were policy leaders. They were kings in their own right. It was not a commoner. And I don't mean commoner in the sense of money. You see, people think it's just about money. No, it's about what are your values? What are you willing to stand for? What do you stand for? Right? If the wind blows, you just move to the place that favors your pocket. You clearly don't have a backbone. So how can you lead? And people will say, okay, they just want somebody that they can associate with. Yes, but associate with in what way? In poverty and failure and mediocrity, or in success and a vision that will benefit you, your family, and your children, and the greater society, right? Because if you think about it, I say this thing in most interviews I do. My father tells me that his father told him that Nigeria was better in his day. My father told me Nigeria was better in his day. My father graduated, there were jobs, you could get car. Like, only the man had to work, the wife could be a housewife, and they were comfortable. They did not need to steal, to travel, to go on holiday. Right? He came into that. Quality education. There was public education. Right? His father was a judge. His father's driver could send his child to the same school as his boss's son. And they got quality education. Now, I can tell my children that I remember a time when Nigeria was better. When I would change 1 million naira and get 4,000 pounds. I can barely get 1 million naira now with 500 pounds. Do you understand? So it's perpetually in a nosedive. And why is that? Lack of continuity in quality leadership and visionary leadership, right? No leader that is truly focused on creating a Nigerian identity that celebrates our uniqueness and our differences and sees that as a resource as opposed to something that divides us, right? People that are traveling to the UAE, they are going there to enjoy the culture. And this culture is old, it's ancient, but they've repackaged it. That makes people want to come and visit, want to come and spend their hard-earned money there, right? And this is the visionary type of ideas I'm talking about that will create jobs, right? Well, you know, it's a very interesting one. I grew up in a Nigeria where I went to ISL, and speaking traditional languages was called, there's a word for it, starts with C, not vernacular, there was something else. There's another word, it starts with a C. You could not do that. It was against the school rules, right? And you get punished for that. And then even at the time, there was this whole idea of this person, this is local. Like young people, I remember young people saying that is local. The people were not interested with identifying with Nigerian music. Then it was hip hop, it was about Biggie, Puff Daddy, you know, international music. I'm sure I'm betraying my age now. Well, my age is not 80 now, 42. But I'm talking about the time where nobody was wearing trad. We grew up seeing our parents wearing suits, trousers and shirts, you know. And like I said, I don't feel that the education that we got in Nigeria really laid any foundation for you to look deeper into our history, into our culture. And I know this now because I've experienced education elsewhere. And I know how the British lay emphasis on their history. So that even if you're an art student or a science student, you had an in-depth knowledge of the history of your people. And this history is not just a linear one. It's one that is connecting different events and moments and always trying to show your people to be great, right? So you see the British will hide the idea of the part they played in slavery and enslavement. It will not be prominent in the history, but where they conquered or where they uprooted slavery from the African continent, the role they played in doing that will be highlighted, right? That is curated. Now you might say that's not right, it's not fair, but they're programming their citizenry. And that is what a thinking government will prioritize. Same thing with America, right? So I don't really feel we had that in our education system. But then there was an Afrocentric awakening that happened later on. And this had also happened earlier. The kind of thinking that informed people like Nnamdi Azikiwe when he traveled to America, the kind of thinking that informed Fela Nicola Kuti when he traveled to America, or even to England, where he met Afro-British people that knew the histories of Africa, that awoken that idea in him, in Fela, in Nnamdi Azikiwe, in a number of Africans, in Kwame Nkrumah, right? They didn't get it at home, they got it elsewhere, and they came and they brought that, we are African, we are great, black is beautiful, you know? And when you open that doorway, it then starts to lead you into understanding your culture more, understanding the depth of it, you see? And it's not our fault, right? We're conquered, our kings were removed, at least the kings that had the courage to fight, they were removed, they were exiled, some were killed, our people were kidnapped with the collaboration of some Africans, our people were kidnapped and sold. Some of the strongest men were kidnapped and sold. So you have diaspora cousins and everybody outside of the country, the few that were saved, you know, were brought back. But you now had a situation of religion. And unfortunately, the religion that came through in partnership with colonization pretty much said to us that everything that we were before them was bad, was evil, was demonic. So you have a people that claim that they are from a certain tribe, speak the language, but the depth of the thinking they associate with being evil. So there's still a significant level of identity crisis that we struggle with. And you don't really see that with Indians who were colonized by the British. You don't really see it with the Chinese who also dealt with their own level of colonization, nor the Japanese, right? And you see, understanding your identity or crafting your identity as a people, because China, as we're seeing it today, was not just monolithic. It was not just one group of people. There are huge, different groups of people all over China, different tribes, but they were united by a visionary king. Similar thing happened in Japan, right? Similar thing happened in England, right? In England, you had part in what you call England, or what was Great Britain or England at a point. You had the Welsh, you had the Scottish, you had the Irish, right? You know, and they were united at a point by a conqueror, right? So sometimes you also craft identity. Sometimes identity is created by facing a threat that is bigger than all of you independently. So you have to come together to face that. And sometimes it's just visionary leadership, right? You see visionary leadership in Singapore with Lee Kuan Yew. We saw that creates an identity that you can be proud of. Like there is no China man now, or even if there will be very few that will not be proud of China and not want to be associated with the bigger identity of China as opposed to their identity as a tribe, because China is so great and it pays you to be associated with it. It is when there's a failure in that bigger identity that people recoil back to their smaller identity, right? And that's what you find going on in a lot of places. But all in all, yeah. I think the government, you see, what has happened is because we've had governments or politicians that don't really have a vision to sell, they rely on selling division. Because the classic divide and rule strategy. If you have a vision, you want to sell a vision and unite people. Visions unite people, right? So you sell a vision, so people unite behind the vision. When you don't have a vision, so you sell the vision so that people can be separated. When you separate people, it's easier to rule over them. And you see that has happened significantly from the last election, right? And you then see in how the government has ruled this country. Significant nepotism, significant levels of corruption, significant levels of lack of transparency or accountability. You see that the government is very extractive without really paying any attention to being accountable to the people they want to extract from. You see that they talk about stopping subsidy payments. And there was a hope that those monies that would have otherwise been used for subsidies would have been put to make life easier for the Nigerian. Life is not easier for the Nigerian. Inflation rates are at an all-time high, right? Insecurity is at an all-time high. For the first time in decades, we're having a foreign country bombing our land, our territory, which is an indictment on the failure of our security system. And you think about how much money is spent on these things, on our army, on our military, that goes unaccounted for. And you see how corruption is rewarded by ambassadorial appointments. You know, so there's a lot of politicking as opposed to governance. And it is in quality governance, creating excellence in governance, where you are moving away from personalities to institutions, and people are now normalizing an excellent standard of service, right? So it's no more about the personality, it's about the quality of governance. Once that starts to be ticked, right, people will start to embrace the idea of Nigeria. When Nigeria is playing football, nobody is saying that that man is from this tribe, this person is from this tribe, especially if we are doing well. Everybody wants to be associated with that greatness that is Nigeria. When I finished school, I'm telling you, I went to a school where you did not have to leave the school to get the best jobs. Those companies came to do interview on campus. And I'm saying that myself and all my friends that were Nigerian were rushing to move back to Nigeria. It's not that we did not have the jobs or the potential jobs. We were so excited about Nigeria at the time under President Obasanjo, what he had achieved, the quality of his governance, the quality of his ministers, that there was a significant fear of missing out. And so many people, and I tell this to young people today, that there was a time where people were rushing back from countries like America, from England, and they can't imagine it, you know? So it's about creating good governance, creating excellence in governance, and everybody wants to be associated with success and greatness. There was a time where we had governments that were very empathetic to the common man. They were welfarist to an extent. Governments like Alhaji Lateef Jakonde, and that was really the ideology of Obafemi Awolowo. It was very welfarist. So civil servants did not have to hustle for housing. They had quality housing in prime areas. Affordable housing was a priority. It was prioritizing the people that were the middle class, that were the working class. That is the role of government. But you find that now government is more fixated on producing properties or being involved in properties for the rich. Whether it is how they are allocating land, whether it is in how they are sand filling. I mean, how many Nigerians can afford to live at Eko Atlantic? I read this year where they were proudly talking about how they are sand filling and reclaiming land in some parts of Lagos for housing. By the time you've done all of that, your unit cost will be so significant that no average person will be able to afford to live there. Meanwhile, we have huge tracts of land in Ojo, Amuwo, Badagry, Ikorodu, Ekpe, Ibeju-Lekki that we can channel proper urban planning, bring in industries there, and focus on creating infrastructure that makes people want to live there. And then creating local governments that are independent in themselves. So most of the major services you need are in there. So nobody's going from Ikeja to Yaba for school. These are things that cause traffic. It's like the boroughs in London. You cannot even get into a borough outside of where you pay your council tax. Why?
Because your taxes are used to fund the schools in that community. So it's a direct correlation. So your child can get into schools in the immediate vicinity of where you live. And that local council is doing their best to create affordable housing, council flat, and unemployment benefits, things like that, from the taxes. You understand? And that's what is missing significantly here. You've talked about flooding. Flooding is tied to our drainage systems and it's tied to our waste disposal systems and waste management systems, right? That in itself is also tied to the traffic that we have, especially in rainy season. It's also tied to traffic outside of rainy season because if your water is not draining properly, it's destroying your roads. That's how we then get potholes. That also causes traffic. That also spoils cars, which then leads to cars breaking down the road, which then leads to traffic. So it's an entire holistic system that must be solved in a holistic way. And there's a famous saying that you can never solve a problem from the same headspace or mindset in which that problem was created. You must step out of it to solve that problem. So this problem must be solved in a holistic way. Why are our gutters still open? All these our elites, they're not even elite. Our politicians, our political leaders, they travel abroad. Shibe, our president, has gone to, I think he's gone somewhere to Europe and then the Middle East. I'm sure he's not seeing open gutters when he goes to Dubai, right? Or England or France, right? I'm sure he knows of the proper drainage systems in these places, right? So we need to do better as a people. I even think it's wrong to use Lagos as a mirror. You cannot compare Lagos to any other state in this country. Lagos, first, was the water-facing arm for the Benin Empire at a point, which was very powerful at a point. It was, aside from the Awori and children of Olofin that came and settled it, the monarchy was from Benin. And it was a water-facing arm of the Benin Empire. Then Lagos then received all the influx of Europeans that came in for colonization. Lagos was the port in which Nigeria was formed. There was a time where all politics in Nigeria happened in Lagos. Everybody from all over came to Lagos. Think about the level of exposure. Think about the level of development from back then. Think about the level of commerce, level of finance from back then. Then you now had influx of returnees that had either paid for their freedom or people that were saved, that were never enslaved and got education in Sierra Leone because that was where the first secondary school was and came back. I'm talking about people like Samajai Crowder, grandfather of Herbert Macaulay, Henry Carr, H.O. Davis, and so many others that literally laid the foundation for the freedom and independence that we then got later on. Think about the intellectual capital that came in here. Think about all the skill sets that came into Lagos, the buildings that were built, the level of development, the amount of resource that came into Lagos with that. Then after that, Lagos then became this capital. Think about all the investments that came with that, all the infrastructure that was created by the Nigerian state before it now relocated to Abuja. And then today, Lagos is now the commercial capital. Most companies that exist in this country have their headquarters here. So it's extremely unfair to compare. Lagos State it's like that child that has been blessed and blessed and blessed. You know, it's like all the other children were on the farm and all the prophets were just coming and blessing and blessing and blessing. It's not fair to compare Lagos to any other state. It cannot be compared. But yes, that's the one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is the extreme need for infrastructure, right? Which, I mean, we have huge IGR because of the human beings that are here. So those money should be put into creating infrastructure for them to have a beautiful quality of life, to be more productive, to be able to earn more, which would then increase the IGR that Lagos generates, right? You know, so it's all tied into each other. Well, first of all, it's not a thing that's unique to me. You know, the APC Lagos especially, the APC Lagos arm of politics is bigotry. Is based on bigotry. I mean, there's still pictures of banners that were hung of Jimmy Agbaje being called Jimmy Chukwu, governor of the Southeast. This is a man that is blue blood from Ikorodu. We know his grandfather. We know his antecedents. We know what he did. This is not somebody that his history or his pedigree or his name or his age or his sex is under question or under any kind of controversy. We know him. We know his grandfather. We know his father. We know his family. Right? And this is what they did. So anybody that seemingly rises to challenge the Tinubu hegemony, the first thing that is challenged is your Yorubaness. Right? I remember when they were saying that even somebody like Padi Banjo, the reason why he supported Peter Obi or was anti-Tinubu was because his mother was Igbo. Or they said Obasanjo's father is this. Anytime somebody challenges the Tinubu hegemony, they attack your identity. They try to strip you of your Yorubaness. In my situation, unfortunately for them, they could not challenge my family. They could not challenge our history. There are all sorts of nonsense. But I give God the glory that my parents are alive. You know, I give God the glory that my family has a very good habit of keeping records, all the way to newspaper articles from the 1800s. So imagine if one did not have that. Imagine if one's parents were not alive and these people just came together with this propaganda. You start questioning, what's really going on? But I thank God, I come from a family that history has written a lot about, you know, so we know who we are. And as Lagosians, Amorawa, we know ourselves. Because one is in politics now, there are a lot more things that people are seeing about me. But I've been Afrocentric for a very long time. All you need to do is go and read my blogs. I still have a blog under if you search for it, The Hopeful Nigerian. And I've been advocating for history to return back to our schools, our traditions, our culture. The idea that no, not everything that existed before the Rainbow Man came here was bad. Right? There's bad in everything. There are people that call themselves Muslims that are killing people. There are people that were calling themselves Christian that were doing crusades and massacring people. I mean, for goodness sake, the first slave ship that came to Nigeria, to Africa, was called Jesus. The Pope blessed people that were going to go and kill indigenous people all over the world. So there are good and bad people in every culture, in every belief system, right? And this idea that everything that we were before Christianity or any of the major religions means that we are bad. I've been against that for decades, right? And that's not common. That's not common in this part of the world. And I know the backlash that I got for that, but I'm somebody that fortunately I can afford to live my truth, you know? I can afford to do that. So what you saw is just me on my journey. A lot has been consistent. It's just now it is obvious. People are seeing it. It's in people's faces. And I'm coming of age. I'm growing, you know? My first title was the Obalefon of Lagos that I got from the Obatala Temple in Ife, right? And that ties into my belief system that, you know, there is an African spiritual science, right? The entire binary code in which we build our computers is based on African traditional science, right? The understanding of time not being linear, but being circular and intertwining, right? These are things that quantum physics is proving, right? So you find that we have known things from time that science, Western science, is just interpreting
and bringing to common knowledge now, right? And that is something that I will grow in. And as some will say, your head calls certain things to you. So that title is something that I embrace because it's something that I've understood and it's something I value. It's very important to me. And then also I am the Are of Igbale Koka, which is the house that was headed by Justice Koka. He was the Olori Eyo at a point, and Baba Isale of Lagos. So those are the titles that I have, that I got recently. As relates to Yoruba titles, I also have an Igbo title, Ochiaga of Ndibo in Lagos State. Aside that, I was initiated into the Awe Adimu, and as a son of Lagos, these are things that we hold very dear to us. I mean, you've been around my house, I'm sure you've seen plenty of your paintings. And if you go into any indigenous house, most of them, you see something Eyo. It'll just be there, right? Either it's the Okwan Bata and the hat, or a sculpture, or something, because it symbolizes our heritage, our ancestral heritage, our ancestral culture. It's our day to show, who we are as a people, because Lagos, like I said, is a cosmopolitan port, so sometimes our identity gets lost, and there are always different groups that, it's almost like when you talk about the history of Lagos, it's somehow covered by the history of Nigeria, because so much of the history of Nigeria happened in Lagos. But we have our own history, a very rich history, with a lot of intrigues, right? And Eyo Festival is for Lagos Island, a way of showing our uniqueness, our heritage, our culture. And that is not to say that it's only limited to Lagos Island. We have brothers that were coming Ikorodu, coming from Ekpe, coming from Badagry, and then all of these places also have their own rich culture and heritage. Like the Zangbeto Festival in Badagry is amazing. I cannot wait for it to be properly mainstream, for the government to actually bring it into mainstream culture. You also have the masquerades in Ekpe and Ikorodu, masquerades all over the mainland, all that Ikeja, Fakojai area, they have that culture there as well. These things need to be mainstreamed. They need to be brought into and repackaged, right? The tradition itself, the masquerades, the pageantry is beautiful, it's perfect. It's now the environment at which it operates, right? We need to create the environment that will pull tourists in, make them feel safe, make them feel comfortable, clean environments, right? That can now create these things with world-renowned cultural experiences that people fly in because they want to come and see. Think about the Brazilian carnival, right? Things like that. We want people to fly in because this is how you generate income for those communities and, also puts us on that world map. '25 was a very difficult year for a lot of people. 2024 was difficult because that was the first shock. But 2025 has not been easy at all. A lot of companies have laid off staff, right? Things are extremely expensive. Go and ask anybody that's about to pay their rent. They've seen their rents double. People that rented a place for 3 million are now looking at paying 8 million, right? People that got a place for 500,000 are now looking at 1.5, right? I have to acknowledge that there is a new bill that's passed in the State Assembly that is pushing for monthly payments of salaries that's protecting tenants, and I think that's a very, very good thing. Implementation of it, our laws are not the problem, it's the implementation of it.
growing up, I was thinking I would be in the, maybe being doctor or lawyer or, all those mentality then. But right now, I realize that I'm at the roadside roasting corn for the streets of Lagos, that's all.
Akara business doesn't take a lot of money.
I wanted to be an actress. I'm a nurse.
Wait a minute.
Growing up, I always wanted to be a nurse. I'm a nurse.
Okay. Ew, this is a big question. Growing up, when I was very small, I want to become a laboratory doctor.
What do you mean by that?
But I found myself as a hairstylist.
Well, when I was growing up, I actually wanted to become a surgeon.
I mean, it's all right.
Okay, so apparently I'm a business development executive. Basically, we're into investment, immigration, real estate, international real estate, and also international real estate, immigration, investments, and insurance. Yes.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you. I actually wanted to become an artist. The one that draws, that does portraits and paintings.
Oh, incredible!
Well, now I'm into flower decorations, doing of bouquets, and doing decoration for events, basically.
I want to become an accountant. I'm working with an audit firm as a tax consultant.
He's beginning to believe.
I said I wanted to become a pilot.
What?
I'm a manager at a sports shop, tennis sports shop.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. I'm saying.
Okay, growing up, I wanted to become a doctor.
Perfect.
Oh, I'm actually working for a sales company as a sales representative.
I like to be a businessman.
You serious?
I'm so doing a business also, but I never reached the level I'm expecting.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966, in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, He hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Iboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Ike Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing arts, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens
from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Aig Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much. We were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And, in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Aig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointment as chairman. Aiboje Aig Imokwede is back again. Aig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Aig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Wiki, where I take you around the world in few minutes. I am Sarah Ulswansa, and on the Friday edition, we begin with an exciting news in Nigeria, where traveling between Nigeria and Canada could soon become faster and more convenient. This is as Nigeria and Canada signed an expanded air transport agreement that paves the way for direct scheduled flight between both countries for the first time. Now, for travelers, this means shorter journeys and fewer layovers. For businesses, direct flight could lower logistic costs, improve cargo movement, and make it easier to build commercial partnerships. The agreement also has the potential to strengthen the trade and tourism as well as educational exchanges, particularly for thousands of Nigerians living, studying, and working in Canada. The next step is for airlines to turn the agreement into regular flight operations. Away from that story, where poultry farmers in the country are looking for a solution to one of the industry's biggest challenge, which is egg waste. Farmers in Lagos are calling for the establishment of an egg powder factory to process surplus eggs that often go unsold. Turning fresh eggs into powder significantly extends their shelf life, reduces post-harvest losses, and creates opportunities to supply bakeries, food manufacturers, and export markets. Now, if the proposal moves forward, farmers could earn more stable incomes, consumers could benefit from a more resilient food supply chain, and Nigeria's poultry industry could become more competitive. The challenge, however, will be attracting the investment needed to build and sustain the processing facility. Now we cross over to the global oil market, where Nigeria is seeing fresh demand for its crude oil. India has purchased 4 million barrels of Nigerian crude as it seeks alternative supplies following disruptions in the Middle East. The deal highlights Nigeria's growing role as a reliable supplier in the global oil market. If demand from major buyers continue, Nigeria could see stronger export earnings, improved foreign exchange inflows, and additional government revenue. However, sustaining those gains will depend on consistent production levels and stable oil prices. And that's a wrap on SOUQ Wiki today. Thank you so much for staying tuned from Monday through to Friday. And remember to follow us across all of our social media platforms at SOUQ Digital. Till I come your way next week, have yourself a fantastic weekend. I am Sarah Ulswansa.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicants for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I have done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end. From 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this the reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025, so that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT will have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill. But how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian tax administration bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that customs should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian revenue service that should be collecting. Customs, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the State Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the State Revenue Service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Administration, Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is the question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigeria, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be banned from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved. And then, of course, patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so, the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provisions made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provisions have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which should have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have a technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the accountant general against the commissioner of finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like these are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue, and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my stand is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of that countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT. What you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my region, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passed into law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase in VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side, and increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong, and then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about subsidy, fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some states than in some other states. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the recharge card and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That will go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up. And the deflation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it, since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion is that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign, or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy, and that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. On 2030 and thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NACENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. and NELPON will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED fund will not be getting anything. Well, from that 27 to 29, they said TED fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%, and NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED fund. Okay, it is only NELPON that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the three agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are being to working on target, how can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NELPON, even before transferring everything to NELPON is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as third point is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university, college education, polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester in Nigeria here. Some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go to go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either tell one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELPON to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And the made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation. And even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I am of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other day. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third point, which is like reducing what third point is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third point is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then null fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%. And then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meeting with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small your contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. Yeah, so there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax.
It's a beautiful Friday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. I am Sarah Owusu-Ansah, and it's a pleasure to have you join us once again on the program. Now, when people talk about Africa's wealth, the conversation often centers on its vast reserves of oil, gold, diamonds, cobalt, and other natural resources. Increasingly, experts have argued that the continent's greatest asset isn't actually found beneath the ground. It's found in its people. Now, with the world's youngest population and a rapidly growing workforce, Africa has a unique opportunity to drive innovation, entrepreneurship, and sustainable economic growth. But unlocking that potential requires more than population growth. It requires quality education, relevant skills, strong leadership, continuous learning, and workplaces that nurture talent. As industries evolve and technology reshapes the future of work, one question becomes increasingly important. Is Africa investing enough in its greatest resource, which is its people? Now, that's the conversation we're having today, and I would definitely not be doing this alone. Joining me is an amazing guest in person of Emmanuel Olise. He's a human resource personnel and talent development professional with extensive experience in leadership, people management, and organizational development. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you for having me once again.
Right. You know, we've spoken about Africa, growth beyond natural resources, how local industries can actually push the continent towards the next chapter. But how do we achieve this without the people? Because one key aspect of realize is that there can be a system, but if the people that are running that system, you know, are not well equipped for it, it could crash. But going by the topic, Africa's greatest resource, investing in human capital. As a human resource personnel, when you hear that, what's the first thing that plays out in your mind?
All right, I must categorically state that if Africa must be developed, or the transformation that we so much desire must happen in Africa, then the first thing, the focus, there should be a focus, a mindset shift. Yeah. The focus should move away from the natural resources, from the gas, the diamonds, the oils, and the lands and the rest, to the human capital. Okay. Because the natural resources, the lands, are not going to take care of themselves. Definitely. We see gigantic buildings, magnificent buildings everywhere. We see airports, roads, and the rest. But it is the human capital that will run them. Mm-hmm. And so the focus now should move away from this capital, and there's need for us to be more intentional about building our human capital. How do we do that? Go back to the drawing board. Okay. If you look at developed countries like China, Japan, America, and the rest, take a look at their educational system. You see that from primary session, from even nursery session, they are trained to be entrepreneurs. Yeah. They are given this entrepreneurial mindset from childhood. And then they grow naturally to become job creators and not job seekers. Yeah. They have that mindset from the beginning. So if we go back to developing our educational curriculum to accommodate these entrepreneurial skills and vocational training and the rest, of course, Africa is on its way to becoming a better. You know, the first aspect of this has to do with, human capital, which has been classified as Africa's greatest competitive advantage, looking at it from the angle that Africa has the youngest population in the world. But like I put here, though Africa has the youngest population, it seems like they are not taking advantage of it enough. So how best can the continent adopt strategies that would help young Africans, to build themselves, to develop themselves, so that they can further develop the continent and not just channeling attention only to natural resources? All right, like I said in my introduction, the starting point should be the educational sector. Yeah. For instance, most of our institutions are equipping people or training people in quotes to write exam, pass exam, come out with a degree. But it goes far beyond that. Now, from the educational sector, if we can start creating opportunities where the educational institutions partner with private sector. Okay. For instance, creating jobs, internship opportunities, apprenticeship opportunities, and mentorship opportunities for young scholars or graduates, or even long before they graduate, there's already an internship opportunity or an extended internship opportunity or period. There's apprenticeship period, there's training and mentorship. The young graduates or the person graduates naturally to become creators, to be relevant to the workforce and not coming with a certificate with no experience.
What you just talked about, I was going to ask you a follow-up question, but you just answered that, because we've realized that so many times graduates, people finish school and they find out that employers are looking for an entirely different skill, outside what they have learned within the four corners of a classroom or a university or what have you. But now, we have, in a society, I'll use Nigeria as a practical example for Africa. I know that over time, we have started to see some sort of improvement in that aspect. There are now vocational trainings, there are now partnerships here and there. Internships, even with our own NYSC, we see there's a program where they engage core members to learn different skills. But beyond academic qualifications, what are some specific skills that you believe that every young African needs to key into that would help or that would keep the continent in a very top competitive level, both within this climb and internationally?
All right, so I'm going to group that the skills into three. The first would have to be technological skills. Of course, we are in the age of technology, the digital era. And of course, there's this rapid increase in knowledge, technological tools. With the technological tools that we're used to before, there's a slight advancement. So people should be trained to be able to use these tools, technological advancement, to be able to catch up with the time. And then the other group would have to be the human capital. The human, training the human to be able to, come up, to be able to solve problems, to be innovators, and not those creating problems or those that are coming with zero knowledge and they are just there. They are not solving, they are not adding any value. So if we are able to train people to be innovators, to be problem solvers, it will go a long way. Then the third group will also has to be agility, ability to unlearn, relearn what you already know, add to your body of knowledge. Because people are coming out of the universities, they have the degree, they have the theoretical skills, but the practical, they're missing. The practical aspect is missing. There. So if people are trained to be able to, flow with the time, improve on your skills, keep learning and improving on your skills, of course,
so there's
the world will be a better place.
There's a need for constant and deliberate self-improvement.
Yes.
Don't just feel like, oh, because I know this already. Yes. Because even a skill that you know today,
in 5 years' time, it's already upgraded.
It's already upgraded, which is very, very true. But just a follow-up on that, you're into talent management, human resource, people management, basically. So how important would you say communication, emotional intelligence, adaptability, as well as problem solving is in today's job market?
Okay, these are skills, soft skills that only humans, not the technological tools, can do. So it's not, the place of communication is very important. The place of emotional intelligence, the technological advancement, the tools, the social media, the AI tools, I beg your pardon, are not trained, are not equipped
to do
this. Only the humans can do that, and that gives us an advantage over the technological tools. I beg your pardon. I don't know why I'm using the word social media. The technological tools. So the human capital is what sets us apart. That's what makes us unique as individuals from whatever tools that we are using. Because these tools, at the end of the day, it is still the humans that will control the tools. It is still the humans that will tell the tools what to do. Long before this technological advancement, ask the veterans, ask the silent generation, the now silent generation, how they were able to cope with the workforce.
But there's a particular, I'm sure you've seen it where they say, oh, very soon AI will take majority of jobs. So how do we strike that balance?
Yes, AI will take majority of jobs, but there are things that AI cannot do.
True.
For instance, in some countries, I think in the US and some other parts of the world, I was told or I learned that there are robotic sales, they are built robots that attends to customers and
clients,
the rest. But what those robots will not do is emotional intelligence, will not be able to
spark up conversation.
Exactly, spark up conversation and hold conversation for a long time.
Sure.
They are programmed. They can only do what they have been programmed to do.
Right.
So whether AI is taking over the workforce or not, humans are still, we will still have an advantage over the AI or technological advancements.
So it is a very key factor or soft skill. These are soft skills that Africans need to, critically adopt. Right, beautiful one there. We are having the conversation and it's taking a very interesting turn. And would, have to go into some other aspects because it has been broken down. We would like to talk about preparing Africa's workforce for the future, because the future that we're in now was not the future that we probably envisaged 10 years ago. Yeah. So we need to talk about how to prepare our workforce for the future, but we'll do that right after this break. We need to take a very quick break. And when we come back, we'll go straight into the second segment of the conversation. Just stay with us.
Ever wondered about the heartbeat of Africa? It's in its music and dance. From the ancient rhythms of the djembe to the vibrant moves of gumboot dancing, African cultures express stories, history, and community through incredible artistic traditions. Each beat tells a tale, each step a celebration. Discover the diverse sounds that unite and define communities across the continent. This is more than entertainment, it's a living heritage. What's your favorite African rhythm? Share in the comments. Just Africa Insights, SOUQ News Television.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. You're still watching Just Africa on SOUQ News Television, and I still have my guest with me, Emmanuel Olise. And let's quickly go into the second segment, which is preparing Africa's workforce for the future. Now, we know that the workplace is changing rapidly. Now, technology, artificial intelligence, automation, and digital transformation are redefining the skills employers need. At the same time, businesses are looking for employees who can learn continuously, adapt to change, and think creatively. So how prepared is Africa for the future of work?
Well, I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, Africa is like 5.
Oh, that's half.
Yeah, like half, because the truth of the matter is a lot of employers are looking for ready-made. They're looking for people who have all the skills, knowledge, attitude to do the job. Okay. But the truth is, there are people that once they come into the system, they are able to learn and grow and do even better than people who came in with the knowledge of it, skills and their attitudes and ability and the rest. So they should learn to train people, learn to add to people's knowledge. If you hire a talent today and the person knows XYZ, so it now behoves on you as the employer to continuously train and mentor this young talent, nurture them to become who exactly you want them to be in the future.
Talking about nurturing, it takes me to a certain, will I call it a menace or something we find ourselves in the workspace. It's not even just a Nigeria problem, it's an African, challenge where an employer is looking for someone and you're seeing 10 years experience, 12 years experience, 15 years experience, and that does not give room for other people, you know, that also have interest to learn on the job. How can we bridge that gap as a human resource personnel? How can employers come to terms and accept the fact that, you know, we can actually develop talents? They can develop talent rather than only employing professionals in certain roles.
All right, I think the best way to go about that would have to be partnering. I'm taking it back to what I said earlier, partner with the institutions.
Okay.
For instance, if employers partner with institutions from 200 level, people are already coming to your organization to learn one or two things. Okay. They have mentors around the industry they want to work in. By the time they graduate, they don't need any 10 years or 15 years experience to be able to fit in, because they have been mentored, they have been groomed from 100 level, 200 level, 200 or thereabout. But they are now coming to just flow with the system because they have already been, you know, the culture has been imbibed in them, the skills, the tools, all they need to know has already been, you know, imbibed in them. So mentoring them would not be an issue, or training them or bringing them to speed will not be an issue because they have been exposed to that kind of work setting. So employers or private sectors need to partner with institutions, partner with them, get these people, catch them young, that's what I call it, catch them young, improve, impact them, and then mentor them, groom them, train them, send some of them for some vocational training outside, because it's not necessarily what somebody has read in the university that the person gets to work with at the end of the day. Yeah. For somebody who wants to come in as a human resource professional, for instance, there is need for other leadership training, there's need for people management training, and some other things that are not necessarily human resource, in line with human resource. So what they need to do is partner with different institutions and then catch these people young, groom them from the early stage, and then at the end of the day, you will not be needing 10 years or 20 years experience to hire.
But you talk about private sector partnership. Where does the government come in all of this? Because the truth is that the private sector, there's only so much that they can also take on. How many schools will the private sectors, you know, partner with? How many institutions can they work with? So where does the government come in terms of the people factor helping us as a continent?
Okay, where the government comes in now would have to be creating vocational, you know, institutes where people can go and learn something, some relevant skills, and then where people can be mentored and groomed. And then we have professionals abroad who are doing pretty well. If you go to different parts of the world and you're looking for the best professionals in the medical field and other fields, but before you exhaust the list, a Nigerian name must be on that list, or an African name must be on that list. So we are doing pretty much well. All we need to do is partner with people in the diaspora and get them to, you know, train and mentor some people from in the country or in Africa. That way, these people are learning firsthand from professionals and they are growing. And so the government would do a lot by creating vocational institutes where these people can go, maybe register, learn a skill, and from there, they are given jobs to do. It might be internship opportunities or whatever, but they are trained and then they are employed at the end of the day. And also, apart from building vocational institutes, government would have to be intentional with the educational system. Very, very intentional. The curriculum has to change. Because what we have in our educational system is only training people to pass exam. If we have to tell ourselves the truth, just go sit, cram and pass exam and then come out with a certificate. And at the end of the day, the average graduate believes that, oh, once I have the certificate, that's it, that's the ultimate. But that's where the real world begins.
But I would say that, well, from my observation, to a large extent, there's been some shift. You know, even back when I was in school, secondary school and all of that, there were some subjects that were hands-on, intro tech, home economics, agriculture. But we realized that by the time we finished secondary schools, a lot of us did not really, you know, channel energy towards it because it just felt like you have to do it to pass that particular exam or subject. So with the adoption of all of these systems, I know that curriculum is also evolving. Some subjects have been scrapped, some subjects have been made mandatory. How do you think that, Africa as a continent can leverage on education? Because you still go to some parts of Africa and you find out that they are not very keen on education, So how then can we put some sort of encouragement that, okay, you know what, this is something that you should try out because at the end of the day, it's going to be beneficial?
Okay, I will start from the curriculum, like you rightly said. Back then, when we were in secondary school, we were made to do some hands-on, practical subjects and all of that. But the question is, those practicals, how relevant are they to the job market, to the workforce? How relevant are they? Some of the things we did there were just to pass, like you said, were just to pass the exam or pass that subject. But they are not very relevant today. So the curriculum, there has to be some improvement in the curriculum with what is relevant in today's market, what is relevant to the technology. It has to be at the forefront. If we must tell ourselves it, would add AI, adding AI to the courses and the rest would do a lot of good to us as individuals or as a nation, or in Africa, as Africans at large.
Right.
That will go a long way. And apart from that, government has to be very, very intentional too. Intentional in the sense that when you create a vocational side, vocational institute, for instance, and people are coming, they are trained, and then they are getting some skills, that are relevant to the workforce, and then they are employed, and then they are paid at the end of the day. Make it go round. It should not be stationed in the urban areas, for instance. People in the rural areas too should be involved. For instance, how do you get people like that, people in the rural areas to be involved? Just tell them that, while you are learning, we are paying you too. If you do that, and then somebody knows that, if he's, while he's learning, he's getting paid. Of course, that's like a stipend, you're going to pay them, but that will go a long way in attracting them to want to learn. So make it fun, make this learning fun, so in such a way that people who are not even interested in learning would want to learn.
All right, some sort of encouragement
yes.
to them. Well, let's come back to organization now. We know that many organizations, we found out over time that they struggle to attract and retain skilled employees and talent, So from your perspective as a HR professional, what would you say is that thing that makes people stay and grow in an organization?
Okay, the first thing would have to be culture.
Okay.
There's this saying that goes, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So culture is what makes people stay. If somebody comes, and it begins with the onboarding, from the onboarding session, somebody who is smart and intelligent already knows what the culture of that organization will look like. And right from the recruitment process, the person already has an idea what the culture of the organization will look like. So nobody wants to stay in a toxic environment. Okay. Nobody wants to stay in an environment where he or she is not equipped to grow. And when the person is trying to make a suggestion that will bring about his or her own growth, and all that the company or organization is interested in is the value that you are bringing to the table, the value that the company or organization is getting from you, and it's all about the organization. Nobody wants to work in such an environment.
They are not putting the employee into consideration.
Yes, so they have to be intentional, train people where necessary, help them achieve their goals. Everybody that is working in your organization, of course, they have their own personal goals to achieve too. So while they are helping the organization, while they are working, contributing their quota towards the development of the organization should also be intentional about helping the individuals to grow.
Right. We have to be intentional about this.
Yes.
But I noted something. I said leadership is often described as the foundation of successful organizations. So what qualities do you think leaders need to have, or what qualities define effective leadership in today's workforce?
Resilience.
I like that you started with that. Okay.
That has to be the first, because this economy can be very, very daunting and draining and exhausting too. So resilience has to be the first.
Okay.
And then emotional intelligence, being able to deal with different categories of people at the same time and not losing it.
Okay.
Emotional, then effective communication. Oftentimes you communicate, but how effective is our communication? If you're telling somebody to do something, is the person understanding from your from your perspective what that needs to be done? So being able to communicate effectively, critical thinking, thinking outside the box. A lot of people are thinking are stuck in the box, and they're all doing their thinking there. So ability to think outside the box makes a lot of difference, and several other soft skills.
Right. You've given us very key points there, and that's amazing. There's still so much to discuss. We are also going to talk about building Africa's future through people, which is our next segment. But there's one thing that jumps out at me, or one thing that has been on my mind for a while, and I had to put it down because you mentioned the things that make people stay in an organization. You also mentioned things that make you great leadership, resilience, emotional intelligence. But what are some of those common mistakes that you've seen young people, I'm talking about our continent. Let's remember that this conversation is focused on Africa. Yes. So what are some of the common mistakes that you've seen young people, young professionals make when entering the workspace or the work environment?
Okay, a lot of people are money conscious. It's good.
Everybody needs money. Everybody wants money.
But when you are so conscious about your pay, that's all that matters, everything else does not matter, then there's a big problem. Okay. Now, I'll give an instance. There is this organization. There are two different organizations. I don't want to mention names. One pays an entry-level graduate trainee 120,000, and the other pays 250,000. All graduates will definitely want to go to the one that pays 250,000. But the question is, aside the 120,000 that this other company is paying, are there other perks? Is there room for growth and improvement? Because for all you know, the 250,000 that this other company is paying is all they're offering, nothing else. No HMO, no pension, no growth plan, nothing else. But this other one is giving you opportunity to grow. They are giving you opportunity to learn and evolve and improve on yourself. They are adding to your knowledge in such a way that after 6 months, 1 year, you are more than twice your initial value. So which one would you prefer? The one that pays 120 or the ones that pays 250 for starters?
Well, you know that sometimes too, these people might not know these particular situations.
That's why asking the right questions during the interview.
Won't you also look at it from the economic perspective of it? Because our economy is right now, it's one of the deciding factors for so many things. Sometimes you want to do something. You know that this is the best option. But when you now remember that I will need more money to sort this because of the current state of the economy, you opt for the one that... So at what point do you factor in the economic situation and say, that 250 is also paying me more than this?
That's why I said that being too conscious, it's okay to be conscious about money, of course, how much you're earning and you're getting paid and the rest. But being too conscious, now you need to weigh the balance. You need to weigh both options. And that's why asking the right questions during interviews are very important. Because there are some people that all they are interested in, they have seen from the advert that is 250 they are paying or is 120, and they just, I'll go for this. But during interviews, are you aware that it's possible that they are offering at the beginning, they are offering to pay you 120, but in a month's time or in 2 months' time, that 120 could be increased to 250 or to 200, depending on the value you are bringing to the table. Right. I remember one of the organizations I worked at, what I negotiated during the interview was a particular amount, and I was paid that amount. But in less than 2 weeks, my salary was doubled.
Wow.
So it depends on the value you are bringing. If you are bringing value to the organization, trust me, there's no organization that would not want to keep you, do everything within their powers to keep you.
Right, value addition.
Yes.
Very important. Right, we'll take a breather here because we need to go on a break. And when we come back, the conversation continues. We're going to look at building Africa's future through people. That's another aspect for us. But do stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
The economy is changing. Technology is advancing. Industries are evolving. The question is, are your skills keeping up? Today's job market rewards adaptability. New skills create new opportunities, and continuous learning increases earning power. Whether it's digital literacy, technical training, financial education, or entrepreneurship, investing in your skills is one of the smartest investments you can make. Because buildings and machines drive development, but skilled people drive economies. Learn more, earn more, contribute more. Empower yourself, strengthen the workforce, build the future. This message supports sustainable economic development.
When we talk about South Sudan, Africa's youngest nation, having gained independence in 2011, we often focus on its political journey or natural resources. But there's something else that holds deep generational value in South Sudanese lives, which is cows. In South Sudan, cows aren't just animals, they are everything. They are currency, they are status, they are identity. Among groups like the Dinka and Nuer, a man's wealth isn't measured in cash, it's counted in cows. Cows pay dowries, settle disputes, mark the birth of a child, and even the death of an elder. Boys grow up in cattle camps, learning not just to herd, but to lead. Songs are written about prized bulls. People name themselves after their cows. It's love, not ownership. And no, they don't eat them. Not casually. Cows are sacred. They are milked, admired, and even mourned. Only in rare ceremonies, funerals, farming, or great misfortune is a cow killed for food. To eat one is to part with a piece of your soul. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Just Africa, only on SOUQ News TV.
The economy is changing. Technology is advancing. Industries are evolving. The question is, are your skills keeping up? Today's job market rewards adaptability. New skills create new opportunities, and continuous learning increases earning power. Whether it's digital literacy, technical training, financial education, or entrepreneurship, investing in your skills is one of the smartest investments you can make. Because buildings and machines drive development, but skilled people drive economies. Learn more, earn more, contribute more. Empower yourself, strengthen the workforce, build the future. This message supports sustainable economic development.
Welcome back. This is still Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. I still have Emmanuel Olise here with me in the studio, and we've been having a very interesting conversation around Africa's workforce, human resource, human management. But now let's move on to the third segment of the conversation today, which is building Africa's future through people. That's a very, very key point for us to note there. Now, strong economies are often built by capable people. Governments create policies, businesses create opportunities, but ultimately it is people, their ideas, skills, and leaderships that drive meaningful development. Now, let's focus on what it would take to unlock Africa's full human potential, because, you know, it's one thing to know that you have something. It's another thing to know how best to utilize what you have, because if you don't know the importance of what you have, abuse is inevitable, right? So if African governments and businesses are serious about building a globally competitive economy for the continent at large, what should be the top priorities for them to look into when talking about developing human capital?
Okay, I think that would have to be, first and foremost, it has to begin with being able to have a different mindset from what we already have.
Yeah.
Now, what's the mindset currently is, oh, go to school, get a degree, and that settles it. So if we move away from that, and we have a mindset shift that people need to be trained not only for the certificate, but they need to be trained to add value.
Yeah.
People need to be trained to be innovators, to be problem solvers. We have a lot of people who are in the job market who are not able to solve problems. They cannot, they are not creative thinkers, they are not innovators.
Yeah.
So having that mindset of not just coming out or graduating with first class, but being able to solve real life problems or challenges will go a long way. So first and foremost, it has to be the mindset. Then secondly, there should be encouragement in all ramifications. And if we keep waiting on government must not do everything. In your own little corner.
Can't even do everything.
Yes, in your own little corner. What impact are you having on people around you? For instance, you have people around you who are not, who are finding it difficult to do certain tasks or perform certain tasks, who are not literate.
Yeah.
And then when they speak, what we do is we laugh. Do we correct? Do we add value to these people by helping them, you know, just teaching people without being paid? You know, we have people who do that.
Yeah.
You see somebody that is lacking in an area that you are proficient, you have proficiency in, you go ahead and teach the person. So if in our own little corner, I am imparting a life in my own corner, and somebody somewhere is imparting a life, then of course at the end of the day, we'll have, the world will be a better place.
But how does the government, you know, what are those things that you would say the government needs to pay more attention to in terms of building human capital? Now, we've analyzed what we as persons, as people rather, need to do. But when it comes to government, businesses, what are those priorities that they need to look into in building human capital across Africa?
Okay, the educational sector,
yeah,
that cannot be overemphasized. That's where it starts from. The curriculum has to be improved on. It has to be compliant with, you know, recent advancements, technological advancements, and then what the job market is all about. And then after, you know, paying attention to the educational sector, the government also has to fund some institutions. There are some institutions that are, some NGOs that are there to train people. I know of a particular NGO in the north that is, you know, is poised to achieving, towards achieving the SDG 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, 3, and 4 goals. And of course, one of them is education. So if governments can sponsor, or we have financial support for these NGOs, of course, they will go a long way.
Right.
So financial support, educational improvement on the educational curriculum, and making and reward for excellence too.
Reward for excellence.
Because we have a lot of people who go on TV and they make a mess of themselves, and that's why this Olodo uprising or something was trending recently. They make a mess of themselves and they are counting millions at the end of the day, and somebody has graduated with first class.
It's awarded 50,000.
It's awarded 50,000. So when you reward excellence, other people will see and they want to, you know, learn and, you know, be like them.
Right, but let's talk about unemployment for a bit. You know, young Africans are often faced with, you know, the challenge of unemployment, despite the fact that they have gone to school. There's limited opportunity, changing workplace demands, And it feels like I've done everything. I even have the skill set. I have everything, but there's the unemployment gap. So how can Africa as a continent turn this our demographic reality into an economic advantage?
Okay, a lot of people graduate, and then they say there's this, what is it called again? I'm trying to remember the word. If I remember, I'll say it.
The labor market, favor market.
No, not that. But people graduate, and then we have a lot of people in the labor market, a lot of people looking for jobs. So there's what they call competitive advantage. You might be a first-class graduate, but there's another first-class graduate with top-notch AI skill.
Okay.
There's another first-class graduate with AI skill and other relevant skills. So as an employer or a recruiter, you want to look out for the one that is that has more advantage or a competitive advantage over the others. So that's why a lot of people are in the labor market looking for jobs and not getting one. So being able to improve on yourself beyond what you have read at the university or wherever is key, is very, very important.
Right.
Okay?
That's still self-development and improvement.
Yes.
Right. But looking ahead, what is that thing that gives you so much confidence that Africa's future workforce is going to be great? And what changes do you think you really like to see in the workforce across Africa in the coming decade?
Okay, what gives me confidence is the fact that we have a lot of people who are doing excellently well around the world. Go to the US, the UK, the other developed countries, we have a lot of Africans doing excellently well. That alone is a confidence booster for me. Yes, people are doing very well. So if we can improve on ourselves, if we can add to our body of knowledge, if we can borrow a leaf from the developed world, we see a lot of people use their phones for the wrong reasons. A lot of people, a lot of Africans are fixated, or their focus is on social media. Let me chase this clout. Let me see what's trending on social media. But the phone is a tool that can help you move from level 8 to level 10 overnight if you are serious.
But some people get paid by doing some of these things. Some of these platforms now actually pay. That's why you see a lot of Gen Zs putting in energy into their social media, because
but the question is in the long run. It's possible you could get paid today, but in 10 years' time, in 5 years' time, what would you say you have achieved at the end of the day? If I sit around, loafing around with my phone every day, all day, and all I do is comment on this social media platform or follow this TikToker to see what he's doing, and I'm getting paid. At the end of the day, what have I achieved? What skill, what improvement have I brought to myself? So that's important. It's important. People think of the now. How much am I earning? How much is coming into my account today? Africans are not thinking of the future. If you're thinking of the future, that in the next 5 years, what I'm doing today might be obsolete or will not even be relevant again, then you will want to do things to build the future that you desire.
Right. Yeah. Very, very true. But just before we wrap up, one last question. So if you could introduce one policy to Africa's workforce today, what policy would that be?
If I could develop one policy to Africa's workforce.
What policy do you think that would be?
That would have to be policy of synergy between educational institutions, between NGO, non-governmental organizations, and the workforce or different organizations. There will be a policy where there will be partnerships, where there will be people mentoring people from the outside, to the inside.
Okay. And if you could leave one message for a young African that is watching you today, HR professional and talent manager, and has probably given up on their own dreams because of everything going on, what would that one message be?
All right, that one message would have to be keep doing, a drop of water.
Tiny drops of water.
Tiny drops of water.
Makes a mighty ocean.
Makes a mighty ocean consistently. Yeah. So keep doing believe in yourself, basically. Keep doing what you are good at, what you are doing, even though it might not be giving you all the results or the benefits today, eventually your time will come. Don't give up on your dream, because if you give up, at the end of the day, you are a loser. But if you do not give up, chances are that you will make it, and I'm rooting for you. You are definitely going to make it if you do not give up on your dream.
I am also rooting for you. This is where we have to draw the curtain. Thank you so much, Iman and Olise, for joining us on the conversation. Talking about one very key part of Africa's future, which is its people. It was nice having this conversation with you from a professional perspective. Thank you so much for joining us. Right, you've heard it. You've heard the conversation. We've spoken, we've discussed, and we've been able to analyze one important aspect of Africa's future, which is its people. Now, today's conversation just reminds us that while natural resources and infrastructure remain important, no nation can achieve lasting prosperity without investing in its human capital. Education, skills, leadership, and lifelong learning are the foundation upon which competitive businesses, strong institutions, and thriving economies are built. Africa's greatest resource has always been its people, and by empowering them with the right opportunities as well as investing in their potential, the continent can build a future that is defined not only by economic growth, but by innovation, resilience, and shared prosperity. Thank you so much for joining us on this edition of Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. If you missed any part of today's program, you can always catch the replay on our digital platforms at SOUQ News TV and SOUQ Digital. And Africa's story is still being written, and here on Just Africa, we'll continue exploring the ideas, innovations, and people shaping the continent's future. Until next time, I am Sarah Osansa. Thank you for watching, and have a beautiful weekend.
A new generation of Nigerian artists is breathing life back into the age-old craft of bead making, a tradition that has adorned the necks, wrists, and waists of Nigerian women for centuries. Beads have always held a significant place in Nigerian culture, symbolizing wealth, status, and identity. In ancient times, they were used as currency and were integral in various rites of passage, from birth to marriage. However, with the advent of modernity, the demand for traditional bead making dwindled as imported jewelry and contemporary fashion took center stage. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye will explore the noticeable resurgence in the popularity of beads, fueled by renewed interest in African heritage and craftsmanship. This revival is not merely a nostalgic nod to the past, but a vibrant contemporary movement that blends tradition with modern fashion trends. Artisans are at the forefront of this revival, infusing new life into beadwork by incorporating innovative designs that appeal to today's fashion-conscious consumers. Their collections, which range from bead necklaces to bold statement earrings, have found their way into the collections of top Nigerian designers and onto the necks of celebrities, musicians, actors, actresses, and socialites, both at home and abroad. One of the driving forces behind this resurgence is the growing pride in African identity. As more Nigerians embrace their cultural roots, there is a rising demand for fashion that reflects this heritage. Beads, with their deep cultural significance, are the perfect medium for expressing this identity. They are no longer seen as relics of the past, but symbols of a proud and vibrant culture. Moreover, the bead industry has benefited from the global shift towards sustainable and ethical fashion. Consumers are increasingly seeking products that are not only stylish, but also environmentally friendly and socially responsible. Handmade beads, often crafted from locally sourced materials, fit this trend perfectly. Thus, the artisanal nature of beadwork ensures that each piece is unique, telling a story of the hands that made it and the culture it represents. This renewed interest in beadwork has also had significant economic implications. Small-scale artisans and bead makers, many of whom are women, are finding new opportunities to market their products both locally and internationally. The rise of online platforms and social media has made it easier for these artisans to reach a broader audience, leading to increased sales and a more sustainable livelihood. Furthermore, the Nigerian government and non-governmental organizations have begun to recognize the potential of the bead industry as a tool for economic empowerment. Initiatives that provide training and resources to bead makers are helping preserve this craft, while also boosting the local economy. However, the resurgence of beadwork is not without its challenges. Artisans face competition from mass-produced, cheaper alternatives that flood the market. To survive, they must continually innovate and differentiate their products from these imitations. For many, this means striking a balance between preserving traditional techniques and incorporating contemporary designs. As Nigerian beadwork continues to gain recognition on the global stage, it is clear that this ancient craft is more than just a passing trend. It is a testament to the resilience and creativity of Nigerian artisans who are redefining what it means to be fashionable in today's world. It is a reminder that while fashion may evolve, the cultural significance of beads remain timeless. The resurgence of bead making in Nigeria is a powerful reflection of the country's rich cultural heritage. It is a movement that honors the past while embracing the future, proving that beads are not just ornaments, but symbols of identity, pride, and resilience.
You have a job offer, they're going to pay you 800k per month, but you work 7 days a week, except public holiday. Or you earn 500k per month, but you work 5 times a week. Which one do you think you will go for?
I think that 7 days a week will be better. Because of the Nigerian stress and everything. The stress in Nigeria now is crazy.
Well, I'll definitely go for the one of 500k because my mental health is very, very important. I mean, what's the purpose of working when you don't have the time to spend the money you're working for or have some good time with your family? So my mental health is going to suffer.
I'll go for the one of 500k because the pay is okay, same as one of 800k, and I have to work 5 days, so I get to rest, and I'll have more peace of mind. Like, that's just it.
Okay, that's actually very tricky. Considering the Nigerian economic system, I would go for the 800, along with side hustles and all that, because it's something that could cover up for a lot of things.
I'll go for the 500k one because I like my peace of mind. I like rest days. How many public holidays do we have in a year? It matters. It matters. At least I'm guaranteed my Saturdays and Sundays peace of mind. Not that you'll be calling me to work on Sunday because there's no, I don't want that.
Probably go for the 500k a week. That's more sustainable. I can't work 7 days a week all my life. I'm human. I need to sleep.
I think the 500k one, because at least I still need time to rest for myself. So yeah, I think I'll prefer the 500k one.
I'll go for the 500k
for 5 days because I don't think I can like do the 7 days per week, like just working non-stop. It's very exhausting for me because I think as humans we need sometimes to like relax, like take a weekend off, play basketball, something, but I can't do the 7 days per week. I prefer the 5 days.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome to Cash Crafts. My name is Grace Komolafe. In Nigeria's agro space, palm kernel oil, PKO, is an underrated cash cow, quiet, consistent, and massively profitable. Known for its wide use in the cosmetics, pharmaceutical, and food industries, PKO is extracted from palm kernels and is in the high demand, both locally and internationally. What makes this venture truly attractive is its accessibility. With Nigeria being one of the largest producers of oil palm in the world, palm kernels are readily available, especially in states like Ondo, Edo, Imo, Delta, Cross River, and Akwa Ibom. And here is the kicker: nothing goes to waste. After extracting the oil, the cake left behind is sold as livestock feed. The shell, it fuels boilers or is sold to ceramic and brick industries. Every part of the process holds value. So, what makes PKO processing a powerful cash craft? High return on investment. You can process 1 ton of palm kernel to yield up to 400 liters of oil. Multiply that by market price, and you are looking at solid margins. Market demand. Soap manufacturers, beauty brands, bakeries, and exporters are always on the lookout for quality PKO. Side streams. Yes, palm kernel cake, PKC, is in demand in animal feed markets, and palm shell has commercial fuel value. Scalable startup. Begin with a mini expeller, 800 to 1.5 million naira, and scale as profits grow. If you are ready to dive in, here is what to consider. 1. The final role in the value chain. Processor. Now buy kernels, extract oil, and sell to local or industrial buyers. Again, broker, marketers, link processors with big buyers, earn by volume. Aggregator, buy in bulk from rural producers, clean and resell to processors. Moving to number 2, set up your production. Machinery needed, that includes cracker, separator, kernel oil expeller, filter press. Yes, you need power source, diesel or electric motors. Just know your local power availability. Now, factory location, that's very important. Set up near kernel supply regions to reduce logistic costs. Now we go to 3, get quality supply and handle storage. Buy dry, I mean well-preserved kernels. Avoid muddy or sour-smelling ones. Store in clean. Keep sacks away from moisture. And we'll move to 4, connect with buyers. Yes, you will need to connect with beauty and skincare industries. Shell butter plus PKO is equal to good. Also locate soap factories and bakeries. Now, sell via online platforms. You can connect to exporters.ng and B2B portals. We go to 5. Understand regulations and packaging. Ensure hygienic NAFDAC compliance packaging if selling to food and beauty firms. Learn the rules for local transportation or export standards. And finally, palm kernel oil processing is a low noise, high profit business with deep roots in Nigeria's agricultural economy. With the right tools, connections, and product quality,
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
They say money doesn't change who you are, it just enhances who's already there. So if you're living your life a certain way, let's say you're just blowing money, you're buying drinks, you're buying drugs, what is the money gonna do? Is that gonna change you or elevate you or just make you spend more money in that area? Why the reparations? That's my question. Well, what is it gonna do?
Well, you believe that Europe and America should do more for Africa?
Well, in what way?
Good afternoon. You know, when I heard you in our studio, what caught me was your voice. I'm really attracted by your voice. But let's start the discussion by getting to know you. Can you run us through your career and the kind of person that you are?
Okay, my name is Lord Frank. I'm a voiceover artist and actor. I've been in the industry for a little over a decade now. And I have done everything from movies, TV series, and I've even been on radio for a little bit. Majority, I do voiceovers, and I produce adverts. Yeah.
Voiceovers, what does that mean to the ordinary man?
Voiceovers are when you just have your voice. Nobody sees you, but they can hear your voice on maybe ads on TV or on radio.
So you must be into advertising, marketing communications? That's correct, yes. What's been your experience?
It's been okay so far. It's been okay so far. You know, there's been ups and downs here and there, just like anything else, but it's been okay so far.
About this American accent, has it got to do with your training?
A little bit.
Tell us about your training.
Well, I stayed in the States for a little while, close to 20 some odd years. And I did a couple of courses in terms of radio and TV production.
I'm sure you know Hollywood.
Yes.
Have you had any relationship with Hollywood at all?
Not really.
Do you plan to?
I did at the time. I almost got the extent I almost got close to Hollywood is I almost had an agency. One of the things that you have to do as an actor in Hollywood is get a talent agency, because those are the guys that get you the job. So almost got a talent agency.
We have so many radio and television stations, particularly in Lagos. Have you listened? Have you watched any? What's your opinion?
It's not bad. We're doing all right.
Because I believe that our artists, our presenters tend to be necessarily American or African. And I thought we should have a Nigerian voice. What do you think?
No, I would agree with you. I mean, one of the things that, lets you know you're in a particular country is by what you hear on the radio and things like that, the kind of music, the kind of presenters they have. Yeah, so that's one of the telltale signs that you're in a particular country. So you're absolutely right. So when I turn on the radio, I should hear a Nigerian voice.
What is broadcasting like now globally with social media? Everybody wants to be a journalist now with social media. And it's affecting broadcasters.
Right, you're absolutely right.
What's the way out?
That's a good question. I don't know if I have the answer for that. But unfortunately, attention is currency nowadays. And whoever gets to present first, gets the amount of views. But at the end of the day, people who are more concerned about genuine, true stories will find their platform.
You are so informed and so educated and so trained.
Well, thank you.
What are you trying to bring back to the country?
Well, I've been here a while, so I think genuineness, authenticity is one thing, right? I believe strongly, and that's what I was telling someone earlier, I believe strongly that no matter what you want to show the world, the most important thing is the vehicle that you're using to present it to the world. We could be as Nigerian as we want to be, but the production value has to be as quality as anything. Was what everybody's used to.
Let's talk about branding.
Okay.
Seems like everybody wants to brand.
Yes, yes.
Is it the right way to go about it? Or do you use the media? What has branding got to do with it? Or
I believe branding sells, you know. If you believe you have something unique, something that nobody else has, yeah, brand it. You know, brand it, because that comes with a whole lot of things. I think people look at you different when you have a brand.
now we're talking about climate change.
Yes.
In this part of the world, we seem to be far behind. What do you think the media in this part of the world should be doing as regards climate change, sustainability, the green revolution kind of, yes?
I think it's a question of how important is it to us. If there's any truth to it, now I'm going to sound pretty bad, if there's any truth to it, then the focus should be on it, you know, whether it could be alternative energy, how we can be more concerned about how to use those alternative energies as opposed to what our major source of power is, you know, oil and generators and things like that. So it just depends.
We have so many festivals in Nigeria. In Lagos, we've just done Eyo. We have Ofala, we have Agogo. Do you have suggestions on how we can market and monetize it for economic development?
Like, we can build stories around these festivals, you know, they can be the core of our filmmakings or our music, you know, the way that people will be so fascinated about it. By itself, it's doing pretty good. You know, people are already coming from all over the world to come and enjoy these festivals, but I think we can do more. And that comes to how we all have to work together, network, how we can bring what we believe makes us authentic to the rest of the world. We can work together.
America and Nigeria, is there a way we can cooperate in the areas of culture, tradition, music, particularly music? Because our musicians are making gain everywhere now. Is there a way the American government or the American people itself can rally around and have a kind of interrelationship?
Well, I don't know, I can't speak on that particularly, but I think they're collaborating okay. I think they're doing well. Burna Boy is making music with different people. You know, Wizkid and, you know, Rema, all these people are making music with different people. So I think they're doing okay.
What about our fashion? How do we promote it and how do we market it? And how do we inspire the ones at home? How do we go about it?
Like you were saying earlier, that social media has done so much, right? And these individuals just lock in on social media, you know, the word will get out.
So how do we look at our festivals? How do we refine them using technology and using the web results so that we just don't repeat the same thing every year?
There was a gentleman that did an AI video of elderly. I don't know if you came across this thing. It was on YouTube. He put it up. He did an AI video of the elderly in different African attire, different fashions and stuff like that. So that's the way we're going. You know, we can take things that maybe like the festival or whatever it is from our traditions and just combine it with AI and present it to the world.
If I talk about the diaspora, we have a very strong Nigerian diaspora abroad. Is there a way we can encourage them? And is there a way we can unite them up there so that they can contribute to the development of this place? Because what has been happening are just isolated cases.
Sure.
And they need to be formed into a group, a formidable group, to come to the aid of particularly Nigeria. What should be the role of these diaspora people?
I think it takes a group to open that up, that discussion, you know, a group or maybe an association or, you know, an organization to put together and say, you know, we're looking for our Nigerian brothers and sisters in different places to, you know, come together, and there has to be transparency, there has to be structure. I think if they see the transparency and they see the structure and they see that they're really helping individuals to build and better Nigeria, I think they'll get involved.
I write a lot, but even some of my colleagues have observed that there's a shortage of African writers. We're all riding on the fame and popularity of Wole Soyinka, Chinua Achebe. The stars, the young ones are not coming up. Is there a way we can fashion out a training program or a project?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, when you look at the entertainment world, what's selling is the Nigerian Idol, the African voices and things like that. And it's more tailored towards musicians. I think if there were more competitions or contests in regard to writers, yes, I think some people will, you know, come out and will inspire a new generation of writers, you know, and having the likes of you or Wole Soyinka being the judges and stuff like that, and really making it a big celebration. You know, people will turn out. Yeah.
You're doing voiceovers, and I know you'll be concerned about AI.
Yes, yes.
I'm not fascinated by AI.
Okay.
Because I think it will kill creativity.
Sure.
So how will AI affect your business and my business?
It really depends on who you're talking to. Because some people may say, I have the idea, I have what I know I want to do. AI just helps me go from point A to point B a little quicker, and that's all it does. And some people can say, okay, let me just sit back and type, give me an idea. That's where we're now in trouble. I think that's the difference there.
I'm going to ask a very sensitive question, and it's been in the news for some time now. This issue of reparation. Do you think that the black people, the Africans, will deserve reparation from Europe?
Wow, that is really sensitive. It's really sensitive.
That's why I said it's sensitive.
Right.
Because some governments are already doing it. Germany is doing it. France is doing it. So it's not a big deal.
I guess my question is, to what ends? They say money doesn't change who you are, it just enhances who's already there. So if you're living your life a certain way, let's say you're just blowing money, you're buying drinks, you're buying drugs, what is the money going to do? Is that going to change you or elevate you or just make you spend more money in that area? Why the reparations? That's my question. Well, what is it going to do? What's going to do? Because there's so many individuals that are excelling, even way before we were going to talk about this day and age. Back then, a long time ago, there was a place called Black Wall Street in New York. I think it's in New York. That it was ran by all black Americans, and it was doing well until they got messed up. But the point I'm trying to make is, what is the goal of the reparations? What is really the goal?
Well, you believe that Europe and America should do more for Africa?
Well, in what way?
Technically, training, investment.
Okay. I think it boils down to trust.
Let's talk about politics a little bit. And you can't talk about politics without talking about democracy in Africa. What's your perception of the prevailing democratic atmosphere in Africa? Our leaders, our political leaders.
Unfortunately, they say people deserve the leaders they get. What pool are these leaders coming from? And just being honest, what kind of people are we? If we're kind of people who have, a level of pride in our country, a level of trust, a level of integrity, then the leaders we choose will be different, I think. We have to start with ourselves.
I'm not a youth. But we have 70%, almost 60% of our population are youth. What do you think we should be doing with these guys? Some unemployed, some employed, some with some skills, but no support. What kind of support will you recommend? From individuals, from government, and from established people like you?
There's so many things that we can do with our youth, so many things. There are factories that can be built, there's farmland that can be placed in. There's so many things that we can use. I mean, and that goes back to how much love we have for our country, how much love we have for our people. And like I said, it's just about pride. If you have that much pride in the motherland, then all our youths are ready to work. They're not lazy. At least we can't say they're lazy because we haven't given them the opportunity. We have to say, okay, to really see that, okay, you have an opportunity. Are you ready to work? We can't tell it. We can't say it because we haven't given them the opportunity.
Finally, 5 years from now, what will Nigerian entertainment industry, music industry, what peak will it reach? How will you rate it in 5 years' time? Our entertainment industry, Hollywood, our musicians. We have lots that we have to offer.
That's a very good question. So right now, music industry is doing quite well, very well, almost in terms of same level as music industry anywhere else. And Hollywood is getting really close. It's really, really getting close. So I think in 5 years, right, we'll have a lot of partnerships. We'll have a lot of more of our stuff being out there. If we just stay the course, the way we're going now, I think in 5 years, we'll be revered around the world.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful.
Yeah, thank you.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Olumorok, Lishabi and the people of Egbala, a story of resilience and transformation. Telling the story from afar may not be as beautiful as visiting the historical scene for a more engaging storytelling.
I welcome you to the foot of Olumorok. So climbing the rock is in two ways. Either you go through the panoramic elevator or the stairs, but whichever way you choose to go through, I'm assuring you are going to land at the topmost part of Olumorok safely. So Olumorok is like every other rock you've ever climbed or know about, but it plays an important role in the life of the people of Egba during an intertribal war between the Egba and Old Oyo Empire.
History and culture are the intertwined thread that shape the identity of a people, offering a glimpse into their past struggles, triumphs, and the rich traditions that continue to define their presence.
So from here we can have the glance view of the immediate environment around Olumorok, because Olumorok is centered at the middle of Abeokuta. But when we get to the topmost part on Olumorok, we are going to have the 360 degree of the view, which means the more you go, the more you see. So I want to encourage you to
Raise up.
Raise up so that we can get to the topmost part of the rock. So let's move.
History is what we bring to you today. What is the connection between Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people? My name is Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective. Let me take you on an inspiring journey through the history of one of Nigeria's most significant landmarks. Come with me.
I welcome you to the first level on Olumorok.
Thank you.
So this is the first level on the rock. Olumorok is in 3 stages, from the ground floor to the first landing scape. I want to inform you that you have climbed 120 stairs to come this far. Can you give yourself a round of applause for that? And I'm sure you are fit to climb to the topmost part in Olumorok.
I'll try.
That's great to know. So the first level of Olumorok is called Lishabi Garden. Lishabi Garden is named after one of our past warriors called Lishabi Agbunguakala. Lishabi was one of the warriors that fought for Egba to gain their freedoms from Old Oyo Empire. It is a natural garden set aside for people to take relaxation after climbing the first level of the rock. Also at this spot, we have 2 trees that we can talk about. The first one is Dongoyaro tree. This is it here. Dongoyaro tree. English call it neem tree. It botanicizes as Adirata indica. If you get from its leaf and cook cassava and drink, it kills malaria. And if you drink from its stick, it clears bad breath from mouth. Also, its name is derived from an Hausa face, which means tall boy, Doko Yaro. This is a flamboyant tree. Its botanic is Dilonis regia. It produces some lump. Look at the branches. If you get from those brown pods, there are some seed inside it. When it dries up, if you tap or shake, give a kind of sound sheke sheke. And that was where the Yoruba derived its name from. That is why we call it pansheke in the Yoruba land. The pots serve as a natural musical rattle for traditional dancers, nursing mother to play with, before the invent of tambourine and some other musical instruments. When we go up on Olumorok, we are going to turn and visit all historical places. There are some shrines and worshippers around Olumorok. They are not harmful. They are here to showcase our cultural and traditional heritage. So I wish you a pleasant trip as we rock.
Olumorok a striking natural formation rising 137 meters, which is about 450 feet above Abeokuta, Nigeria. It's more than just a tourist attraction. It is a symbol of Egba people's endurance. The story of Olumorok begins in the early 19th century when it was identified by the hunter named Adagba. Though details on how Adagba discovered the rock were limited, it is well documented that the Egba people facing oppression under the Oyo Empire sought refuge here.
So this is the cave. This was where the people of Egba took refuge during the war. From that side, there was some dripping water. Some water is to drop from that side. It is tagged the medicinal water of Olumorok. Whenever the water is gushing, traditional believers always come to pick from it, drop. And they claim it cures so many ailments in the body. But the water is not flowing out because God determines when the water flows. And this grave, that's the resting place of Chief Sonny. The grave of Chief Sonny. Chief Sonny was the OC of Itoko during his lifetime. Olumorok is founded between two communities. The entry point of Olumorok, where you came in from, is called Ikija, while the backside of Olumorok is called Itoko community. And this is a chieftaincy title in the Yoruba land. That is the chief sitting at the left of the king in palace. As we have the Otunba and Osioba, it's a two-top position to the king. According to the custom and tradition of Yoruba, when the chief died, they bury the chief either at the front of his house, at his bedroom, or at his backyard. He must never be taken to a cemetery. That was why Baba was buried here. And this rostry roof building is the family house of Chief Sonny. The family has an extension. Baba dies on the 23rd of January 1956. 20 years after his death, government took over this place as a tourist site. That was why government decided to fence the family house so that they will not be blocking up the passage of the tourists. So the people of Egba took refuge here during an intertribal wars. The war started in 1830. Then the people of Egba were under old Oyo Empire. They basically want freedoms and where to settle. That was why they consulted the Fareku for lead. Ifa instructed the Egbas to come and settle there. On their way coming down, they met a man on the road. The name of the man is called Adagba. Adagba was a great hunter farmer. He was the one that discovered Olumorok during his hunting process. During those periods, the entire city of Abeokuta was thick forest. Only the powerful ones and the warriors that could come around to do anything and return back home alive. But when the Ifa instructed the Egbas to come, Shodeke, who was one of the founding fathers of Egba land, led the people of Egba down here. And they were here for years. During their stay, they took the natural suspension shape of the rock advantage and built their rooms. The rock is naturally standing. They only took the advantage of the shape and built their room. So the rock served as the roof of the room. 4 of the rooms they built as collapsed remains only that. Those are the signs of the fallen rooms. That was where they kept wives and children. Men and warriors will surround the rock so that the enemy will not gain access to this place. All these holes we are seeing on the surface of the rock, that was where they do their grindings. Like we use blenders now, Yoruba call it Oluata. So the process of their grindings make the holes deep like this. After the war in 1833, the people of Egba from Ifa to confirm maybe they should leave this place to go back to where they came from. Ifa told them to keep on dwelling here, that this is where God has put an end to their problems. And that's how they derived the name to the rock, Olufimo. Olufimo means where God put an end to all our tribulations. Ibiti Oluwa fi ogun wàhálà àti ìdààmú ayé wa mọ̀ sí Olufimo. But people later shorten it to Olumo to gain a very short word. Another meaning to Olumo, Olu in the Yoruba land means God. That's God Almighty. Mo means mold or molded. The people then believe that God benevolently molded the rock for them so that they can take their refuge under it. Oluwa lo mo fun wa. láti fi ṣe ibi ìsádi kúrò lọ́wọ́ ọ̀tá. God molded the rock for our refuge. So when they came out from the rock, others were asking the Egbas of their whereabouts, and they told them, hid ourselves under the rock. Under the rock or beneath the rock in Yoruba means Abe Okuta. And that was how the name got changed from Egba, and they started referring to them as Omo Abe Okuta. Also, the popular city of Abe Okuta started from here. So if you have been anywhere around the town and you have not visited here, you haven't been to Abe Okuta.
The name Olumo is derived from the Yoruba words Olu means God and Mo meaning molded, signifying God-molded rock. This reflects the deep spiritual connection the Egba have with the rock, seeing it as a divine creation that shaped their destiny. Today, the rock remains not only a historical site, but a place of cultural rituals, including annual sacrifices.
Over here, we have the main shrine of Olumo Rock, the main shrine of the rock. The main shrine is a local temple where the people of Egba worship and make sacrifices to the deities of Olumo Rock. Olumo Rock is an historical monument. It's also a symbol of Egba unity, strength, and unfailing protection. Because under the rock, the people of Egba took refuge during an intertribal war. And after the war, the rock has become a deity. That is why Egba people offer sacrifice to Olumo Rock once in a year with a big black cow. During the festival, only two people have access to enter the shrine. That is why the shrine is always locked. And the two people are the paramount ruler of Egbaland, that's Alake of Egbaland, and the chief priest. The chief priest is called Abore in the Yoruba land. Other traditional rulers in Abeokuta invited guests, indigenous of Abeokuta, will stay outside to say amen to his prayer. During the festival, the Alake of Egbaland will pray for the whole nation. He pray for Egba unity, also the climbers of Olumo Rock, so that they will not fall. No one has ever fallen while climbing the rock. Also at the shrine, traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. When the prayer is answered, those that made pledges while praying will come back to redeem their pledge, ensuring appreciation to Almighty God and to Olumo that interceded for them. That is why we have those feather, blood, and cloth on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of pledges people have been returning. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba. There are 4 traditional rulers in Abeokuta: Alake of Egbaland, the paramount ruler of Egbaland, Oshilo of Okiono, Agura of Bagura, and Oluwu of Uwu. Traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. Maybe they're looking for words, children, or anything in life. So when the prayer is answered, those that make pledges while praying will usually come back with their pledges. That's why we have those feather, blood, and stuff on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of the pledges. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba, meaning a deity you can pray through for words, children, and every other good things in life.
You might be wondering about the historical issues between Oyo and the Egba people. How Oyo to exert control over them. The western region of Nigeria, primarily composed of Yoruba descendants, was dominated by the Oyo Empire, a powerful political entity that rose to prominence around the 15th century. By the 18th century, Oyo had become one of the largest and most influential states in West Africa, known for its sophisticated governance, military strength, and expansive trade networks, controlling neighboring kingdoms, including the Egba. The governance of the Oyo Empire was centralized under the Alaafin, the king, who was supported by a council of advisors and provincial governors. This structure enabled the empire to maintain stability and enforce laws across its vast territories. At its peak, Oyo thrived economically through agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, establishing itself as a vibrant economic hub. However, its involvement in the transatlantic slave trade created significant instability in the region, leading the Egba people to seek independence from Oyo's control. Who is Lishabi? No story about the Egba people is complete without mentioning Lishabi, the legendary warrior whose courage and strategic leadership freed the Egba people from the oppressive dominance of the Oyo Empire. Lishabi heroism is etched deeply in the annals of Yoruba history, as he led a rebellion that broke the chance of subjugation and paved the way for Egba autonomy. Lishabi Agbongbu Akala, a native of Itoku, Abeokuta, was not just a fearless leader, but also a tactician. In the late 18th century, the Egba were subject to heavy taxation and constant exploitation under Oyo's rule. To resist this, Lishabi secretly mobilized a group of Egba farmers and hunters into a covert warrior society called Egbearo, a vital step in organizing the rebellion. With his deep understanding of the terrain and his influence over his people, Lishabi led a series of coordinated guerrilla attacks against Oyo forces stationed in the Egba region. His strategy was not one of open warfare, but a methodical plan to undermine Oyo's authority. By ambushing Oyo tax collectors and military detachments, Lishabi weakened the empire's grip over the Egba. His leadership unified the Egba people, turning their frustration with Oyo into a force for liberation. Following their eventual victory, the Egba people were freed from the oppressive rule. In 1830, this newfound freedom led to the establishment of Abeokuta, meaning under the rock, a city founded under the protective watch of Olumorok. Olumorok provided both a literal and symbolic refuge as it sheltered their people during their struggle for independence. From this safe haven, the Egba built a thriving community rooted in agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, becoming a key cultural and economic hub in the region. Today, Lishabi Agbongbu Akala's legacy is celebrated not just as a warrior, but as a symbol of unity and resilience. His actions not only ensured the survival of the Egba people, but also contributed to the rich historical and cultural fabric of Abeokuta and the entire Yoruba as a whole. By the mid-19th century, Abeokuta had attracted European missionaries like Thomas Freeman, whose introduction of Western education and Christianity left a lasting influence on the community.
Inscription about the, just a little write-up. The next spot is where we used to have the mamas. So this was one of the water pots they drank from the Yoruba quality cocoa. With water storage and preservation, water point here is as cold as water from the refrigerator, but it has been cemented for proper preservation. The Yalorisha, they are here as the custodians of the rock, and people do come to them for spiritual consultation and a whole lot more. So this is a crown tree. Crown tree. Yoruba quality Gia cocoa. If a king has to be installed, or they want to make a chieftaincy title in a Yoruba land, they pluck from the leaf away a cocoa to coronate king. But this very one is mainly used for the paramount ruler of this town, Lake of Egba land, only for him. And the tree has been growing there for over 250 years. It doesn't grow than this. So it has been. Poster of the Nile study Yalumo, she's 98 years of age. And this is a poster reflecting the old Yalumo. She died at the age of 137 years, over 2 years ago now. They have a deity they worship here, they call it Orisha Igu. Orisha Igu, that's the deity that controls longevity. They believe the more they worship, the longer they live. So they have other deities around. One of such is Orisha Ojubo Baluaye. Obaluaye is the deity that controls chickenpox and measles. Yoruba call it Shopono. So if chickenpox or measles is striking all over, they do consultation from here. So whatever instruction they get, so once they follow it, everything that comes up will disappear to go. So that's Ojubo Baluaye right there. And this Ogun, god of iron, the famous god of iron. So, we have a baobab tree, B-A-O-B-A-B. In the eastern part of Nigeria, they call it Afon-Apunwa. In the northern part, they call it Kuka. Here in Southwest, we call it Gioshi. It botanica is Adansonia digitata. The significance of the tree is that traditional believers always come on there to pray for protections. Because there's an adage in the Yoruba land that goes those. One do ikapa, akpa okapa, one do ikai Gioshi, akpa okoshi, one do ika konga oshi binukosi. Meaning there's no way you can wrap your arms around the tree. It is impossible because of its massiveness. That's why traditional believers always come on there to pray for protections. So that's the Gioshi right there. On the floor here we have the faces of the warlord. Those that fought for Egba to gain their liberations. So their memorial sculpture was molded here. And the white share you are seeing there, that's type of money spent in the olden days. Cowrie share, Yoruba call it Oweyo. But now they know it for a fact consultation and traditional decoration. That's the olden days money spent in the olden days. Also they use it for a fact consultation. The ancient route to the peak of Olumo Rock. Before modernization, this is only means of going up the rock. The ancient trail is a natural passage used by the warriors to access the rock.
stands as a beacon of history, attracting visitors from all over the world who seek to understand the resilience of the Egba people, showcasing various historical pieces, traditional items, and, on the other hand, the establishment and continuous celebration of the Lishabi festival. In the evolution of the Egba from warriors and hunters to craftsmen, traders and national leaders, their history illustrates the power of unity and determination. Lumorok continues to tell the story of a people who overcame oppression to build a vibrant, self-sustaining community.
I welcome you to the topmost part in Lumorok. From here you can see almost everywhere in Abeokuta. And the height of the rock is 137 meters above sea level. That's about 449 feet.
This is the rich, unyielding legacy of Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people, a narrative of survival, courage, and transformation. Now you see the connection. You see the missing link. I am Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective on SOUQ News Television.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a big difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that works with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to evade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world. And 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say it's a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing.
Welcome to World News, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos State, Nigeria. I am Sarah Ozonza. Here are today's top stories. Nigeria and Canada have signed an expanded air transport agreement that will allow direct scheduled flights between both countries for the first time. The Police Service Commission, PSC, has handed over 50,000 newly recruited police constables to the Nigeria Police Force for training following a nationwide recruitment exercise. Morocco has pledged to work with Spain and other European partners to identify and return unaccompanied migrant minors who crossed into the Spanish enclave of Ceuta during last week's mass migration. Now, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan are set to sign a joint defense agreement in Mecca to solidify a strategic alliance among major regional powers. And in sport news, Victor Osimhen remains the highest-paid footballer in Turkey despite the arrival of Mohamed Salah at Trabzonspor on a high-profile transfer. We'll bring you details of these headlines and more stories in a moment. have taken a significant step towards strengthening bilateral relations with the signing of an expanded air transport agreement that paves the way for direct scheduled flights between both countries for the first time. Beyond reducing travel time, the agreement is expected to improve the movement of people, goods, and services while creating a more efficient aviation corridor between West Africa and North America. The broader implication is economic, and also improved air connectivity is expected to encourage trade, attract investment, support tourism, and make educational exchanges more accessible for thousands of Nigerians studying or doing business in Canada. For airlines and cargo operators, lower logistics costs could improve competitiveness and stimulate new commercial opportunities. Meanwhile, the federal government has commenced more than 216 billion naira worth of road infrastructure projects in Osun State, including the Osogbo-Iwo-Ibadan Road and the reconstruction of the Gbogon-Osogbo Road. The projects are expected to improve regional connectivity and reduce travel constraints across a major economic corridor in the southwest. Beyond the construction phase, the long-term impact lies in improved access for businesses, farmers, and commuters. Better road infrastructure typically lowers transportation costs, facilitates trade, and encourages private investment, making the project strategic assets for regional economic development if delivered within the projected 24-month timeline. In another news, Dangote Petroleum Refinery has emerged as Europe's largest supplier of jet fuel for the second consecutive month, shipping more than 400,000 tons of aviation fuel to the continent in July. The performance positions the refinery as a major player in the international refined petroleum market, while highlighting its growing export capacity. For Nigeria, the development represents more than an export milestone. Increased refined product exports have the potential to strengthen foreign exchange earnings, reduce dependence on crude oil exports alone, and improve the country's standing in global energy markets as value-added refining becomes a larger contributor to economic growth. Meanwhile, the Police Service Commission, PSC, has transferred 50,000 newly recruited police constables to the Nigerian Police Force, NPF, for training under the federal government's ongoing effort to strengthen national security. Training will commence once funding is released, after which the recruits will be deployed nationwide. The recruitment is expected to improve police manpower and operational capacity over time. However, the effectiveness of the initiative will depend not only on the number of officers recruited, but also on the quality of training, adequate funding, equipment, and sustained institutional reforms needed to improve policing outcomes across the country. Now, the Naira remained broadly stable at about 1,367 Naira to the United States dollar, as sustained interventions by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, supported by stronger external reserves and improved foreign exchange supply, helped maintain stability in the official market. Market analysts believe the current stability could improve business planning as well as investor confidence in the short term. However, they caution that sustaining the exchange rate will continue to depend on inflation management, oil export earnings, foreign exchange inflows, and the country's reserves position over the medium term. You're still watching the World News on SOUQ News Television. We'll take a very quick break. We'll be back with more stories in a moment.
Fellow Nigerians, Did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa (CDD).
Do you know where your money goes each month? Rent, food, transport, subscriptions. Small expenses add up faster than we think. That daily coffee, that impulse purchase. Over time, they can cost thousands. But here's the good news. Financial control starts with awareness. Track your spending. Create a simple budget. Build an emergency fund, even if it starts small. 3 months of savings can protect you from unexpected setbacks. Financial stability doesn't happen by accident. It happens by plan. Track it, plan it, grow it. An informed nation is a financially resilient nation. This is a public service message.
Welcome back. Now, the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission, RMAFC, has disclosed that Nigeria spent 1.16 trillion naira on fuel subsidy in 2021, with an additional 1.2 trillion naira deducted from the Federation crude oil sales. The figures were presented before the Senate Public Accounts Committee as part of ongoing fiscal oversight. The disclosure reinforces concerns over the long-term cost of subsidy-related spending on public finances. The Commission believes that improving transparency in crude revenue accounting and reviewing existing revenue allocation mechanisms could help strengthen fiscal accountability and create more sustainable management of the nation's oil resources. In another news, poultry farmers in Lagos State are urging the government to establish an egg powder processing factory to address losses arising from surplus egg production. The proposal comes as producers continue to grapple with fluctuating demand and rising production costs despite investments in modern farming techniques. Processing excess eggs into powder would extend shelf life, reduce waste, and create additional value within the poultry industry. Industry stakeholders believe the facility would improve farmer incomes, strengthen food security, and support a more resilient agricultural value chain capable of responding to changing market conditions. Meanwhile, the Lagos State government has also said it requires about 40,000 additional doctors as well as 40,000 nurses, alongside an estimated 100 billion naira in additional funding to meet rising healthcare demand. The government says it is responding through expanded recruitment, improved welfare packages, and plans to establish a University of Medicine and Health Sciences. The announcement highlights the growing pressure rapid population growth is placing on healthcare infrastructure. While investment in health insurance coverage digital healthcare and artificial intelligence could improve service delivery, experts note that expanding the healthcare workforce remains essential to achieving sustainable improvement in access and quality of care. Moving on to Africa now, where Morocco says it will work with Spain and other European partners to identify and facilitate the return of unaccompanied migrant minors who crossed into the Spanish enclave of Ceuta during last week's migration surge. The decision is aimed at strengthening cross-border migration management while addressing humanitarian and legal concerns surrounding the movement of humanitarian and children. The move reflects growing cooperation between North African and European governments on migration policy. Now, if effectively implemented, it could ease pressure on reception facilities in Ceuta while encouraging more coordinated approaches to border security, child protection, and migration governance across the Mediterranean. The South African rand strengthened against the United States dollar ahead of the release of the U.S. non-farm payrolls report, supported by higher gold prices and improving investor sentiment. Financial markets are closely monitoring the employment data for indications of future U.S. interest rate decisions. For South Africa, a firmer currency can help moderate imported inflation and strengthen investor confidence. However, analysts note that the rand remains highly sensitive to global commodity prices, monetary policy decisions in advanced economies, and shifts in international capital flows. Moving on to India, where the country's state-owned Hindustan Petroleum Corporation has purchased 4 million barrels of Nigerian crude oil as refiners diversify supply sources following disruptions to Middle Eastern shipments. The latest acquisition includes Nigeria's Forcados and Bongo crude grades, reinforcing the country's role in meeting Asia's growing energy demand. The purchases demonstrate how geopolitical tensions can reshape global energy trade. For Nigeria, increased demand from Asian buyers presents an opportunity to boost export earnings, expand market share, and strengthen its position as a reliable supplier in an increasingly competitive international oil market. Now, commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz has fallen sharply, with vessel movements dropping far below historical averages as ship owners continue to weigh security risk despite ongoing diplomatic efforts in the region. Industry data also show only limited increases in traffic through alternative maritime routes such as the Bab el Mandeb, and also the slowdown has implications well beyond the Middle East. Prolonged disruptions could increase freight costs, tighten global energy supplies, and place additional pressure on international oil prices. Until security concerns ease, uncertainty is likely to remain a key factor influencing global shipping and energy markets. Now, China recorded strong growth in both exports and imports during July, driven largely by sustained global demand for artificial intelligence technologies, electronics, and data processing equipment. The performance further expanded the country's trade surplus despite continuing trade tensions with the United States. The figures suggest that global demand for advanced technology remains resilient even amid geopolitical uncertainty. Continued strength in China's manufacturing sector is likely to influence global supply chains, commodity demand, and international trade patterns, particularly in technology and clean energy industries. In the same vein, Chinese manufacturers are expanding production investments in countries such as Morocco and Turkey, enabling goods to access European markets through existing trade agreements while avoiding some of the tariffs imposed directly on Chinese exports. European policymakers are now examining whether current trade rules adequately address these investment strategies. The development illustrates the changing nature of global manufacturing and supply chains. As companies increasingly relocate production rather than exports, governments are being compelled to rethink trade regulations, balancing market protection with the need to preserve investment flows and supply chain resilience across Europe. You're still watching the World News on SOUQ News Television. We'll take a break. When we're back, bring the rest of the news, to stay with us.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrosely University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Welcome back. Now, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan are expected to formalize a trilateral defense agreement aimed at expanding military cooperation and strengthening regional security coordination. The partnership comes at a time of heightened geopolitical tensions across the Middle East and growing concerns over the security of critical trade and energy infrastructure. The significance of the agreement extends beyond defense collaboration. Now, by combining military capability, financial resources, and strategic geographic influence, the 3 countries are positioning themselves as key security stakeholders in the region. The alliance could reshape regional defense partnerships while contributing to efforts to secure vital international shipping routes. The European prison systems are facing mounting pressure as prolonged heat waves expose the combined effects of overcrowding and aging infrastructure. Authorities in several countries have introduced emergency measures, including improved access to water, cooling facilities, and alternative sentencing programs to reduce inmate populations. The situation underscores the growing impact of climate change on public institutions, as well as immediate efforts. Now, beyond the humanitarian concerns, governments are increasingly being compelled to invest in modern prison infrastructure and broader justice reforms to improve resilience against more frequent extreme weather events. Now, Lithuania has warned that Russia could employ false flag tactics against critical infrastructure in the Baltic region by using recovered drone wreckage to falsely attribute attacks to Ukraine. Although officials say there is no indication of an imminent operation, security measures around strategic energy facilities have been strengthened. The warning reflects growing concerns over hybrid warfare, where misinformation and covert operations are used alongside conventional military strategies. Such actions, if they occur, could test NATO's collective response mechanisms and further complicate efforts to maintain unity among Western allies supporting Ukraine. Meanwhile, the United States is bringing together leading global mining executives as part of efforts to strengthen domestic and allied supplies of critical minerals used in defense manufacturing, clean energy technologies, and advanced electronics. The initiative also includes plans to expand workforce development and reduce dependence on foreign supply chains. The strategy reflects a broader shift in global industrial policy, with critical minerals increasingly viewed as strategic national assets. Competition for secure supplies is expected to intensify as countries seek greater control over resources essential for economic competitiveness, technological innovation, as well as national security. Moving on to sport news, where Victor Osimhen remains the highest paid footballer in Turkey despite the high-profile arrival of Mohamed Salah. Now, while Salah's transfer underscores the growing financial strength of Turkish football, Osimhen's overall earnings continue to place him at the top of the league salary rankings. The development highlights the increasing ability of Turkish clubs to attract and retain elite football talent. Sustained investment of this scale is expected to enhance the league's international profile, commercial appeal, and competitiveness within European football. And finally, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, has reaffirmed its support for FIFA President Gianni Infantino while endorsing FIFA's commitment to improve transparency and governance following criticism surrounding the proposed FIFA Forward Enterprise Initiative. The resolution was adopted unanimously by the CAF Executive Committee, and the endorsement is intended to reinforce confidence in football governance at a time of heightened scrutiny over commercial rights as well as institutional accountability. For African football, maintaining stability within FIFA's leadership is viewed as important to preserving development funding, governance reform, and long-term confidence in the administration of the global game. And that's a wrap on the news this afternoon, but before we go, a quick look at our top stories. Nigeria and Canada have signed an expanded air transport agreement that would allow direct scheduled flights between both countries for the first time. The Police Service Commission, PSC, has handed over 50,000 newly recruited police constables to the Nigeria Police Force for training following a nationwide recruitment exercise. Morocco has pledged to work with Spain and other European partners to identify and return unaccompanied migrant minors who crossed into the Spanish enclave of Ceuta during last week's mass migration. Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan set to sign a joint defense agreement in Mecca to solidify a strategic alliance among major regional powers. In sport news, Victor Osimhen remains the highest paid footballer in Turkey despite the arrival of Mohamed Salah at Trabzonspor on a high-profile transfer. Thank you for watching. Remember to follow us across all of our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and SOUQ Digital. I am Sarah Owusu-Ansah. Good afternoon and have a lovely weekend.
So let's take them, at least a few of it, one by one. Power, inflation, unemployment, insecurity, and a lot of it. Pick them one by one. As a Nigerian,
yes,
are you going to say that Tinubu has done well?
Hello and welcome to Democracy versus Reality, where we separate political promises from lived experiences. I am Olumide Shukoya, and today I'm surrounded by two perfect gentlemen. I have here Ikechukwu Oyemike. So glad to have you here.
Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure.
And of course, I have our ever think tank. Yes, Dr. Idahusa Samanzi. So glad to have you on Democracy versus Reality.
My pleasure to be here. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good to have you.
I like the sportsmanship. So today we're going to be talking about accountability in governance. Now, people often say that when it's time for elections, the slogan is always accountability. But do you think that every 4 years, accountability should cut across more than election day? Starting with you, Ikechukwu. When elections come, yes, people vote, leaders are elected, then governance is formed. Should people have the power to demand explanations every day from leaders in office, or accountability is just a slogan used during election? What is accountability first to you?
So, English-wise, accountability is clear. It's as simple as you give account of how resources or whatever it is that is made available to you is managed in the period under which you are in charge of things, such as you being transparent, you being clear on all ground to let the people whose affair you're managing know that I'm not chopping our money, I'm not doing anyhow, I'm clear. That's as far as English is concerned for accountability. But in the Nigerian context, I feel to answer that question, when it comes to the Nigerian context, I'm always caught in between. I'm always in a dilemma of where do I really start from or where do I stand? First of all, if you're asking this question based on a society that is practicing democracy,
yes,
I would say, yes, accountability should be at the forefront of things. Then if you're asking based on the context of Nigeria and how I see it, I personally don't think what we practice is democracy. So maybe the naming ceremony of what we practice was, Christian democracy or whatever it is you want to describe it. I don't want to sound religious. But for what it is, this is not democracy. So accountability does not make any sense at the end of the day. Because anybody just read there, do anyhow. So why would you there? Why we want the accountable? Okay, even when you do accountable, who want you accountable? Who get the power? When you be saying, now you they call the shot, now you they do everything. Did they not define democracy as the government of the people, by the people, and for the people?
Truly.
And in all of the practice, when you talk about accountability, the only time the people matter is when they're coming for the elections, in the real sense. So it's basically what it is for me. So it's always a confusion state, but I hope I'm able to make sense with these few answers. If you're talking a democratic society, we can talk accountability, but if you're talking of the real state of Nigeria and what we practice and how we do things, I don't think accountability matters, because not be even democracy with the practice. So a democracy, advisably I use it. The imported democracy, the Western democracy is what I refer to when I say democracy, because I believe, say, even before they come, the system where we take the run ourselves, the Benin Kingdom, for example, we get king, and there are chiefs, inoges, and all. And they get the way that they run away, we say everybody go bring in suggestion, advice, balance, and that's democratic in the sense, in principle. But you see this Western one, my brother,
Thank you very much. So, Doctor, over to you. From what Ogbefi Ikechukwu stopped, do you think Nigeria, okay, first of all, tell me what your belief is, or what your idea of a true accountability is, and do you think that we are practicing, or this present administration or any other administration has been or is practicing accountability?
Yeah, I think
when you put it in the sphere of politics, and you're going to talk about accountability, you have to be able to define it within the structure and the function of the state. Because the state system in which democracy runs has institutions that are put in place and structures that define what you call accountability. For example, the president of the federation or the governor of a state cannot spend money without first and foremost going to the institutions of the lawmakers to tell them, this is how we spent the last one, and this is what we plan to spend. And then the right to accept or reject those proposals lies with that institution. To that very extent, you see that the president is accountable to the representative of the people. Democracy, we have reduced it to Abraham Lincoln's conception of the American democracy, government by the people, for the people, for the people. But in a true sense is, we don't have that kind of society anymore. Because from the ancient Greek, where the word demokratos came from, it was possible for everybody to go to the city square, where we all agree on issues. So the example he made by the Benin Kingdom, that can be called a democracy because it's ruled by the king. That's monarchy. The people are not involved. The people are never consulted. But here in the Greek representative kind of democracy, the people are involved. But what is the key word today? It's called majoritarian ethic. So if you have to go for an election, and majority believe in what you're saying, and they agree with you and they give you their vote to represent them, to that very extent, you're serving their interest. But playing to the rule of the Constitution is what accountability for a government will mean in that wise. So you come from a constituency. So whether it's the Senate, whether it's the House of Rep, for example, at the federal, or it's the House Assembly at the state level, you have a rep in the assembly who you have sent there to represent your common interest. As long as the president or the governor stand before those reps, they're actually standing before you. So that is what the systems and the function is. But I think there's a variant that Nigerians are asking for, which seems for me to be outside of the norm, is that until a government does what opposition seems to be looking for, that government is not transparent, that government is not accountable, that government is not fair. But the truth of the matter is, in a competition, if somebody wins an election and has a mandate to govern, then of course you allow him the mandate to govern. And if you feel that it's not governing well, then you go to the people to get power and then govern the way you want to govern. You can't contest against someone.
I think, sorry I have to cut him, because I try to listen. And I'm also aware that we are checking the time and conscious of the time. I believe when you say the people, you can't have a representative without the people. You can't even have opposition without the people. You can't even have a system without the people. Such as having Nigeria without the people of Nigeria is not possible. If, like you said, Doctor, that the people, or if the opposition don't feel a certain way about you, it means the opposition is angry because they are not in power. But no. Take Nigeria, for instance. Whoever the opposition is today, what are they talking about that the common average Nigerians are not talking about? What are the oppositions complaining about that the average Nigerians are not complaining about?
So when you say,
if you see complaint as opposition, then you have missed governance.
No.
And that is what I think.
When you say the average people, who is the average people?
The Nigerian, everyday Nigerian.
I am a Nigerian, for example.
So if you're not complaining,
yes,
it simply means.
Does it mean I'm not a Nigerian?
It simply means one thing.
Yes.
Either you're living a lie or you're pretending. If you're not complaining.
No.
I'll make it clear.
No.
Doctor, I'll make it clear.
Okay.
If you're not complaining, it's either you're living a lie or you're pretending. It can either be one of those two.
No, I'm not. None of the above.
Doctor.
Okay, fine. Now, let me break down what I just said. We're in a democracy, as they say.
Yes.
At least, in the pretense of democracy, we have done so many elections, we have practiced so many things, and we call it democracy.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Yes.
We just finished, okay, it's been a while. We finished an election. We're going to go into another one now. This government, let me tell you, when we say the people, and when we say the pulse of the people, this government came into power. I've never seen a president that is so prepared to be the president like the present president of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. There's never been any president since at least the Fourth Republic, 1999, till date, that is so prepared to be. Buhari was close because at least we saw Buhari contest in several elections.
Yes.
So we can count that to be preparedness. Obasanjo was accidental. Yaradua was. Jonathan was. But Buhari and Tinubu, in this dispensation of APC, we've had the two people that have been president so far as the most prepared amongst them all. But what do we get? On the day of swearing in, for instance, Tinubu that has not, because you went around the country begging and promising and setting standard for yourself, committing yourself.
Yeah.
The election came. By result, by Supreme Court, you won. And on the day of swearing in, you haven't even sat on the seat. The first thing you did was you removed subsidy. Yeah. So whether it was good or bad, that's debatable. But one thing is also sure. Methods and how is also there. How you will do it and how you will not do it is there.
You see the problem you have here is the fact that you are a patient who is critically ill on a bed and you determine how a doctor attend to you.
So what if I'm not a patient, but I'm just a hungry man?
No.
Who needs
You're
food?
a patient. You're a patient.
You can't
in
say
an emergency ward, about to die, and you are thinking how a doctor should treat you.
I'm a hungry man who needs food. I want to eat yam. The most you would do, or the best you would do is, how do you want the yam? Abi, either I want it roasted, I want it pounded, I want it boiled, I want it fried. All of them have processes and they will take time. Abi? All I need is I'm hungry, I want to eat.
Yeah.
So whichever process you choose, without asking me, is determining how long I'll be hungry, whether short or so long. That's it. So you can't say sick patient. It doesn't have to be a sick patient. And a sick patient can still tell the doctor, don't give me any injection anymore, I want to die.
Let me take you on the analogy of your food and hunger.
Yes.
So if you come to my restaurant, for example, you need a food, and you say you want fried yam, and I don't have, what do? You look for somebody who has a fried yam.
No,
and then you can't punish me.
I didn't say I want fried yam, I want yam. So process is what determines whether it's fried, it's roasted, it's pounded,
so you
or
can't
boiled.
just say you want yam. Now, you have to listen to the conversation prior to the elections. For example,
the Tinubu promise that it will fix electricity in 4 years, and
just let's not miss up the issues.
Vote me back. Did he promise that?
Let's not miss up the issues.
We'll get to that.
Let's not miss up the issues. He has an agenda, and there are 8 points on that agenda. He calls the Renew Hope agenda.
Yes.
He went around Nigeria and he spoke to Nigeria.
Yes.
In short, on every occasion, the first question they ask him, what do you do with subsidy? He says, if I get to the office, I will take it out.
Did he get to the office before he took it out?
Yes, he did.
Did he get? No, he never got to the office.
Yes, it was. It was.
He didn't get to the office.
No. Wait, no. Don't say that. Acceptance speech is that he has been sworn in.
No.
No.
He didn't get to the office.
No. Listen.
You said if I get to the office, I will take it out. He didn't get to the office. No, he didn't at the Eagle Square.
Yes.
The Eagle Square is not Aso Rock.
No,
the Eagle Square is not presidential. Which means he didn't even understand the fabrics of the subsidist nature we are in before he took it out.
No. You are missing the point. Immediately he has
the masses into suffering.
No. Immediately he took the oath of office from the chief law officer of Nigeria.
Yes.
He had become the president of Nigeria. Every statement he made after that, he made as the president of Nigeria.
So wouldn't it have been smarter to even see the nature of the problem?
Listen, don't put emotion into these things.
No, it's not emotion.
No,
Doctor won't buy that.
He became the president after taking the oath of office. Except
you are saying, okay, so did Tinubu understand the nature of our subsidy before he removed it? Let's talk emotion here.
All right.
Did you understand the nature of our subsidy before he removed it?
He does.
How did you say he does?
He does. Because
so how do you prove that? Because him removing the subsidy has thrown us into what we are in.
No. It's not true.
Are you saying the way he removed it is the only way to remove subsidy?
No, it's not true.
Let me tell you who's emotional.
Look at
is that the only way you can remove subsidy?
Listen, let's look at the debate around the subsidy.
What's the debate? No. Don't tell me the debate around subsidy. I know what subsidy was, and I know what we have suffered because of subsidy. The question is removing it.
Just listen.
Did he remove it?
You just listen.
Best.
No. You just listen.
Okay, so
there was a debate. And this debate is not 1 year debate.
Years of debate.
Since 2011.
That date specifically is even makes matters worse for me. Because Jonathan removed it. This same Tinubu led the protest against him removing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Since 2011, there's been ongoing debate about whether Nigeria should sustain subsidy or not.
Yes.
Now, in 2011, 2012, 2013, Nigeria seems to be living in a boom. Oil boom. And the reality didn't dawn on any human being because at that time you had so much money.
No, because you are going to take us through a process of, we know these things.
No.
We understand these things. We are talking about the process of...
No.
We are talking about how to remove this.
Listen.
Is that the best way to remove something? We know all these things you are saying.
You see,
the boom,
there are two ways to this.
Okay.
The point I'm making is that you have to put everything you say on a context. And that is why I don't like emotional conversation. I like when you say things well.
I know what you're doing. You try to gaslight me by using the word
No. Let's set the context because we're not allowed the context.
It's like you
because
say the average Nigerian,
you're trying to misinform people
who is complaining is emotional. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Look at it. What is the context?
You're saying the average Nigerian is complaining is emotional.
All right, it's not the average. You are not the average Nigerian. They are average Nigerians, they are out in the street.
So you don't put
yourself because you don't like what is happening and then use yourself as the embodiment of an average Nigerian.
Should we put this into a vote?
We are not the only Nigeria, we are Nigerians.
Should we put this into a vote?
No, you just listen.
Check how many Nigerians feel that I am speaking their pulse and how many Nigerians feels you are speaking their pulse.
We can count. We can go to the field and do the survey.
All right, gentlemen, let's
can do the survey and see the result. See, you see the point I'm making is the fact that this subsidy debate, even when Buhari felt bad it was not going to be removed, constitutionally speaking, by the Appropriation Act of 2023.
Yes. I was going to get to that.
I think we have even gone out of this.
The Appropriation Act, which is the law of the spending of Nigeria, actually had put the end of subsidy till the end of June.
Yes.
Which is just 1 month.
We know this.
Now the question is, within that 1 month, there were a lot of issues. First is the fact that the Buhari regime has broken the Nigerian law.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You mean President Tinubu broke the Nigerian law?
No. I said Muhammadu Buhari.
Oh, but President Tinubu recently came and said he was Buhari.
No.
Look, are you going to change that?
You just listen.
No. You can't change that. He said it.
There's a context to it.
Oh, context again.
There's
okay,
a context.
There's
a context
again.
So the point is that the ways and means that we were taking to fund subsidy was already outside what the Constitution allowed. So, which means you couldn't print more money as a new government. Now, our foreign reserve had gone deep to about $3.5 billion. All the crude that we had been front sold.
Doctor,
by the Buhari government.
This is you trying to blackmail Nigerians or gaslight Nigerians into emotionally thinking.
No.
That,
I'm not gaslighting.
We know these things.
Yeah. So if you know it, so why are you not complaining?
What I'm saying is the method, how. So what Tinubu did, was that the best way?
Oh yes.
Just announcing at the podium on inauguration.
Oh yes.
Subsidy is
that
gone.
I'm not going to continue.
That's the best way.
Yes, of course. He spoke the truth.
So you think if Atiku or a Peter Obi or Showore or anybody had also been the winner and was inaugurated on that day, you think the same way Tinubu just announced at that podium was out there will do it? Is that what you're saying?
There are two things you could have done. Is it that to postpone the evil day and still allow the evil day to arrive?
So are you saying subsidy could not be removed even if it was 2 days or 3 days after? Even if it was still under Tinubu's government, subsidy could not be removed, but differently. Because see, this is the implication. This is why this is a conversation, because we're talking democracy. The method Tinubu used put the burden on the people.
I think it was
that method put the burden on the people. They said a few were enjoying the dividends or the largesse from subsidy. That they were going to take that burden, and it's cutting burden on the people. So they're going to take it off the people and cut the flow to those few. But your method, I don't know whether it even cut the flow to those few, because we had that you still paid subsidy after the announcement. There were evidence that this government still paid subsidy. But no. They were written documents. You can Google it. It's online that Tinubu government still paid subsidy after the announcement. But what do we see? The people bear the burden. Just like he floated the naira. He floated the currency. There was a black market and there was an official market. You said parallel prices. Abi?
Definitely.
So what do you do? Simple economics. What will you do in such case? Instead that you move this one, parallel market that is higher, maybe 500 or 600 at most, closer to the official price, which is about 400.
Yes.
Or you move the official price, which is about 400, closer to the black market. Not necessarily exceeding the black market. But what did you do? You shot it 3 times above the black market.
So who should be paying the difference?
I'm telling you about method. This man's method
you are talking about
anti-masses.
No. When you are talking about method, you have to talk about
the currency. Does it mean you should shoot beyond the black market?
No.
That you floated the currency doesn't mean you should shoot beyond the black market.
So what it means is that
we made it better.
No. We are saying we're not going to favor anybody. You go to the
market. Okay, there was a black market of say 700.
Yes.
So what took it beyond 700?
Market forces.
What?
Simple economics.
All right, gentlemen, let's move on. Let's look at the institutions.
You know what? So, Olumide, please, before we talk about institutions, you see, when people make arguments like this, when we see these practical things like this is us. Again, doctor is going to say, when I say us, how many of us be the us? But I'm talking Nigerians because I feel it. Energy costs today in my home. I don't think an average Nigerian that lives within my vicinity are not feeling what I feel in terms of energy cost. Gas, light, kerosene, whatever it is you can call it, even charcoal.
Yes.
If I choose to, because I have the stove in my house. All of these things, now waiting with the face, now our reality today. So if I am speaking, I'm speaking based on that. But when you people want to make this argument, like we don't know, like Tinubu didn't understand the problem of Nigeria before he campaigned around to be the president. That's what you're telling me.
And he's not begging you for ideas.
And that speaks to...
He's not begging you for ideas.
The president is not smart enough to understand Nigeria.
He does, he's smart. He knows Nigeria.
You are indirectly telling me as a communication person.
No.
What you are not saying in words is that the president is not smart.
The issue here is because you want the president to use your idea. The president campaigned for elections.
So why would the president not use my idea?
Just listen to me. He win the elections.
The people.
on the basis of his campaign.
While he was campaigning, he was not campaigning based on the burdens of the people.
Now he's...
Was he not promising based on the concerns of the people?
See,
right? Was it not the concerns of the people?
The issue is simple.
Let the poor breathe.
The issue.
Let the poor breathe.
Oh,
is that not the people?
Oh yes.
So why will you come in? Why will you come in and use a different method?
The fact that it's not adopting your method,
it does not
mean
this is
not
not my method. This is
that is what you are prescribing. You are telling a man who came to office prepared what to do.
Who is he?
But you allow him to do.
Who is he exactly? If take the office of the president away, who is the president? Who is sorry? Take the office of the president away. Who is Tinubu?
It's the president of Nigeria.
He's just a billionaire or a big man, at most. And if he wants to enjoy himself, he will enjoy himself. But once he becomes the president of Nigeria, that office existed because they were Nigerians. So you can't do anything, or you can't do anything your method. As long as your method is not pro people, it is a wrong method. Let's not beat around the bush.
It's not beating around the bush. It's because you are not methodical and you are not systematic in your analysis. Understand?
Okay,
what are the elements of democracy?
Make it methodical and
yes,
systematic.
that's what I'm saying. What are the elements of democracy? First, you talk about sovereignty. Now, you talk about
what gives power to sovereignty?
Yes, of course. People voted him.
Thank you.
Now, whether you like it or not, people voted him. Now he's coming back again to ask for votes.
No, let's even leave the coming back. Now, let's talk about this one that is still doing.
Because
assuming he's not even coming back.
No. He's coming. He should come back.
I don't care. Let's talk about the one that is currently doing.
You don't like what he's doing. There are people who love what he's doing. Now, it is these people who love his doing or don't like what he's doing that will determine whether he will come back or not. Now, it is at that point you will know whether it is actually the people or is it the sentiment of you who do not belong or didn't vote for him that is actually the issue.
Okay, so
but the point I'm making here is simple. You cannot appropriate Nigerianness to yourself. And say, we Nigerian. I am a Nigerian for God's sake. Tinubu is a Nigerian. Okay. All the ministers serving in this government, they are Nigerians. The governor serving in Nigeria, they are Nigerians. They didn't come from another space.
Dr. Dausa, this is very simple. Let's even come from your prison of being a Nigerian.
Yes.
Now, before Tinubu came in, because whether you like it or not, you as a Nigerian, you are like the element of a sample of the people. Let's even take me away. Maybe at this point, imagine I'm a Ghanaian or a South African or an American.
You're a Nigerian.
No. You are the Nigerian.
We don't need to take it away.
No.
We're all Nigerians.
Okay.
But we have our opinions and we have our differences.
You are the Nigerian.
We have our methods. I can't take your method because you just want to impose it on me.
Yes.
No.
So
you are the Nigerian. You go to canvass to the people and tell them to vote for you so that you can implement your idea.
Yes.
Don't tell me how to govern. Because you didn't send me.
You are the Nigerian. You are the Nigerian. So let's take it by you. Everything that Nigeria was before Tinubu came in, you know, as a Nigerian. Everything that Nigeria is presently, while it's in power, you also know as a Nigerian.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So let's take them, at least a few of it, one by one. Power, inflation, unemployment, insecurity, and a lot of it. Pick them one by one. As a Nigerian,
yes.
Are you going to say that Tinubu has done well?
Just yesterday, let me start from security. The American government reported
Doctor, when you land, yes. Continue.
That since September 11, 2001, there have not been success in terrorist operation that what happened in Nigeria just last week. In terms of the electronics that was recovered from the hands of the jihadists in this government. Since 2001 till date, American government just reported it yesterday. And I'm not talking about what happened last week. Yesterday, this was reported.
You see how funny it is when we over-abroadize things. Sorry if that English exists or not.
What
but
is
at least you get every abroad mentality. Okay. So the first example doctor is going to check is what America said.
Yeah.
But you have forgotten there are still a lot of Nigerians. Just yesterday, students who were writing NECO were taken out of their schools, kidnapped, and teachers killed. Just yesterday.
Shehu Okimbaloye on the show Politics Today.
The solution you are talking about
said that
is that
in the
Nigerian
last
reality?
2 weeks, there have been so many recoveries, so many wasting of the life of this
Oyo State.
So many.
Go to Oyo State and tell Oyo people.
Adopted people that have been recovered from the hand of the kidnapper just yesterday. These informations are in the public domain. I'm just telling you in the area of security alone.
See,
I'm not talking about.
Do you see the shame you talked about? This same shame you talked about.
Yes.
Same shame took us. So this is not against shame. This is not against politics today. But we're just making reference. This on that same show. Yes. Shehu Okinbaloye took us to Port Harcourt refinery during that propaganda move.
Let's take it one by one.
No,
we don't talk security.
I'm telling you,
let me move now.
You want to make that show.
You put the issues on the ground. Let's address them one by one.
Basics now.
Let's address them one by one.
Let's go to that show. He took us to Port Harcourt refinery. The refinery is working. Olu Phillips was the reporter that very day. That refinery is working. What happened after? Did the refinery work? So if we're going to take whatever comes out of that show as a fact and truth,
we won't take what America say.
So you saying
it's only what Ike said that will be the truth. That's a problem. It's not about that is a problem because this is about you. It's not about the people. So if America is not right, Shehu Okinbaloye is not right, then therefore it's only Ikechukwu that is right.
How can America be right in the Nigerian context?
That's a problem. Shehu is not right because
how can America be right in the Nigerian context?
It took you to refinery and refinery is not working.
Okay, did it work?
America is not working because we have a broad mentality.
Why should we use America as a reference point to our own
why should we use it? Because if you do
well, the same way our politicians go to Chatham House.
No.
All of them will go to Chatham House to campaign during the election. Why do you need to go and campaign to UK people when you want to govern Nigerians?
Then it's important.
Why?
It's a commendation.
All right, gentlemen, let's move on.
It's a commendation.
We still have a lot to cover. Let's look at the institutions that are supposed to enforce accountability, starting with the Red Chamber, the Senate, of course, the House of Representatives, the state assemblies. Let's look at the scenario that happened recently when the former MD of NNPC was, quote-unquote, given a warrant of arrest. Wherever he is, dead or alive, someone said that, they should arrest him. But that particular arrest warrant was recalled or repealed. Now, does that speak of accountability? Let me start with you.
So, thank you. First of all, let me go to Oshomole's position, that dead or alive. The most that would have done in that instance is Oshomole, at the floor of the Senate, recall that as in, like, how do you say it in English? Withdraw that statement.
Withdraw the statement, yes.
Dead or alive. That statement, dead or alive, not order to arrest. Because the Senate committee has a power. If somebody is summoned and refuses to come, the Constitution empowers the Senate committee to order for arrest. So, hold that in one breath. This is NNPCL that is owned by Nigerians via two ministries, Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Petroleum Resources. And their own audit process showed that 1.7 billion, 1.3 billion, all put together upon something, 1.7 something billion, 1.3 something, 107 something billion and 103 something billion.
Yes.
All together about 211 trillion, not billion, trillions were not accounted for between 2017 and 2023. We never talk of 2024.
Yes.
That same man did it because in 2025 April in Komoto.
Yes.
Now, a Senate committee has empowered. Ask this man to come and explain. It's not the Auditor General of the Federation that even saw this. It's their own audit that brought this report. And they say, okay, you not agree come since Abi, be arrested. And what did Akpabio do? This, we are talking about accountability. Akpabio came in, for whatsoever reason, his cell is void. That call, order for arrest, is void. Which means, as we speak now, we've not heard anything about that matter. Don't forget, Professor Kemebradikumo Pondey of the NDDC that fainted during the House of Rep committee. Yes. That was how, after he fainted, the then Speaker, Femi Gbajabiamila, now Chief of Staff to the President, came out and made some speech at the floor of the panel and said he doesn't need to come again. Let him just go and take care of himself or whatever. Till today, we'll not hear anything again. So when we're talking of accountability, that thing that happened in the Senate concerning Mele Kyari is an example that this democracy way they run. He said that the photocopy of the back page of the photocopy from the original or not just scam. Now what they do. Because what Akpabio did was even contrary to what the law says.
Thank you very much. Doctor,
yeah, I think we have to set the record straight. Okay. And this is why I'm saying that whenever we are going to say things, it's important that we understand. Even the Adams Oshomole, at the floor of the Senate, when the whole House of Senate was in full session, said that he did actually not say they should arrest, that they were only recommending, because it's only the Senate president that had the power.
No. That's not what the law says.
No. That's why.
So if Adams was also bowing to the bullishness of Akpabio,
it's not bullying.
That's not what we're going to make the law.
It's not bullying.
The law empowers a committee to order for arrest.
Listen.
Section 89. If I'm correct,
put it.
The law empowers the Senate committee to order for arrest.
Not the committee. Not the committee. You see, the committee is...
Who does the law empower?
Is the Senate president.
So that thing Akpabio did. Akpabio chose not to arrest, not to order the arrest of Mele Kyari, and it's okay.
No. You listen.
No, Akpabio chose not to arrest. So why did you have to set up a committee when everything has to come back to the Senate?
Oh, yes.
You see how democracy is a scam.
It's not a scam.
You see how democracy is a scam.
It's not a scam.
Why do you need to set up a committee? When you see the Senate president, that we still need to make the call.
Oh, yes.
As simple as order of arrest.
Because the committee
now is on the table and it failed to do it.
No. You see, the issue is, this is a point. We treat issues in Nigeria with a lot of emotion. Let's even do...
I think the person emotional here.
Wait, let's do the calculation.
Definitely it's not me.
No.
Please, see, every attempt to gaslight me,
Olumide,
I will check it.
Olumide.
I have that right.
Doctor.
Olumide, we have calculator here. We have calculator. You can give it to
press.
No. Give it to Ikechukwu to calculate the number of barrels we produce for the period under review.
So are you saying
how much money that was sold?
So are you saying the 210 trillion will not miss?
So calculate it.
Is that what you are saying? That the money is not missing?
So
it's not unaccounted for.
Yes.
Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
So the auditor that NNPC paid to audit their account for that period, they got so drunk or so unexperienced to say 210 trillion is not accounted for. Now, let me give you the category of that money. The 1.107 trillion was recoverable funds, which is money that is outside that can come in. Then the 103 trillion was what they said they spent on legal and all sundries. I don't know the English what they use. So are you saying the auditors no get sense? Now you now can say if we press calculator on barrel of oil,
press calculator.
You see how they twist
press the calculator.
What doctor is doing now.
Because if you say your money is missing,
yes, you see,
it should be clear that you actually had earned the money, and that the money was in your account.
I just gave you
and
the
that
category.
Money was not there.
I just gave you the category. Right. So if the Senate say Mele Kyari, come and explain.
Have you seen the audit report?
Wait now, doctor.
Have you yourself read the audit report?
Have you seen it? Have you seen it?
All right.
Is it there that 107 trillion recoverable is unaccounted for? Is it also there that 103 trillion what NNPC said they spent it on legal fees and all and sundries? Have you seen the report that is like that? If you have not seen it, then you are the one who have not read the report. But I'm telling you what is in the report. Right. And I'm telling you that this report was not done by NNPC itself. It was done by an independent auditor paid by NNPC to give us this. And you are saying we should go and press barrel of calculator.
Oh, yes.
All right, so gentlemen.
Because there's a way NNPC earn money.
Doctor, let me put some clarity to this with the argument before. So it says, yes, a Senate committee can initiate the process to issue an arrest warrant.
Thank you.
But they cannot execute it.
They don't have to. They don't have the power to execute.
Let me land. So under the Legislative House Powers and Privileges Act, the authority is officially to authorize it is rested on the president of the
Thank
Senate.
you. So, but they can issue, which you have
They
done.
can issue, but
So, Akpabio, instead of executing it, he voided it.
So
what are we saying?
Clarity there.
What are we then saying? Are you saying Meleki should not come and explain how 107 trillion or a recoverable fund is not yet recovered? Meanwhile, at the end of a 12 calendar year, a month, 12 calendar month, which makes a year, you should recover that fund. And we are talking about 2017 to 2023.
Yes.
It's just like the ways and means he mentioned. Every ways and means before the next year, you're supposed to don't pay back. So whatever goof Buhari government did is their problem. But you shouldn't come and use this as an excuse to make the poor people suffer. That's my take. So Tinubu should be smart enough to know that when you said you were going to solve Nigeria's problem, solve it and don't tell us stories. Don't blame anybody.
He's not blaming anybody.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
He's not blaming anybody.
He didn't, because he said
he is not blaming anybody.
Buhari.
And he's doing his best. So you give him...
he's doing his best. He's sounding like Pastor Adeboye now.
No.
He said Tinubu
give
is doing his best.
the opportunity to govern.
What opportunity has not been given? He's almost done with 4 years. What opportunity?
That is not your business.
All right, so
okay.
Ikechukwu, 1 minute.
That's not your business. You can contest in 2027.
I'm not even interested.
So if you're not interested, then you short.
As a Nigerian,
you don't talk about it. Yes, if you can say what you
right to speak,
you don't have. If you do have, then you try to go and contest. So if a man had offered himself to serve you,
he didn't
allow him to serve.
No, he didn't. See, that's why we should not make the mistake. Olumide, please. Okay. I know you are pressed with time, but let's address this. Tinubu did not do us any favor by contesting to be president and by becoming president. Like I said, in principle and on all ground, I don't care how you people run this thing you call democracy, that I don't believe in. I don't care how you run it, but Tinubu begged, in principle, he begged to become the president. And that's why he comes out every time he has the chance to say, because you see, one thing that we do, we are not always conscious of who the president is. He's a man I respect so much. You see, politically in this country, in this thing we are doing called democracy, politically, that man, leave him. You not be anybody mate. Leave him. But when it comes to governance, I go drag anything. When it comes to governance, see, you can't miss it all. Tinubu has not missed it all in this thing we are talking about. If you talk about road construction under the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, Tinubu is doing excellently well. As in concretized road, the guy is doing well. Bini Agbo bypass, that was a critical danger. He dey solve am.
Okay.
East-West Road, he dey solve am. The Shagamu-Jebode Road, I get fan for Ibadan. I dey pass Ikorodu to Shagamu to Ibadan. Every time I dey see that road, he dey walk there. Several other places. I'm not going to say Tinubu has totally done woefully. But I'm telling you that there are critical things, because without road, we will still live some good life. Especially when money, things where they stay chop. Basic needs of man. Road no dey for the basic needs of man. Now food, clothes, shelter. Abi? Shelter today na problem. Cloth inflation don't cast them as it don't cast shelter. Even the food, to buy them, to cook them, to buy them na war, to cook them na problem.
All right, coming to you, Doctor.
You see, the issues
I'm
are
also
simple.
speaking for myself. I'm speaking for Nigerians.
And the point I'm making is simple. No matter how testy you are, if you come out of a theater of operation and you desire water, no doctor will give you water to drink.
All right.
Even when you need it.
All right, Doctor.
Even when you need it.
So Tinubu na doctor, he know everything.
Oh, yes.
All right,
but enough is solve our problem.
He's solving it.
Oh.
All right, Doctor.
He's solving it. Now we are going to Fitch rating. Go and look at it.
We are going to Fitch.
Fitch rating, yeah. Nigeria.
Fitch rating.
Yes. So look at all the ratings.
This abroadization where I talk. I go to
look at all the ratings.
If not correct.
Because we live in a global